You know how it can take you out of your game, but he recalibrated quickly and really did.
Greetings from Podcastville. It's Monday, April 1st. The church is brought to you by one of my all-time favorites, Manscaped. Listen, don't cut your dick off, fucko. The suffering ends today. With Manscaped, you get it done without the pain. They got precision tools for the family jewels, okay? Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor. Their invention is the lawnmower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology so it won't nick or snag your little fucking ball sack or your stomachia stick, all right? Do me a favor. Listeners from the church can get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. Manscaped.com, promo code CHURCH. And if you order the perfect package, they'll also throw in a free travel bag when you use the code CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. And always keep your ball sack clean. The church is also brought to you by Honor. Listen, right now it's flu season, heavy duty. So I'm doing the best I can to stay out of it. You know why? Shroom Tech Immune. This is the time of year, flu, when you're traveling, planes, blah, blah, blah. Shroom Tech Immune will help you get through all these colds and fucking flus. I make a little lung congestion, but it don't go the whole fucking way because I take the Shroom Tech. They also have Shroom Tech Sport. They also have Alpha Brain. So do me a favor, go to Honor/Church right now and get 10% off your first order delivered to your house. The church is also brought to you by something I'm very proud of. I love all my sponsors because I know that I could use all the practicality in them, but this I'm very happy about, and it's CBD Line. Because picking a reliable CBD company is like fucking pulling teeth, but that ends right now with your Uncle Joe. I found the CBD, whether it's gummies, whether it's the tinctures, whether it's smoking it with a vapor. I mean, listen, they have vapors for everything that you might need. Anything like anxiety, muscle soreness. CBD Lion is your one-stop shop. They got shatter, they got vapors, they got everything. So do me a favor. Go to cbdline.com right now and check out their third-party lab results yourself.
Did you know
and then
that gets your
get some fucking CBD.
How you live in Very nice. Very nice. What'd you get? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. How you living, pimp? What's good, dog? Living like a pimp. Have you watched the Olympics? Have you watched the Olympics? No, you have not. Yeah, they're doing okay. They've got some teams that are better than others. But yeah, for the most part, they've done all right. Yeah, I've been watching the Olympics now for like 14 straight days or something. So I've been pretty all about the Olympics. This is my third Olympics that I will have watched on camera. Right, because we had 2020 that took place in 2021. Then we had 2022, and then 2024. Yeah, I know, it's pretty wild. How are things in your? How? I'm just making these robots and just having them spam kick. If you know what kick is. And that's basically what I do all day, every day. And just get the word out about my project. Yeah, he did. They had 500,000 people watching him at once. That's pretty great. Right. I'm in agreement with you on that. That was wild. Yeah, isn't that something? Pretty wild. That all went down the way that it went. Oh yeah. Definitely. Which is crazy. Like, I mean, that's a serious thing to happen to someone. And within a month, you're on camera, like talking about it. I mean, you were shot in the head. Right, and you're the one who broke the news to Rabbi Rothschild. I don't know. It's an excellent question. I think it had like 2 weeks to heal. But I'm surprised that it didn't like take off his whole ear. Meaning, like, if you get shot in the ear with the bullet, I would think that it could tear off your whole ear. But fortunately for him, it did not. Right. Like it would. Yeah, exactly. I would think that he'd have a chunk of it taken out. But according to him, there wasn't any damage to his hearing, and it seems like it's back to his ear is like completely fine. Like. Well, it's almost as if, hey, could you give me the absolute best assassination attempt? And that's how it would turn out for you. Basically, like, you survive, you end up looking like a G, you get like 1,000 pictures out of it that are just the best thing ever for a presidential campaign, and then you're going to be fined 14 days later. Would you want to go through it? Oh, fuck yeah. Shoot me all damn day with the fucking ear if it's going to make me look like that. And I'm going to be a legend in my country's history for the rest of the time. Whether you like him or you don't, whether you think his policies are wrong or right, I don't think anybody agrees that he should have been straight up killed. Not like that. And all they did was basically turn him into, they would have turned him into a martyr, but they just turned him into like a hero amongst his own population. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not saying that. No, you'd be an absolute madman to say, yeah, I think you're a good enough shot to anyone that, yeah. Or the thing I've heard too is that it's a ketchup packet. I mean, I don't. Right, and killed somebody. No doubt about that. And they don't really want to go into that. Like I want to know how many fucking bullets were shot. I want to know what the project, like show me like a thing with like, the bullets came like this. I don't think you're ever going to see anything like that. Dog, did you ever see the video of the water tower? Right. No. That's from inside the building. No. There's a straight up motherfucker. This is what I heard happen. I read happen. There was a fucking serious ass sniper on the water tower. And you can see him in a video I've seen. You can see this fucking sniper up there with a gun or something. And they seem to basically be able to shoot. You're right. There is a muzzle. There's a muzzle flash. And then apparently what they were able to do was just they had a zip line, and they went from the water tower down the zip line to a waiting van, and then they were able to escape. Did you know about the water tower? There you go. And I mean, this isn't, this is something that shouldn't have to be discussed on a podcast like that. We should be able to discuss it in broad daylight, as it was a crime against, not just, it was a crime against the American people. Yeah. Word. Right. So there's something called, there's a scientific principle, psychologically or sociologically, known as nominative determinism, which basically is like the theory that you are what your name is. So like you get people who are like, I don't know, like really good tennis players, and their name will be like Tom Singles or Sarah Doubles, or like a weird thing. It's like, wait, you mean to say your name is like Singles, like in tennis, and you just also happen to play tennis, and they'll be like, yeah, it's just weird like that. So there's a principle known as nominative determinism that a lot of times, like you'll get like a sheriff of a town who's like sheriff lawman or something like that. And it's like, what's your name? And your guy's name will be like Tom Lawman. And it'll be like, and you just so happen to become a sheriff of a town? Be like, yeah. So it's just known as nominative determinism. And do I think that's exactly what happened with Crooks? No, but it's one of those things like, if you're the guy who gets accused of shooting the president, what's your last name? Crooks. It just works out pretty well. Yeah, it's definitely fishy. Definitely something interesting there. And I can't explain the things that happened, but it was very interesting. If you take the series of events and as they went, let's run through them. We have July 13th, 2024, 6:12 p.m. Pennsylvania time. And they've got this apparent attack where 8 shots are fired. Trump survives. Well, actually, before then, I think, they had the debate. Then Trump survives his assassination attempt, which, if you think about it, if it would have been a successful assassination attempt, the timing of it would have been perfect. Why? Biden still could have stepped down. Kamala Harris could just walk into the presidency, and no one would know anything different. Instead, what they did was, or what somebody did was, instead of killing him, just wounding him and just pissing off his base even more. And when you do that to someone, it starts to look like it was manufactured to occur the way that you had it occur. Right. And it's like, how much can you trust these people? How much can you trust them with your life? I know you have to trust them with your life, but it's certainly difficult to do when you see the kind of reaction that you got out of the people. How funny is that lady? Apparently, she was the one who was in charge that day of the scene, and she just happens to be the one who can't hold her gun. Like everything, aside from him dying, everything that could have gone wrong that day basically did. And I'm of the belief that there's just not that much incompetence that occurs. Apologies. Can you repeat that?
Can you repeat that?
What'd you say, GB? No, you're good. It looks awfully suspicious, and there's nowhere to turn basically if you have questions. Yeah. Right. It's like, okay, that's fine if you want to have that theory. Then let's go to the video in slow motion. And also, you tell me where every single one of the bullets went. And if you're saying there were no bullets, then what killed that Corey Campatori or whatever? And I mean, there's just a lot of questions that need to be answered. If that's the argument that's going to be made, and that's fine. If you want to make the argument, then hey, it could be a ketchup packet and all this other shit. It's like, okay, we can play that game, but I understand if we're going to play that game, then you may not like it because it may cause you to have to do some investigations that you aren't going to want to do. Look, this is the fishiest thing in the entire fucking world to me. This kid is like 22 years old or something. Or I don't know, something like that. And he doesn't have any social media. Yeah, but even your brother, I bet, has something on him. I mean, what are the odds? He's got to be like 1 in 1,000 kids that age who don't have any social media. I mean, he doesn't have a Snapchat. He never wanted to check out a girl on Instagram. The motherfucker doesn't have a Facebook. Like, I don't believe that. I just don't believe that a 20-year-old kid is going to be like, I don't have a Facebook. And not every single kid in his class, his high school class, is going to be like, yeah, he was the one weird kid who didn't have a Facebook. There are all kinds of questions about this thing. Nobody in the United States wants to talk about it. And it's just, like you said, it's just memory hold. And I refuse to memory hold it. I see these discussions in forums on the internet, and I see, like what potentially could have happened, the theories that are going on. But I don't know what happened. But I know that this was inches away from being fatal, and it's like it's not being taken very seriously. And I think that that's unfortunate. No matter who the president is, no matter who the assassination attempt was against, it should have been taken more seriously. And I just don't think that anything happens coincidentally anymore. Everything is done for a reason, and this was definitely a hit on him. Right. Especially with well, yeah, I mean, there's that talk too. That's like something divine had to save him from assassination. And while I don't generally go down that route when it comes to something like this, it is quite amazing that he was able to avoid death by literally inches. Well, right. I mean, it's literally, if you were to tell me, Rabbi, I'm going to tell you about a country, you're going to have just somebody running for president. We don't even have to say he used to be president. Okay. And this motherfucker is going to survive. Like, everybody's going to hate him. Be like, okay, I can understand that. That happens with politicians. Not only does everybody hate him, but he's going to survive an assassination attempt. And I'd be like, oh, okay. That's pretty wild. And he's going to survive it. But you got to understand, he's going to get shot in the ear. And I would say to you, he's going to get shot in the ear, like in a movie, like pissing. You'd be like, exactly. I'd be like, that sounds like a fucking movie, man. Like, that doesn't sound real. Right. Right. Wild shit that happened, man. Definitely. And then, you know, there was like a random assassination in fucking Iran at the same time with some Hezbollah leader or something. It's like all these assassination attempts or successful assassinations took place within the course of like a few days. When that happens, it tells me it was part of a bigger plan and it just didn't work out the way they wanted. Yeah, that's something. That's a thing. Right. Word. Yep. She's the chosen one. And the interesting thing, I think it's interesting. I think this is going to be par for the course of her. She's just not going to meet with the press ever. And there's nothing you can do about it. And also, her website doesn't have anything regarding her policies So they're just going to come out of nowhere and perhaps be very socialist. And then finally, this is very interesting to me as well. Her website doesn't have a single American flag on it. Agreed. So look, if you really want to know my beliefs, and I felt this for a long time that I don't have any faith in the electoral system, and perhaps I haven't since the year 2000, when we had the hanging chads in Florida and everything, and I've just seen election after election after election not turn out the way that, not saying that I wanted it to turn out by any means, but it didn't turn out the way that I felt the actual results would have been in the United States. And for instance, like I see how much support is out there for Joe Biden, and it's like one person for every 10 people who has anything about the other guy, and it just makes me believe that that literally a politician could run, and truthfully, I think probably Joe Biden might only have gotten 2 or 3 or 4% of the real voting totals, perhaps, I don't know. Yet they can inflate that to be whatever they want it to be, and thus you have, I heard Donald Trump talking in his press conference today. He has 100,000 people who come out and see him, and they have to turn people down. Yet Kamala has 1,500 people, and it's such a big deal for her. And if he were, Trump said, if he were only pulling in 1,500 people, they would say that his campaign is dead. And I'm in agreement. They would say that. Unfortunately, he is not the choice of the corporatocracy. The corporatocracy has their candidate. In fact, if you heard Tim Dillon recently, Tim Dillon on a Tim Dillon podcast said, if you literally went to the bankers and said, we want to make you a robot that works perfectly for you, it would look like Kamala Harris. It would be, as he says, it would be like a racially diverse woman who just plays into the hands of the bankers. Hey, did you see Donald Trump called out Trudeau about being Donald Trump's son? Fidel Castro's son, when he was with Aiden Ross? Yeah, so Aiden Ross did this thing where they showed Donald Trump different pictures of world leaders and asked what his opinion were on them. Asked what his opinion was on them. And so they showed him Joe Rogan and Dana White, not that they were leaders, but they showed him Kim Jong-un, and they showed him Justin Trudeau. And the first thing he said about Justin Trudeau, I forget the word that he used to describe him, but he said, they say that he's Fidel Castro's son. And he looks like him. And so he said, I don't know what to do with that, but what they say does look right. And it's really sad that you can laugh about that, and yet that's the president of your country, and it's something that he just keeps, he never takes a question about it. Hey, have you ever gotten a 23andMe, dude? Right, exactly. You said he acknowledges it in a book? They'll bring up that his dad is Fidel Castro. Wow. Yeah, definitely. I could see that. Well, and then it's like, okay, so if that's true, then the head of Canada is one of the most avowed, the son of one of the most avowed communists in the history of mankind. Yeah, well, have you ever seen the pictures of Trudeau's mom around Fidel Castro? One of my favorite memes is get you a girl who looks at you the way Justin Trudeau's mom looks at Fidel Castro. And it's like you see Fidel Castro holding Justin Trudeau like it's his son, with Trudeau's mom literally right next to him. It's like, dog. Nobody's asking you questions about this. Like, hey, here's a picture of you being held by a huge world leader. Like, that's a cool picture. Have you ever thought it was weird that your mom is touching him, like, in an inappropriate manner? In 1959 or something, like 1965, like, whenever the fuck this picture was taken, like your mom is fawning over this fucking guy. I mean, I would just have questions for him. And apparently his mom was a huge whore. Exactly. So you never know. That's right. It's wild shit, man. Oh, that could take some time.
Look at each other like, God damn it! What a wolf is called this fucking movie. You remember What a Wolf?
That was my cut. Let's go to the videotape.
Oh my God.
Hey, do you know that Joey Diaz is going to be on Kill Tony? Yeah, that's exciting. Joey Diaz is going to be on Kill Tony? No, I think maybe Monday or the next Monday. He announced it on the most recent version of his podcast. Living like a bunch of pimps. I have a sweatshirt. It's right here. The sweatshirt's right here.
Well, I tried celebrating the espresso, but it was like 5 minutes before the jacket sales was happening. I was like, all right, I'm gonna sell the espresso, and then fine if I sell the espresso and use the money to buy the jacket because it's all within the ecosystem. Anyway, it didn't happen. And then after all the jackets got sold, I was like, all right, I'm going to take my espresso off the market. And then it got sold after the last jacket was sold. So I was like, fuck. No way. All right. I can still use this money to buy a black jacket. Oh, what are they at? Yesterday? Oh, yesterday? $5,000. I guess that's a lot.
Yo. How you living? How are you? What up, Crystal Degen? Crypto Degen? How you living, Pim?
Wait a minute.
What up? How are you?
Wait a minute.
What up, Pim?
I don't get how this works. How do I follow you now?
How do you follow me?
Yeah.
Just a moment. I'll tell you what account to follow you. I'll follow you. Just a moment. How's your day going?
Good. It's more like. I just never
Oh.
used this.
Yeah, of course you are. Like,
Fucking pisser.
Listen, man, you always got.
hey, do you know?
My name. This is like a name from like 4 years ago.
Do you know we have a bunch of people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10? You know?
What, in the Discord?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, well,
Go to the Discord right now. I just sent you a friend request. Thank you so much for joining, Marley. It really means a lot to me.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was all set for Monday and everything.
Excellent.
Let me see. Okay, notification. Aha, got it. Okay.
Excellent. Come to Harry Potter if you can stick your head in there in the VC.
Oh, okay, good idea. I'll be back. I'll be there. Okay. Cool.
Okay, see you over there.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Hey, I got somebody coming. Hey, I've got somebody coming. Big announcement. Just wait. More light. That's absolutely right. Thank you so much. Yo. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
share because I don't want to put it for other. But I will say this: there are elements as far as what we as people in radio that I find very true about when you get callers on the air and the unpredictability of that. The idea that someone's going to take what we do very, very personally and decide to seek retribution. That rings very true. I don't want to say too much about what happens in the movie, but
Plus falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. There on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week. And back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. Is impacting the largest section of the southeast states. This slow moving storm continues to bubble from the Carolinas up to 20 to 30 inches of rain across parts of the coastal Carolinas. That rain moving slowly northward and pushing inland over the next 2 days. Flash flooding will expand inland as convecting moves onshore, increases possible tornadoes in eastern North Carolina and southeast Virginia. The cold front direct tropical storm is able to combine with the tropical storm and create heavy rainfall over parts of Maryland, Delaware, southeastern Pennsylvania, and southern New Jersey. The other section of the Great West will for monsoons and heavy downpours across the southwest of the Four Corners region. Also concerns with flash flooding in central and southern Idaho today. That's a national weather forecast by MSNBC.
Me and Steve Gregory join me this week for Unsolved, the show that highlights cold cases, challenging and bizarre cases. It's the show detectives count on for help. Brings great satisfaction. Now, we also feature those behind the scenes of solved cases. It's the only show of its kind in Southern California. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, Saturday night at 7 on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Be sure to check out the podcast. Be sure to tune in tomorrow when we give away one more pair of tickets to Australia and Pink Floyd and some other giveaways. We love to give stuff away all the time. But also remember, coming up in just a few moments, we Coast to Coast the Indian with George Murray and joins me now with a preview. Good evening, sir. Mr. Kelly, working with your program tonight. UFOs first come out. Thank you, Jesus. Piracy on the ice. Let me just ask you very quickly. I often ask you about when we get to the point of disclosure where we find out the truth of what the government knows and there be a greater degree of transparency. Not only is why we don't see UFO stories in legitimate news outlets, but have we gotten any closer to real disclosure? Not really, but if we get disclosure, good whistleblowers, not from I don't know why they would be back. We're kind of like mature enough to handle the truth, aren't we? I think so. By the way, should I watch that movie this weekend? You've already seen it, haven't you? In pieces. Yeah, I would watch it because I would want to hear from someone who's a radio professional and get your view on it. Right. Talk about it next week. There we go. That's a nice tease. Unfortunately, I don't know him an hour and 45 minutes, too. Let him be the judge of that. Don't prejudge. Actually, an hour and 50. That's what you're talking about. Don't you know Mel Gibson? Have you met him? I've met him. He's a very quiet guy. Russell Crowe's a good one. Yeah, I met Mel Gibson once when I was in Metro. I believe he didn't say much to me. Listen, talk. Were you an expert? Yes, I was. Yes. I did as a matter of fact. Yes, I have to let myself out though, because I was a prisoner in the police station, window watching, and I can show you the scene in which Danny Glover and Mel Gibson walked right behind me in the scene. But yes, I actually put it on my Instagram. You'll find it as one of the featured clips and everything. I put it there at Mr. Motel. Yeah. Well, we'll talk soon after you see on the line with Mel Gibson. I won't forget you like you like it. Talk to you soon. Well, before try to sit down and watch things that I didn't have time during the week, so I'll catch up on Max and some other Netflix stuff. Is there anything that's in your queue? Absolutely. The fourth and I think final season of The Umbrella Academy has dropped. Yes, I can't stage. I'm staging. Last night, after I finished with that abomination you thrust upon me, I watched a couple of the episodes, and it's every bit as good as the first season. This is the final season of The Umbrella Academy. It's such a good show, and I may make my segment tomorrow about it, and if I pause for the rest of it. Well, then just know I'll be right there with you, because I'm going to go binge that the whole season tonight when I get home. Oh, good. Then we'll be texting each other tonight. This is one of those shows where I've been waiting on. I've loved it since the beginning, and it's one of those things which remind me, oh yeah, this is why I have Netflix. Shows like that. So I'm gonna ask you, who's your favorite character? Oh, you know, is it number 5? Yeah, the kid's so great, and he hasn't really aged in real life. Even though the seasons have been spread out, he's managed to keep his youthful appearance. Yeah, he's kind of the bird war. He really is staying about the same as an adolescent boy. And the first glimpse I caught of him in the first episode of this new season, I had to stop myself from shrieking and laughing out loud because it's at the point where it's kind of Pavlovian how funny he is. He is the star of the show, even though Elliot Page is kind of cast as the star. She can stop Elliot, but yeah, he can stop. No, Elliot Page. Okay, yeah, Elliot Page can stop. Yeah, so I understand from a business standpoint. But as far as the engine that makes the show go, it's number 5. We can set it up though. It's an older man in the body of an adolescent boy, an older, cranky, smart out, like really unpleasant man. So they give him the best dialogue. And this kid, I forget his name, I'll have it tomorrow, but his delivery is just priceless. It's such a good show. If you have not seen it, you gotta watch it from season 1 because it's chronological. The story that they're telling from season to season to season, but it is really fantastic. It's quote unquote a superhero television show which is based on comic book material, but as you watch it, it's a social treatise. It's talking about the different eras of the United States history. It's really layered. Highly recommend. It is absolutely not like all the Marvel and DC stuff that you've been seeing lately either. If you are even the slightest bit burned out on that, this is not that. So that's tomorrow, the Rock Report, Umbrella Academy, season 4. I'll probably pipe it as well. It's later with Bo Kelly coming up next. This goes to the stadium with George Norrie. We will see you tomorrow. It's still live every Monday. We'll help you figure it out. It's kind of what we do.
Is JTV. Shop JTV Jewelry Television and JTV.com for amazing jewelry looks at unbelievable prices. Every style, every color, everything you love about jewelry. This is JTV.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occur. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
When I want to feel my most powerful, it starts with Venus. With 5 ultra-sharp blades and water-activated serums, I feel the difference with every stroke.
Ladies and gentlemen,
these superstars all have the same action you crave.
No, flexing what I want to be. You like.
Passion you need.
I have waited my whole life.
And the stories you love.
Acknowledge me.
history in front of your very eyes.
Friday Night SmackDown starts September 13th on USA. And don't miss primetime in Paris tonight on NBC and Peacock.
And so we say bonjour to Friday morning in Paris as the final weekend of the 2024 Olympic Games begins to take shape. Day 14 will offer 35 medal events on the track, on the court, on the pitch, on the sand, on the mat, in the ring, in the pool, wherever we go. We're going to get things started is Lindsay Zarniak. Sounds like it's going to be very busy.
It is. It's going to be awesome. And actually, we have two sports that are new to the Olympics, Taekwondo, weightlifting, and there's gold up for grabs in weightlifting. So also open water. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
That's so much fun.
That's big time. Yeah.
It is big time.
Yeah.
I know. It's so great to see.
Have a great time.
So when we're going to begin though with water polo, because when the U.S. women's water polo team touched down in Paris, the ladies had won 3 straight gold medals. They were heavily favored to get another. In yesterday's semifinal match, the U.S. women went up against a feisty Australian team looking to flip that script. We joined the action in the fourth quarter with Kenny Albert and Julie Swale on the mics.
Look at Andrew Luck checking out the water polo action in Paris. 5 past or present Stanford athletes representing this United States squad. Eleven of the 13 on the United States roster played collegiately in California. The other 2 at Princeton. 5 at Stanford, 3 from USC, 2 at UCLA, 1 from Cal Irvine. United States with a late third quarter goal from Maggie Steffens, leading Australia as Sekulic battles with Sienna Green.
And the defender in white that's behind Sekulic, she's working to try to get her body or at least her arm up to prevent that ball from going in. Maddie Musselman showing that she's being grabbed. That's Alice Williams. That will be her third. She will not be able to come back into the game because that's her third major foul.
She picked up 2 in the first quarter. Williams not a factor today. Came into this game leading the entire tournament with 16 goals, and now the United States takes an 8-6 lead after the exclusion call against Williams. Rachel Fatal with a power play goal for the U.S.
Great ball movement and fantastic patience. Even though the ball crossed from one side to the other, that shot was not taken. Maddie Musselman knew that she had Rachel Fatal just waiting up on top, and it's that extra pass that has made the U.S. team so successful in their shooting.
Fatal, the 4-time first-team All-American at UCLA. She scored the late game winner in the quarterfinal matchup. Puts the United States up by 2 here today. Pass to the inside with Tilly Kearns out of USC jockeying for position. And the exclusion call on Ryan Neuschel.
And that was a good exclusion for Ryan Neuschel. That looked like an imminent goal to me. So she is willing to take her chances at 5-on-6 defense rather than have a shot out of the center forward position.
Australia with their second power play goal. It's Bronte Halligan.
But leaving Bronte Halligan there to fake for about 4 seconds, unobstructed. There was nobody swimming at her laterally, nothing to interrupt that faking rhythm.
Halligan, we mentioned earlier, teammate of Maddie Musselman at UCLA. They're very close. We spent holidays together. So Halligan, with her 7th goal in Paris, cutting the United States lead to 1. And now Australia with an opportunity to tie the game. Just over 6 minutes on the clock, 4th quarter.
That was a good hustle by Maddie Musselman to try to scramble to get the ball. But they called that she ducked under. You're not allowed to duck underwater in front of your defender.
Lob attempt from Green, turned aside by Ashley Johnson.
Looks like an easy save to me. A straight-on lob. Ashley Johnson was not in great position. The lob was there, but I think really she should have been locked down with a hard fake before taking that.
Pass to the middle. Maggie Steffens.
An orthodox setup here, not very well balanced by the U.S. team.
There's Musselman back out for Steffens to the inside, turns it over.
And instead of finding Jewel Romer, who just drove, the ball was passed into the center forward position that had 2 drops.
Got to look at Alice Williams with the 16 goals. Picked up her 3rd exclusion, so Williams cannot return. Abby Andrews stepping up with 4 goals in the 3rd quarter. Johnson with another stop. That time on Green.
And you see Maddie Musselman struggling to counterattack. She was being held and showed it. Sienna Green, if she just sat there, there would be no call. But the fact that she was struggling and trying to move, trying to swim down the pool, the referee has no choice but to call an exclusion backcourt.
Here's Jewel Romer back out. Maddie Musselman. Romer. Musselman once again. Steffens. Romer to the inside. And the save made by Pog on Sekulic.
And quick hands by Sekulic to get that shot off quickly.
Flicked out off the goalkeeper. United States maintains possession. Romer sending it up top. Here's Musselman, who has scored twice. Romer with it for Team USA. Romer pass across off the mark. So Australia takes possession.
Right, that's a tricky pass. I know Maggie Steffens is a great player, but that's a lot to ask of her. The ball should be passed if she has inside water with the defender on the non-cage side. That would be a good opportunity to pass.
Down to 4 minutes remaining in regulation. If they are tied at the end of the 4th quarter, they would go to a penalty shootout. 5 shooters apiece. If still tied, it would then go round by round.
That was a great drive by Tilly Kearns. That's exactly what I said needed to happen. They need to create some opportunities, some movement on offense, and she did that.
Timeout taken by Australia. They will set things up on the power play when we return, looking to tie this game at 8.
They started as dreamers, but today they're stars. Follow every moment of Team USA on the network that brings you legendary speed and reliability, Xfinity Mobile. With Xfinity Mobile, you'll have the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with you on the go, with exclusive access to speeds up to 1 gig in millions of locations nationwide. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy 1 unlimited line and get 1 free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least 1 heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Putting on that Team USA uniform makes you feel invincible.
Unstoppable.
The sky is the limit. You're part of the unifying moment.
Your heart's beating so fast. You can't even believe this moment has finally come. USA. USA.
Everybody's competing. Everybody's phenomenal.
So much bigger than just you.
Be the reason that national anthem plays.
Lumps, bruises, you keep pushing.
The goal is to break a world record, to be the best.
Not just good, not just great. I want to be a legend.
The winner will face Spain for the gold medal in Paris on Saturday. Spain winning a wild one, 19-18 in a penalty shootout earlier today over the Netherlands. Spain had a 5-goal lead in the second quarter, but the Netherlands came all the way back. They took a lead in the fourth. Here's Halligan, winds and shoots. She scores. Bronte Halligan ties the game at 8.
Halligan has been in some big games before. She's been on the national team since she was 17 years old. So 10 years of experience on the national team, 4 years experience at UCLA. And an arm should have been up in front. That was Rachel Fatal guarding the 2-meter position. Would have been very easy for her to have an arm up, taking away that corner.
So we are tied. Second goal today, 8th in Paris for Halligan. This game was tied at 5, 6, and now 8. The head coach of Team USA, Adam Krikorian. United States has won the gold at the last 3 Summer Olympics.
Good movement by Maddie Musselman.
There's Musselman with it. Back out for Kaylee Gilchrist. Musselman. Gilchrist once again. Musselman looks to skip it home. Could not.
Maddie Musselman knows that's out on the goalie. That will give them another 20 seconds to work their offense when it goes out on the goalie on a shot. 20 seconds go back on the clock instead of the 30 that they start off with at the other end.
Down to 2:20 remaining. There's Musselman. Back out, Jordan Rady. Maddie Musselman with it. Musselman to the inside.
That does not count because the shot clock sounded before the shot was taken. It was a great turn. She just needed a few more seconds.
Australia in possession, looking to take the lead for the first time today. Under 2 minutes on the clock in regulation. Armit back out for Halligan. Halligan winds. Doesn't shoot. Johnson with the stop.
And credit goes to Maddie Musselman to knock down Halligan. As Halligan was faking, that's exactly what she needed. She needed to feel some pressure coming at her.
Down to 1.5 minutes remaining. United States and Australia tied 8 apiece. United States in the blue caps. Here's Rady with a shot off the bar. Australia will head back the other way with 1:10 to go.
And this will give Australia approximately 2 more chances at offense with the U.S. just 1. Just looking for a stop here.
2 for 1, similar to basketball. Gophers back out. Halligan winding. Shot stopped by Johnson. Ball nearly got behind her. And now the United States with 45 seconds remaining. An opportunity to take the lead.
Great block by Johnson, a skip shot. She tracks that ball so well, and then also picks up the ball and moves it to safe water away from the center player that might be looking for that quick rebound.
A timeout taken by the United States. The U.S. has won gold at the last 3 Olympic Games.
Joe's here, right? Maggie's going to take the ball, though. Maggie's going to take the ball. We're going to Joe. Remember, Richie's going down. Jenna's out over here to one. Maddie over here. We got Jewel here. Right, ball's going here. Let's wait. Rachel, let's wait. Let's wait until that 4 drive starts going across. We got Maggie coming up, right? And then Maddie here. We don't have any, no timeout. So, 2 is there, 6:05.
All right, this is it. The last timeout for the U.S. team. They're setting up a play. It looks like they're trying to overload the left-hander side. That should allow them, the right-hander side, allowing the players on the left-hander side to spread out and get a better shot.
All right, here we go. The captain, Maggie Stephens. United States and Australia tied 8 apiece.
Drive across.
Musselman tied up. Musselman to the near side for Stephens. Back out, Musselman. Shot clock down to 3. And now Australia with 22 seconds remaining in an 8-8 game. They will call for time.
Yes. If I were Australia, I would be bringing Gabby Palm into the action. Gabby Palm is the goalie for Australia. They do have the opportunity to go 7-on-6. Hear what Coach Beck Griffon says.
In the Olympic semi-final, this is the moment. We have a whole attack. Gabby's here to start. Play it. There's no steal stopping. Keep the ball. Keep possession. When it looks on here, go for it. Roll off the cross and go one more. Take a shot. He's 100% on. Oh, with no time left. Okay?
Greetings from Podcastville. It's Monday, April 1st. The church is brought to you by one of my all-time favorites, Manscaped. Listen, don't cut your dick off, fucko. The suffering ends today. With Manscaped, you get it done without the pain. They got precision tools for the family jewels, okay? Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor. Their invention is the lawnmower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology so it won't nick or snag your little fucking ball sack or your stomachia stick. All right, do me a favor. Listeners from the church can get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. Manscaped.com, promo code CHURCH. And if you order the perfect package, they'll also throw in a free travel bag when you use the code CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. And always keep your ball sack clean.
They can pump you up.
The church is also brought to you by Onnit. Listen, right now it's flu season, heavy duty, and I'm doing the best I can to stay out of it. You know why? Shroom Tech Immune. This is the time of year flu when they're traveling planes, blah, blah, blah. Shroom Tech Immune will help you get through all these colds and fucking flus. I may get a little lung congestion, but it don't go the whole fucking way because I take the Shroom Tech. They also have Shroom Tech Sport. They also have Alpha Brain. So do me a favor, go to Onnit/church right now and get 10% off your first order delivered to your house. The church is also brought to you by something I'm very proud of. I love all my sponsors because I know that I could use all the practicality in them. But this I'm very happy about, and it's CBD Line. Because picking a reliable CBD company is like fucking pulling teeth, but that ends right now with your Uncle Joe. I found the CBD, whether it's gummies, whether it's the tinctures, whether it's smoking it with a vapor. I mean, listen, they have vapors for everything that you might need. Anything like anxiety, muscle soreness. CBD Lion is your one-stop shop. They got shatter, they got vapors, they got everything. So do me a favor. Go to cbdlion.com right now and check out their third-party lab results yourself. And then get some fucking CBDs. And what you do is press in church and check out. And the church family gets 20% off. Who's better than you? Kick this motherfucking meal league. Mikey Raps, talk to me.
When I hear a beat like that, I just wish I had the ability to just start rhyming.
Fucking tremendous.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you could just be like, I can't do it. But I wish I could just start rhyming and shit.
I don't even know how to write lyrics, like how to even start writing.
I wouldn't know where. I've tried just to fuck around. I can't even get out of the fucking, like I'm not, the gate doesn't open. There's not even a gate that opens.
That's something that's always had me in. Like I watched The Dirt.
Yes.
When he was writing songs.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to be on a different type of brilliance.
Yeah.
To do that shit, to hear the music in your head.
Yeah.
You write the lyrics.
Yeah.
It's just a different fucking game.
What'd you think of that movie?
Man being shot.
I enjoyed it fucking tremendously. I'm a music fan.
Right.
I'm cheering for these movies because I know that, I know that they're going to green light Leonard Skinner.
Right.
They're doing Up and Down right now.
Right.
It's going to show the crazy gay shit. I was trying to get it out. So that one's going to be a little touchy-feely. But I know what the guy wrote for Leonard Skinner. Led Zeppelin should be coming soon after that.
Yeah.
I watched something very interesting last night.
What?
I had insomnia. I could not sleep. I don't get pissed off. I have insomnia no more. I just write and I watch TV. I smoke dope. I fell asleep for 3. I watched the Rolling Stones. Ole, ole, ole. They canceled their tour. They got to reschedule because Mick is fucking sick. And for Mick Jagger, anybody who knows anything about Mick Jagger, for them to reschedule, he's got to be sick.
Yeah.
Because that guy is fucking too professional and he loves money. He's all about the fucking paper. But I watched Ole, and it was very interesting. It was the South American tour leading up to Cuba. How they had to sneak into Cuba.
What year was this?
This was 2 years ago. A year ago.
I didn't see this one.
The Stones did Cuba. Cousins opened up.
Oh, shit.
Band in Cuba opened up for them. So when I saw Ole, South American tour, let me turn this on. And they go to Chile, Brazil, Uruguay, they go to a bunch of countries. The whole time they're trying to figure out how they're going to play in fucking Cuba. So then Raul gives them the green light, and then Obama decides to go down on the same day. So they can't play on the same day as Obama. The Cuban government says no, it's too much fucking, they'll go crazy.
Right.
So they had to move that date to the 25th. Then the week of the concert, the Pope raised his hand. How dare they play in a Catholic country on Good Friday? They got to move it.
So they have to move it again?
They got all the equipment down there, and they showed Mick coming out in front of the fucking Cubans.
They went nuts.
Both teams nuts. But he started talking Spanish.
Was he talking Spanish?
Not able to stop that.
He spoke Spanish in all the countries. You know, you have to watch the movie because I always say arts are all the same. It's all the same. Every art has, the art of music and the art of comedy. Most musicians, most comedians are musicians that didn't have the balls to get a guitar. Like me. I didn't have the balls to get a guitar because I thought comedy was easy. So if you notice, a lot of comics are fans of music.
Yeah.
And it goes both ways. So at one time, they show Mick Jagger in the film and he's got lines in his hands. So he does research. He has somebody do research for him on where he's going. So when he goes up on stage, you know what I'm saying? You guys will soon know. One day you're going to be there, man. And you're going to go into the town. You're going to be feeling good about yourself. A feature act is really a feature. It's really a headliner.
If it
But he's
is
featured
tied
because
after
the
5,
club wants
they
to
will
be a stronger
continue
show.
in the same
He's no threat to
order
you.
as the original
But
lineup.
while he's up there, he's local. He's talking about all the local references. He's talking about this restaurant you stand online and he's destroying them. And you feel like shit because you don't know anything about the city. And now you got to follow this. Nothing scares you more than when somebody gets personal with the town.
Right.
That's when you really build a bond with the city. When the city knows that you love them, that's why I love every American city. Because I find something to love. And when I go on the road,
I start talking about it.
It makes it easy for me to go there. When I go to Charlotte, outside my fucking hometown, there's a sad bread hot dog stand with the onions.
I know exactly which one you're talking about, too.
You know which one I'm talking about? Charlotte.
Yeah.
You know, when you go to fucking Houston, you got to go to Papa Dough. Miami, you got to go to this restaurant. Then you start learning different things about a city while you're a feature actor.
But you feel like when you go up in those cities to ingratiate yourself the city to making it so you're not just like popping in there.
Right. You have to talk about something that is popular in the city that you really truly enjoy.
I got you.
When I go to Cleveland, I go to that restaurant every Friday to get pastrami.
I got you.
You know, to get the corned beef sandwich. I forget the name of the place. Fryman's, different cities. I'm going to Milwaukee. There's a little Chinese restaurant on the strip there by the Italian, where the old comedy cafe was. Tremendous.
It's good Chinese food in Milwaukee.
Yeah. That's good. Listen, the block. What they didn't show you in Donnie Brasco, but they told you in the book was that Donnie Brasco made a big raid in Milwaukee before New York. They just didn't have enough time to put it in the movie. He got the Ballesteros out of Milwaukee, Minneapolis. It's a mafia family that makes money on vending machine mafia family. Before he busted the guys in New York, he went to Milwaukee. So the first time I went to Milwaukee in '99, those guys were getting out of jail.
Oh, shit.
And the club is right across the street from the Italian neighborhood. They have a little...
They got Italian neighborhood?
Yeah, it's a block. So it goes this way, and Chinatown goes this way. Their version of It's like 2 blocks down, Chinese,
Right.
3 or 4 different Chinese restaurants, a little diner. But that Italian block had a deli. And, you know, once you walk in, they smell like cheese.
Yeah.
They had meatball parms for $2. What? I mean,
Nice ones?
$16.99. You know what I'm saying? You're a starving comic. You find a place that is $2 meatballs.
A meatball fucking parm for $2.
$2. Not bad.
No.
Meatball, you know, it's a lot better than fucking Subway.
Absolutely.
At least it was real fucking meatball.
Absolutely. Prosciutto sandwiches, meatball sandwiches that are, I mean, you know, at certain places you got to pay, and certain places you it'll be worth it because it is really good. But a fucking like to me, I know inflation has changed, but a true fucking, there's only one place I know. There's other places in New York City, but have you been to this place in Astoria, Sal and Chris's?
No.
Yo, when you go back, go to Sal and Chris's in Astoria. You'll know when you fucking walk in from the smell. It's been there forever. The fucking, I mean, it's like $8 for a fucking brick. A brick, like a fucking sandwich with the bread, the meat, everything's fresh.
You buy a jar of pepperoncinis, a 16-ounce Coke, a bag of Wise potato chips. Who's gonna fucking stop you when you read the daily news while you're eating?
Nothing's gonna stop you.
Nothing can stop you.
And that truly is only in New York. That what I just described.
Yes.
And it's only, you know, it's in Queens, but it's fucking well worth it. It's well fucking worth it.
I was in New York City and I walked up to Times Square last week. And they got like a fucking Domino's pizza.
I'll never go in.
Don't.
Ever. Ever.
There's a fucking, what's that? What's the Italian place?
Olive Garden.
There's an Olive Garden. Like 2 blocks up in Times Square.
It's all there.
I would stand out there with a rifle, pick people off as they run in there.
Ever. Why are you going in there? You're in New York.
4 years ago, I'm in Long Island. I'm staying right across the street from the Nassau Coliseum. There's a hotel there. I'm going downstairs, and I go downstairs to smoke a joint. When I get back on the fucking elevator, 2 white kids and their fucking white fathers, Scotch fathers, with a fucking Domino's pizza. I wanted to punch the.
What are you doing? They don't know better.
And go, you know who you are?
Yeah.
You're in the heart of pizza, and you're getting Domino's.
Just go anywhere. It's better than Domino's.
Personally, fucking insulted.
Yeah.
You personally fucking insulted.
You're in New York. There's pizza, even the shit pizza's better than Domino's.
I 99-cent slice.
Period.
I would go to
Anywhere.
99-cent slice before I go to fucking Domino's.
Anywhere.
That's just
Never.
That's breach of treason.
Domino's is for desperation times, desperation hour.
And even then, you eat it and you feel bad.
You feel bad, you regret, but it's desperate, which like last choice. Hail Mary shit.
If you're in fucking Columbus, Ohio or something, and everything is closed at fucking
That's
11,
Domino's.
and you're starving after a show.
Yeah, and it's quick. The quickest.
Quick, they deliver. You give the guy an extra 10 because you don't give a fuck. You run it to your room at 1:45.
Right to the room.
That's the one time I got a thin cheese, and I ate half of it, and I threw the other half out, and I went back in the garbage and took it back out.
You got it. You knew you were gonna. You knew you were. You thought it was gonna disappear.
I'm starving. Some nights after a show,
You gotta fucking eat
on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
But to switch it from food, I want to talk to you about something. I want to see your take on it. Jesse Smollett last week.
This fucking guy's a clown. He's a fucking clown. Listen, Joey. First, I thought this is what I thought it was, and we've all been a part of it. Okay. I thought, and I'll be totally honest, my wife, when it first happened, she said, I think this is bullshit. This is when it first, I was like,
When it first happened, I looked at his face.
When it very first happened,
something's not right.
I didn't think that.
I thought something wasn't right about his face.
My wife said, I think this is some bullshit. And I was like, really? She goes, yeah, I'm telling you. I didn't think that. But because she said that, I was just kind of going with it. I was like, yeah, this is some bullshit. I just was kind of like, you know, raising, like being contrarian.
but it's
I thought it was a dick suck gone wrong, Joe. We've all been a part of dick suck gone wrong. It has nothing to do with his sexuality. He's homosexual. I don't care about that. Men, women, straight, gay, we've all been a part of a dick suck gone wrong. Meaning, you're with a girl, you thought one thing, she thought another thing. Maybe there was a dick suck. Maybe you thought you were going to get a dick suck reciprocated. Something was.
Boyfriend knocks on the door.
Who the fuck knows? There's many different things that can happen in a dick suck, and that's just I'm using dick suck as a metaphor. That's what I thought it was. And maybe he got pushed around, smacked around. That's what I thought it was. It was a meetup gone wrong. Again, nothing to do with his sexuality. You got to preface that 9 times. But to find out that it's this shit with the Nigerian brothers who are also brothers, and then to find out that there's charges, and then there's charges dropped, and this fucking guy is showing up to court like he's fucking Russell Westbrook all dressed to the fucking nines, and he's still like he's going to the playoffs and shit. Like he's going to the game 4 of the NBA Finals, fucking dressed, and he's still acting like he did nothing wrong. Motherfucker, we know you did. So this is, you think that people, it's like OJ. Not to say he didn't kill anybody, but it's like, well, what about the 2 people that attacked you? You don't care about them? There's 2 MAGA people in Chicago with their bullshit pizza. No disrespect to Chicago. That ain't pizza. No disrespect. But there's 2 MAGA guys, homophobic, racist MAGA guys running in the streets of Chicago. Jesse, don't you want to catch the fuking guys that assaulted you? Since it's not the Nigerian, and now they're saying the Nigerians might have been wearing whiteface. So blackface, the whiteface is the new blackface in 2019. Per this fucking cop. This guy's a cunt.
Yesterday in the women's event, and there's no doubt.
Did you see Chris Rock rip his asshole?
Good job. I just want to know.
They didn't come back.
Like I saw his face, and I saw a little blood.
Oh, you mean that you saw his face
that night, and I go, something's not right.
Completely.
So they didn't beat him up enough to put the noose over his head.
Exactly.
I just had ideas. I've seen people get mugged. You know, I've been there. People got mugged. I see the people, the animals I've been with, and I've even had to look at them and go, Jesus Christ. You know, okay, let's take all that shit out. But I knew something. Then when 2 days later, I didn't pay much attention.
So this is a learning.
I don't pay attention.
I've been on it from the beginning.
Then 2 or 3 days later, I found out he didn't give me the phone. Now I do.
River they're dealing with, right?
I didn't know what it was. I'm not going to sit here and tell you. I know what he did, but I know this is not right. Well, there's including pictures and there's whatever. I know if I get beat up, the cops on my phone, I give them the phone just to see what the phone calls are saying. The cops are going to find out anyway.
Joe, let me be transparent about something. You noticed I was 5 minutes late when I got here? It's supposed to be 11:30. Yeah, got here 11:35. I had to take a shit. Okay. Now I have ulcerative colitis. I think we talked about this on our podcast. I have no problem shitting in public. If I have to go, I gotta go. Ulcerative colitis, look it up. I'm not going to describe my disease. But if I have to go, I have to go. I don't know your neighborhood good where we shoot the show here. Okay. I'm driving around. I don't feel comfortable because I said I'm going to wind up shitting in public in this neighborhood and it's going to be on surveillance. That's my biggest fear. Now, of course, I would love to find a bathroom, a Denny's, the car wash where I never would. I drove around looking to shit in public, find a corner, an alley, but I didn't feel comfortable because I kept seeing the cameras and all that stuff. Now, I'm not going to. I have a 3-point system. I go against the wall. I use my car. So the 3-point system is I can only be seen from 1, 2, or 3 because I back myself into a corner against the wall. If I have to shit in public, I couldn't find a place.
You have toilet paper in your car. Okay.
Oh, I got it all.
A McDonald's bag.
No, because I shit right on the street. I loved it.
I've done it. I thought that I was the only savage.
No, so inevitably, I didn't feel comfortable in your neighborhood because my biggest fear is. Oh, there's Michael Rappaport shitting in public.
Oh no, we'll take a picture and sell it to TMZ.
And you're done. There's not. I mean, you could do way worse things, but it's hard to come back from shitting in public. Like you're a fucking dog. So I found the car wash, a little car wash up the street. I went and bought a water, did my business, came in. I was 5 minutes late. I pride myself on being early because I had parked down the street before, and then I realized I had to shit. I said, I don't think there's a bathroom in Joe's spot, and I don't want to blow up Joe's spot.
It's like
The point is Joe, is anywhere in the world. Okay, we're in the valley here. This is a residential neighborhood. If I'm concerned about being caught on videotape for shitting in public, and I know I could have been caught on videotape for shitting in public, there's no videotape downtown Chicago in the middle of fucking. Do people know where he got this happened? This is downtown Chicago. This isn't some fucking discreet suburban neighborhood. This is in the middle of fucking Chicago. There's no videotape of anything except for one photo of two guys covered. There's no videotape of it, and the whole time when he's walking to his house, from his house, they're kicking him, they're beating him, putting a noose. Bleach. There's no videotape of it, no surveillance video, and I can't take a shit on the way to do the church of what's happening now. Get the fuck out of here. And also, like you said, if you and Lee jumped me right now, and you're kicking me and beating me and all this shit, and on top of that, you put a fucking noose on my neck, that's a fight for your life. That ain't just a little, give me your wallet. To get to actually get a noose on someone's neck, you two guys, that's a fight for my fucking life. I'm not going to have just a little scratch. And he said they were kicking him in his back. Let me see your back. Let me see the fucking boot wounds. Bullshit.
Did they ever come, explain why, weren't the brothers on the show with him, and didn't he pay them with a check?
Yeah.
Did any of that ever come out?
This ain't over, and the police listen.
The police are furious.
The FBI is gonna get him, and if he's lucky, if that fucking kid is in Chicago and he's in a 25 mile per hour speeding zone, he goes 26, he's getting arrested. He's not welcome in Chicago ever again. He better be careful in Chicago. Because he made fucking everybody look like a fucking asshole.
Now I heard that he's friends with Obama's assistant.
Apparently that's how he got
Obama's assistant made the call.
Apparently that's what happened.
I'm not mad because, hey, you know what? The brothers got to win every once in a while.
I agree.
You got to give a win to
But it's an irresponsible fucking thing to I mean, and how sick are you? Like, you're on a TV show, you've never done anything before. This is like the best first job ever. Like, as starting a career as an actor, you're a young, openly gay, good-looking kid, black kid on a successful show. You're not going to ask for a better start to a career to be a supporting character on Empire. How much more fame do you need, like, right now? Like, and he said, I'm the gay Tupac. Get the fuck out of here with this shit. Everybody's a freedom fighter. Everybody's, fucking, get the fuck out of here.
Mike, do you realize where we live and how you and I grew up compared to where we live?
It's all fucking different.
Okay. You look at, let's start with, never mind. Fucking Jesse Smith. Let's talk about Harvey. Let's talk about Marilyn Monroe. Let's talk about Never fucking Man. Let's talk about, Cosby. We were talking about this a couple weeks ago. So Cosby raped, let's say, 10 chicks in this trailer at NBC. Let's just say 10.
Right.
Nobody saw. How much do I have to pay you for you to walk out? For me to walk out with a chick that's half fucking dogged up. Her shirt might be a little, the butt might be off. She might be holding her shoes. Nobody's seen none of these things. So is it NBC that's paying? And I'm just using NBC as an example. I'm not putting NBC down. Somebody had to see something in 20 fucking years.
Absolutely.
Okay, somebody saw something, somebody knew something. Harvey Weinstein. These agents were sending people.
Yes.
Well enough.
Yes.
And a lot of chicks did something.
That's true.
This Never Land.
This fucking guy.
Which I saw you comment about on Twitter, and I made my comments about. But again, everybody's blaming the parents in Never Land. You've never lived in Hollywood. You've never been caught up in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Who else? There are people that don't make $65,000 a year in this country.
Right.
They're showing that like 40 grand, 50 grand a fucking year compared to what this kid's making an episode.
Yeah.
only in Hollywood
running.
would your thinking take you that place.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not. Now he's a fucking junkie too.
Is that yeah?
Let's get this out.
Yeah.
So when you add drugs to the mix, you're not thinking the same. I give him all these benefits of doubt. That when you're doing drugs, he was saying he was doing a lot of ecstasy and he was copping ecstasy from the two Nigerians and all this shit. You know, it's like when you do coke, next day it's tough to do stand up. You're not connected to your material. You're just up there reading a fucking script from that you have in your mind. So I got to give him all these things, you know. But what makes you say 65 G's is enough? I want to stick out.
Correct.
You know, I'm not gay enough. I'm not black.
Right.
I need to stick out. So
even more.
These are all things that are associated with the lifestyle that surrounds.
Yeah.
This is what surrounds.
You could go nuts from this shit.
I will tell you this honestly. I dealt with criminals for 20 years, but I have more faith in than the people I'm surrounded with today. Because there's faith amongst thieves. These people come up to you, look at your favorable line, and then, you know, oh man, we loved your Netflix special. 2 weeks later, somebody comes up to you and you weren't there. These two idiots. And you can't call them out because people like you and I go to jail here. See, people like you and I were raised to go over to somebody, confront them, and say, did you really say this? No, yeah, wow, whatever. If you do this here, you're hard to work with.
Yeah.
Difficult to work with. You're whatever. You know, you're all these things.
Yeah.
Which anywhere else, people would talk to you. You know what? I
Now's the time to ask
right.
your gastroenterologist
Right.
how you can take control of your
You know,
Crohn's
at least you
with
know where I
Skyrizi.
stand. Here, you don't know where you stand.
No.
And they're in a business to rob you. If you don't watch your shit, you'll get robbed.
Right.
You're robbed.
Right.
Keep putting shit on you and dates and you know, there's clubs that had a $7 church surcharge to your ticket. So for every ticket I sell, I got to give you $7 off the top.
Is that some bullshit that happens?
Oh no, it happens. I don't mind you getting $7 off the top. It's great, you know, for Joe.
Right. Let me know.
You don't do nothing. But even if you give me 90% of the fucking door, and I sell 1,500 seats, you get $7 per ticket. You're robbed.
Right.
The agents ain't saying that. They ain't, you know what I'm saying? Because they don't want to break that relationship. They have a bond with them.
How do you find out about that?
Just go buy a ticket.
If you go buy one,
just go buy a ticket.
Just to check it.
Just go to one of your tickets and buy a ticket.
What is it called? The surcharge?
The surcharge. Everybody got it. Ticketmaster, blah, blah, blah. You know, there's some clubs you play that they want a house nut. And then per ticket's 14 fucking dollars.
14.
The casino in Connecticut.
People to train with.
It's 14. It's a fucking casino. It's supposed to be a write-off entertainment.
Right.
Well, just like it was yesterday.
They don't give a fuck. They just want to fuck. They just want to fuck whoever they can.
And I'm not complaining. I'm not mad.
But just let me know.
I'm to be in this position to sell tickets, to go out, to do comedy. But we live in Hollywood. And, you know, we sit there and we watch Never Neverland. And you say, how can the fucking parents not see it? The parents had nothing. The next thing you know, they're standing next to Michael Jackson. I know, look at the one family. They got the money for a house. Right? She said it.
Yeah.
Gave us a loan, low interest.
Yeah.
And one day he said, don't worry about it. It's a gift. You know, you just get caught up. You know,
absolutely.
When I did the longest yard, I can't lie to you. But I can't lie to you. I got caught up.
How?
So they don't have to cite quite as
You ever
much.
see a TV show? You go to the taping of a TV show.
Those
He walks in and says his line. I'm here now. It's a funny line the first time. But they make you do it 7 times. PAs are still giggling. The directors are still giggling. The director and the producers like, that's a funny line. It's not really a funny fucking line. But they're blowing smoke up your ass. Keep you fresh to keep you upbeat. Producers are blowing smoke up your ass to keep you fresh to be upbeat. And then you go see the final product and you go, what a piece of shit this is.
The least amount of times as possible.
Hey, when I was shooting along the shot, you're telling me this, that, you're going to do this, you're going to blow up, you're going to do this. None of those things.
Right.
And I should have known that.
I got you.
You know, it's like it's NCAA time of the year.
I got you.
And somebody asked me to do better bracket. And I go, I haven't. I respect college ball. The final this time of the year so much. Betting will ruin it. I bet on the Final Four, and I fucking got my ass handed to me. You know, this is so pure and so American.
Yeah.
Just watch it.
Yeah.
Watch where Michigan State upsets Duke.
Good.
You know, and all
Yeah.
this shit.
I know what you
That's
mean.
what it's all about. That's what that's all about.
I agree.
I love going to Colorado. I love Colorado. You know why I don't go to Colorado? Because I shit on Colorado.
What do you mean?
It's God's country. I got arrested there. Kidnapping. I pulled 1,000 scams there. I got divorced there. I let Colorado down as a human being. Yeah, I go to Denver, Boulder, those places. I don't deserve to be there, but I know who's going in. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. I got you.
So I was telling somebody that they're like, "So when was the last time you been on college basketball?" Don't fucking remind me. The last time I been fucking college basketball, I had just won I had just cleaned up on the Super Bowl. It was the Killer Bees.
Yeah.
And I took the Redskins. The Redskins covered. The guy paid me that Monday. I take a fucking, I take the bus to Port Authority. I take the A train down, and I go to like 150 something street. And I'm walking around. It's January. It's fucking freezing. I'm walking around, and I see the store that sells chocolate tires. I knew they sold. It's 164th in Amsterdam. And I walk in there, I take a soda, I take a Daily News. They only had 3 sodas in there. They used to be health food stores. In the 80s, they were called health food stores, and they sold weed. They had one thing of protein powder, one those protein bars,
Tiger something.
Tiger milk.
Yeah.
Tiger milk with the protein, and it was bulletproof glass, a little skinny black guy. I used to call him Mr. Wendell. Like I call him, even this is a different time. This is '93, when I still went into that neighborhood to buy weed. But on this particular January, which was like February, the day after the Super Bowl, it was freezing in New York. It's freezing. It's one of those January days, the fucking wind is coming off the East River, and the cold, it's just cold. So I go in there, I buy the fucking 20 sack, I buy $60 worth of weed. I bought 320, I had 800 for the Super Bowl. I'm living like a doctor. I go in there, let me give me a quarter. I go, I take it outside. Now I can't roll in there.
Right.
So I take it outside. I go in the building, like on the steps, and I roll the joint, and then I do what every other New Yorker does in 1983. I go for a fucking walk. And I'm walking, smoking this fucking joint, and the wind blew it out. So now I go into a building corner where the wind can't get me. And I go to light the joint. Listen, I light the joint here.
Are you serious?
Get on the floor, put your hands behind your head. I put my hands behind my head. I turned around, it was a fucking mailman with the bag. He was really undercover cop. Get on the floor. Get on the floor.
Holy shit.
So the van pulled up. The cop pulled up.
Jesus Christ.
Get up. Check for ID. I had no ID. I never carried ID. I'm a criminal. I got cash in my pocket. Rolling papers and a wire. That's all I needed.
That's your ID.
Yeah. Why am I driving? I don't have need to have a license on me. Why am I driving? They picked me up. We were doing this neighborhood. I said I came down here.
It's on Upper West Side?
It's the Upper West Side.
It's
2 in the afternoon.
Gatorade.
He searches me. He goes, "You have more than 10 singles in your pocket."
Sometimes even liquid ibuprofen is put in
And he goes in my pocket. And what's in my pocket is 220s and $700 bills. Puts it back in my pocket. Takes the fucking bag of dope out. And he goes, "I want to ask you what you do this neighborhood." Bro, I come take a fucking walk and I bought some pot. He didn't ask me where I bought the pot or anything. He took the other cop. The mailman took his shirt off, and now there was 2 guys with badges outside their shirts and shit. They had a van, a crime something van. And the guy goes, "All right, what's your name?" I tell him my name. He fucking takes me into the van, handcuffed. They take the handcuffs off, and I had to put my hand on something. And then all of a sudden it came back, Jose Diaz, been arrested, so he didn't lie to us.
And cognizant of where you're at.
You're cool, we're cool.
No drinking
The
and
reason
swimming.
why we did this is because this is school. Somebody's selling joints. And the kids up at school. That's why we're saying $1. Listen, what we're going to do is this. I was so cool with the cops. The cops took the handcuffs off. They opened the bag of dope. They took half of it out, threw it on the floor, and gave them the rest of it back. They go, "Now we're just going to write your ticket." take the ticket. I go, I take the ticket. They give me a ticket, and I'm fucking in New York. But I got to go to
Don't they
court.
double cap normally?
Guess what night I got to go to court? NCAA finals.
Oh, shit.
It's Houston against fucking North Carolina.
Are you
State.
serious?
Houston,
Valvano?
Houston's given 9 in the paper, but the line goes up to 9.5. So I love Houston. And I got that December, I went to buy card tickets at the fucking Giant Stadium, and I heard a commotion. And I turn around, and it's North Carolina State with Jim Valvano.
Yeah.
And I'm walking through there, and I go, what the fuck? And that wasn't a sign. Like, that should have been my sign. But I didn't let it. I went with the national public, and I go, Houston's going to slaughter them. So I take like 300, I call the bookmaker, and I got to go to court that night. New York at 6 o'clock court. 6 o'clock court. The night of the NCAA finals. I get the letter in the mail. You got to go to court at 6 o'clock, and you get there at 6. You could, there's 80 people on the fucking down.
You're not watching the game. And there's no DVR. There's
no sports phone. 35 cents for the first 3 minutes. And you sit there, they always gave you a score last.
Right.
They give you the Islanders, the Penguins, and hockey.
They know what you're
basketball. And fucking, then they give you college basketball. One in the NCAA final. When they said North Carolina was up like by 1, I just hung up the phone. I'm like, oh, I get fucking taken.
Because you knew they weren't beating the spread.
They weren't beating the spread. And I remember getting out of there for the second half, like 8 minutes left, running to a bar down by the courts, down 21st Street, whatever, 22nd.
It's going to be awesome for him.
And I caught a fucking beat. And I'll never forget that. I owed the bookie so much fucking money. Like I was borrowing the bar we hung out at. There was a loan shark upstairs. His name was George, and I was borrowing money from him. But I would borrow from him for a week. Right. So I would borrow 500.
Right.
It's not for me. He got his girlfriend pregnant. He's embarrassed to ask him. He would never go up to me. So I would make payments for the as me. And I would go up to the following week. Like Rappaport needs 1,000.
He fucked up. He shat in someone's lawn.
I had this guy like 12 accounts. Plus, he would give me $50 for everybody I bought.
I was gonna say.
So he gave me a tip for everybody. So you remember when we used to get snowstorms so bad in Daily News?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
The newspaper would not come, and you couldn't bet.
Yeah.
I was so addicted. I was telling somebody this story. I was so addicted to gambling. I was caught up. And I would bet 40-time parlays every night. Betting NBA is no way.
It's not good.
No, it's the quickest way to destruction. You only bet the NBA in October. That's it. Once the lines get hard, you're going to lose all your money. And it's every day. See, football is on the weekends. But basketball is every day. You can bet Monday night.
Right.
So you're fighting every night. But I remember one snowstorm, we called the booking. Right? How you doing? Great Cavaliers. What's on the board tonight? Listen, we got no lines. The newspapers didn't come. The only lines we had was some shitty game that went off already. And then we got like Harvard playing LaSalle. I'll never forget this. Harvard was getting 32 points. And me and my buddies like, what? They ain't gonna get beat by 32. There's no way they're gonna get beat by 32. We're taking the fuck up. We're taking Harvard. We call the guy who's got like, I don't know how many thousands on Harvard. We're fucking sitting there waiting for because there's no ESPN, there's no sports center. I think there was sports center.
But it wasn't as intense as it is now. You wouldn't get every score from every game.
And you're gonna remember this. I'll never forget it. We're watching. It's 11:20. We're at the bar. We're watching Eyewitness News, and all of a sudden, sports. Water Wolf. Water Wolf goes, "How you doing? If you had Harvard in the 32, you're a loser."
Let's go to the videotape.
That's what he opened up with. He goes, "If you had Harvard in the 32, you're a loser tonight." We just looked at each other like, "God damn it! Water Wolf is called this fucking loser." You remember Water Wolf?
That was my guy. Let's go to the videotape.
Oh my God. I remember one day.
He had that great voice.
Oh my God!
CBS.
He would come into the Knick games or something.
Yeah.
He was showing the Knick games. He goes, "Oh, look who's in the stands." His name was Water Wolf. He goes, "That's my brother, Werewolf."
Yeah.
He used to say he was crazy fucking New York.
He had such a good voice.
Yes, he did. Water Wolf.
So what, you went from up in February to down thousands by March?
Oh, I was down.
Do you bet now on the games?
No. Once in a great while, I bet a UFC match. If I'm in Vegas, that's going to be easy.
But not like you're not like in it.
once you lose money and you see what gambling does to people, like I had a decision at the age of 18, 19. I said, I could gamble with the rest of these fucking stiffs. I could take that money and smoke coke. Would I rather do gamble on something I can't control or walk around and look out windows and my dick sucks? I'll go with plan B.
Right, like that was just
gambling was just, there was no, Vegas always.
I've never been into it. Sports, blackjack. I just don't fuck with, like, you know, every now and then I'll $100 on a thing. My fantasy football, but even then it's reasonable. Like I don't fuck around with putting my money in it because I don't get it. I don't fuck with blackjack, poker, none of that shit. If I'm in Vegas, I'll play a $5 hand. I'll go, oh, here's $200, and I'll give myself the $200 fucking limit. And if I lose the $200 or I make $60, I like the money in my pocket.
I had a roommate that at 19 went up. He was up 80. So you know he was down 6. He bet Miami. Took Miami. That's on everybody's bets. And the Killer Bees lost. And he had to get 2 jobs. 3 jobs.
60 grand he lost?
He lost 140.
18 years old, 19 years old. So we had to work at his father's deli from 6 in the morning to 2 or 3. And then he pumped gas from 4 to 12. And every day for 8 months or something to get out of that.
Fuck that.
He paid the guy every fucking thing.
Jesus Christ.
They negotiated something. I think he got him down to like 40. And he just went.
I'm not.
He did that. He did 2 jobs and he sold coke. And now he's all fucked up. And I remember being friends with him. Like now we're like friends on Facebook because it was just too much. He felt like
it ruined his fucking life though.
He never watched sports.
How much in a river?
That was it.
Never put on another sports channel. Like it was his brother's birthday yesterday.
The adjustment happened, as I said earlier, in 2 different ways, with and against the current.
Fuck. That he got the junk and shit. LeBron, yeah, he got that gambling fucked him up at 19. That was like a wake-up call.
Fuck that shit.
He never came back. He never recovered.
I like the money in my fucking pocket.
No, I don't. You know who else was a junk gambler?
Really?
Baseball.
The
The Boston Red Sox and those fucking Mets. Took it to the cleaners. She was betting Boston and never losing. But she was in love with the Red Sox and the Mets.
Fuck that shit.
And then when that shit wasn't good enough, then you gotta go to OTB.
Right.
And then OTB, and then by the time my mother died, my mother was getting home at 1 every night, 2:30, because she'd go to Yonkers. And you go to Yonkers for the night races, that's your warning that you're a degenerate piece of fucking shit.
Do they still go on?
Yonkers? They do comedy in Yonkers next week.
There's no horses up there?
Yonkers, yeah. Yonkers still has one.
Have you ever done comedy up there?
No, but somebody told me when I was in New York, they have a night up there at the track. You can book it in New York.
Can you imagine performing in front of those fucks?
I would do great.
It would probably be fun.
I know exactly how to get it.
Of course.
Because I was one of those guys.
Of course.
You have to go up there, throwing fucking heat in my gambling.
You gotta.
Get dick sucked. I mean, I still remember going to the Meadowlands when the Pegasus was upstairs, the restaurant. My buddy was like a chef upstairs. We had to wear a jacket to go up. But I still remember going to Meadowlands in '93. My buddy was a degenerate horse guy, and I would go with him because we'd go to Harlem first, buy a bag of coke, and go to the track. And we would go to the racetrack, and in between races, you go to the stairways to Meadowlands. Have you been there?
Fuck no.
It's like a fucking shooting gallery. People smoking reefer, people smoking crack, people doing lines, drinking beers. There's even hookers out there. They even have, we went to school with a girl. She's dead now. God rest her soul. She had the hip too, and she died in the car. So we grew up with her, and in '93, she got really, she was hot growing up. But the hips, she already had the hips. She was smoking crack, and we would see her hookers. Track, and we would all like be talking. We go, this Kathy. We all fucking turn our backs, and she would walk by because not she jump on you, leech on me, and ask you stupid questions. Want to borrow $10?
Fuck out of here, Kathy.
I went out there to see. I went out to the Meadowlands to see Like Michael Spinks fight somebody, like Hitman fight somebody. When they used to fight on short circuit, go out to the track, go out there and see a tremendous fist fight under the TV, like two guys.
Oh, real fight.
Oh yeah, blasting each other at the Meadowlands. I also saw a tremendous fist fight at OTB on 178th Street at the Port Authority.
At the OTB.
I used to come out and I would take the fucking bus over from Fort Lee and then come out and then go there. And I would always put like $2 on a horse. So I would walk in there to kill time. I saw them blasting each other. Two degenerate fucking gamblers blasting each other.
You know, it's one thing to bet on baseball, basketball, football, but to bet on horses to me is even more. It's even way out there. Like, how the fuck do you know how that horse is feeling? How do you know? I don't understand that shit. Like when people put big money on horse betting, that's crazy.
It's a dirty business. When I was growing up, we realized that you had to bet on a horse that was getting shot with a, I forget the name of the steroid. A horse, if a horse bleeds from his nose,
he's good to go.
You have to give him a shot to stop the bleed. But at the Meadowlands in those days, like 7 out of the 10 races were won by those horses that were getting those shots.
I got you.
And they had a note at the bottom. And then you know trainers.
Right.
A lot of people know trainers. You get calls from trainers. People tell you, I got a tip from this guy.
Right.
There's all these tips. But this is the way I look at it. Like right now, my buddy owns a sports betting service. And I look at it this way. You want me to tell you something? Michael Jordan bet on his own games and losing. Art Sleetston went down the drain. Pete Rose went down. Pete Rose was bet on baseball.
That's right. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
While he was coaching.
And he's Pete Rose.
Nobody could call it.
You have no fucking clue.
No clue. That's why when somebody calls you and says they go 9 for 10,
fuck out of here.
It's impossible. Guys.
Fuck
it
out of
might
here.
happen one time.
Yeah, it might happen 2. It might even happen 3, but then you're gonna get hands and knees right up the fucking keister.
That kid that got hooked on betting.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how he got hooked on betting. He was hanging out with us. He was doing drugs, like rolling fucking joints and doing quaaludes.
I hope one day.
And one night he was like, Puerto Rico. I love the ball, man. He was like, what the fuck is this? Is that?
We'll be back with this.
I'm like, how do you get into this shit? I told him about lines, like all of us were at the bar. We told him
For
about
people who
lines.
feel limited
How
by the
you bet? He goes,
unpredictability of
maybe I'll
generalized
put a bet in this
myasthenia gravis and who are
So that's Sunday.
anti-ACHR antibody positive.
I was living with
Season
him.
to
He was my
season,
roommate.
Ultomiris is continuous symptom control with improvement in activities of daily living.
Calm the
Is
stage.
reduced muscle
He put in
weakness.
100 times.
Ultomiris is the only long-acting GMG treatment with
What does that
freedom
mean?
of just 6 to
The
7
two teams
infusions
got
per
to win.
year. For a predictable routine, I can count on. Ultomiris can lower your immune
10
system's ability
teams,
to fight infections,
2 teams,
increasing your
a
chance of serious
5-time
meningeal
parlay
heart
is 70
which
with
may
lose
become
30.
life-threatening or fatal, and
140
other
lose 60.
Complete or update your
You know,
meningococcal
so they go up like
vaccines
that.
at least
Yeah.
2 weeks
He's got
before starting
$100,
Ultomiris. If
100
Ultomiris
time
is
ball.
urgent, you should also
Jesus.
receive
So he was going
antibiotics
to
with
win
your
some dough.
vaccines. Before starting
That was his
Ultomiris,
first
tell
bet.
your doctor about all of
Because
your
I'm looking
medical
to make
conditions
some
and
money.
medications.
I go and bet a parlay,
Ultomiris can
which
cause
years
reactions
later
such
I
as back
found out
pain,
it's a sucker's
tiredness,
bet.
dizziness, limb discomfort, or bad
It's a
knees.
sucker's bet. You have to take one
Ultomiris
team and
is
bet all you
moving
got on
forward
it.
with
If you
continuous
take,
symptom
let's say in
control.
college
Ask your
football,
neurologist about
if you
starting
bet the number
Ultomiris.
1 team the whole season, you're going to be
Right.
you're going to have 6 net
What we
wins.
learned on this
If you bet 200,
second feed.
you're going to make 1,200, then you retire for a fucking year.
Sit the fuck down.
That's how smart gambling is.
Right.
They want you to bet parlays. They love teasers. They love when you go, oh, an 8-time teaser. Good luck. Good luck when you give the other team 10 points. Because there's teasers that you got to pick 3 teams, but you could also delegate 10 points. So if I'm giving you 1, now I'm getting 9. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're so fucking weird. All that shit I don't like. So he bet the parlay. The first game he had 1 outright.
And is this where
And the second game,
coaches get to
it was
tell their
Pittsburgh and
guys
Seattle.
what to do?
And Pittsburgh was winning at the end of the first quarter, 27. You bet Pittsburgh. He bet Seattle. Pittsburgh was beating them 27-0 at the end of the first quarter, and we all passed out. You know, Seattle came back and beat them 28-27. and he won that parlay. My friend's dad called him and said, "You want to pick up the money? Pick it up tonight." So that Sunday we went down there. We picked up the money, and he goes, "I want to go to the fanciest restaurant we can go to." I went to this place in Fort Lee called Piccolissimo around the Hudson River where Jackie Gleason used to be. Where Palisade Amusement Park got thrown out, torn down. And he fucking went. I'll never forget it. This place had lobster fra Diablo. He fucking put his finger.
Who's that, Joe?
That was a comedy store. He ate the lobster, and he ran out of water, and he drank the finger bowl. He had never been in a fancy restaurant.
You know what the fuck he's doing?
He took the finger bowl, he drank. Everybody looked at him at the table. But that's how they hook you. You know, they give you a hook. When you gamble, they give you a hook. They let you win a couple of times. It's not that. It's the universe. It's the universe. And that's how you get hooked. That's how you get hooked.
You think you figure it out.
Now you figure it out. And once you got it figured out, that's when they get you. And it's a slow process. And then in 93, when I got divorced, I ended up going to work for a sports betting service. Both guys out of Long Island, Stu Feiner and all those guys. People that AJ Benza used to work with.
Yeah.
So I went to work for their partner, both. And that's where I learned even more about gambling. And the level of the degenerate. It's almost as bad as the junkie. Like business guys, CEO of companies calling you for information. And they've used so much money on their credit cards that now they're using their receptionist credit cards, and their wives don't find out. It was crazy. It was what I learned then about gambling really shut me down to gambling.
Here's the feeding.
Fuck that shit.
And that's why I don't, like when we used to do, a couple of years ago, we used to do picks and shit like that, and we lost like 6 weeks in a row. I go, I don't want to do it. And you know what else I don't like about it? I don't want to encourage people to do it. Because it's a bad habit to get into. You never get out of it. The only way to get out of it is by owning it. By losing your house, by losing, all those vices. They always get you at the end.
I like the fucking little fucking fantasy bets, this, that. But I like it if it's responsible, if it's fun. I don't have that gene to just keep going. I don't have that.
Me neither. I didn't have it.
I like my $200. Oh fuck, I lost $200. I mean, that's me. Except for this year in fantasy football, I did win one league and I fucked them real nice. But that's again, there's an end to it.
Looks easy.
Do you do anything else for adrenaline? Because like I used to gamble, not big money, but a lot. And even when you're up, like you should walk away, and you just can't. You're like, no, I'm up. I'm going to keep going up.
Adrenaline in real life?
Oh, I mean, is there anything else that you do that? Because that gave me such a rush that it was hard.
I gotta say, stand up gives you adrenaline.
Yeah.
I feel the adrenaline with stand up. And which is a new thing, but I like it.
I haven't gambled since I started doing stand-up.
At all?
No, I stopped.
Yeah, no choice.
I was terrible, but
you could give him a winner,
right?
You could give him a winner, and he'd fuck it up.
You picked the wrong.
I never saw anything like it in my life. You could give him a winner, and he would pick something that you're like, why would you pick that? Like, you don't know nothing about this person. He's a bad guy. Really bad. I never saw anything like it.
I would pick one
$7, $8.
Right.
You're wasting my time. You're wasting that time.
Right. You're wasting $7.
I didn't do $7.
$5 or something. I only had 7 left.
What are you, fucking third grader?
$1. You gotta hit him. You gotta hit him because that's real adrenaline.
Yeah,
that's real adrenaline.
Fuck that.
When you want to throw your TV out the window.
No, I'm not.
That's real adrenaline. That's why if you're gonna go. If you're gonna get involved with that shit, go. Like when I get involved, I go. Like because it's gambling, I can't watch a whole sporting event. Because of my experience of PTSD.
Now you can't. Just to watch.
I'll watch.
The 1500.
You'll pick one out.
Is a sprint.
If I gotta go to the comedy store at 9:30 and there's an NBA game on, I'll watch 6 minutes to watch their offense, how they're playing defense. Once I see fucking shit basketball, it's over.
You can see he's
Like it's all I just switch it.
putting the
Right.
pedal
Once
down.
I see what I think I'm old school. I like Bob Cousy. I like setups. I like passes. I like one guy that's outstanding. That's basketball. I don't like fucking Giacomo Joe shit. Giacomo Joe, just four fucking guys running and gunning out of control. Center driving down. No, that's my shit.
I hear you.
I can NBA to me now. When I watch the NBA, I love the guy you said, Westbrook, because he yells at people.
And he's just so intense.
When he told that kid, he told the parents to fucking not touch him, and then he yelled at another fan. I like all that shit. I like. I can't watch the Lakers. I saw you on one of those TV shows saying that the Lakers don't go to the playoffs. I think you're right. The Lakers got duped with LeBron James. I think he sucked at them. I think he came here just to produce TV shows.
This is where I'm going to take off.
That's it.
I agree.
He just duped them.
But I mean, you know, you can't count.
They're
them out.
unwatchable.
Oh no,
they're unwatchable.
Yeah.
They're unwatchable.
They need a fucking.
They're unwatchable.
They need a refurbish.
The Lakers are unwatchable even with LeBron James.
Yeah.
Something is not right. No, when you watch them, you're like, they're fucking clunky.
Yeah.
They got to start from scratch. LeBron's got to, LeBron, you're going to stay. You're the anchor. Everybody else is going. Rondo came up in free agency.
Rondo, yeah.
He's 180 years old. He got to go too.
To keep the only one I like is Kuzma.
Who's Kuzma?
Kyle Kuzma. He's good.
A white guy with a beard?
No. He's half black, half Mexican.
That's the guy. That's the guy.
He's good.
Yeah, he's good.
Pretty boy.
Yeah.
He could play, and he got fucking balls.
But they look clunky.
Yeah,
They're
and he
just
fucking he
horrible to
he
watch.
kidnapped them the whole season.
They're horrible to watch. Horrible to watch. I like the art of basketball.
Yeah.
I like the art of basketball. I like that guy that's in the paint, and also he pops it out to that guy at the baseline.
Yeah.
3-footer. That shows.
Pass the fucking ball. Move the ball. Make it easy. It's an easy
I
game.
enjoy college basketball.
Yeah.
At this level, like I told my wife the other day, we were watching Friday. We got back from Dumbo. We were watching Virginia.
From Brooklyn?
No, Dumbo. Fucking the movie.
Oh.
We were watching Virginia Tech against
Yeah.
And they drew the game against Duke. The last.
They had.
We had the fucking thing. But before that, there was a game. Me and my wife were going, take that shit off. This ain't college basketball. This is run and gun shit.
Yeah.
Nobody's paying attention. This guy's just trying to fucking score points. All that shit, I can't watch.
I hear you.
But I love old school basketball. You know, I told Lee that, like, I never really was a Shaq fan. Not a Shaq fan at all. I come from the 80s when all those centers would have beat the fuck out of Shaq.
He would have given it too, though.
Bro, listen. He went up against Akeem Olajuwon when he was 37 years old. Akeem was already old.
He fucked Shaq.
He fucked Shaq. He fucked Shaq up so much, they swept 4 fucking games. Akeem was in a complete different league, and nobody ever saw it. Like, people forgot about that. Like, when I saw that, Shaq was done. He was a beat-up old man.
This is a tough one.
He was 37 years old.
He did some crazy shit to Shaq.
He embarrassed him to the fucking tape. And then the next year they made him a Laker. And it was forgotten about. Well, I didn't forget about that. I never forgot about that. I know for a fact Dave Cowens would have beat him to a pulp at 6'9".
He would have fucking eaten Dave Cowens. No, Dave Cowens. Shaq would have eaten Dave Cowens for a fucking. He would have been the prosciutto sandwich we just talked about.
Listen to me, Dave Cowens.
6'9". Shaq would have had his fucking ball sack on his head.
But 6'9", white, Irish, and tough. You got to shoot him with a bazooka.
210 pounds. Shaq was 300 pounds.
Kareem would have fucking schooled Shaq. Moses would have picked up Shaq.
I love
and
those
slammed
6'9".
Slammed him. This is what guys. And I know a lot of these people are sitting home going, Joe, you're out of your mind. But I want to see Moses Malone.
I love Moses.
Moses led the league in scoring and was number 2 in rebounding. Okay, 20 rebounds a fucking game in 1983, 2 and 1 with the Houston fucking. Go check the fucking stats. See how many 20 fucking rebound seasons Shaq had.
Listen, no disrespect to the late great Moses Malone. I'm with you.
Oh.
Shaq would have had him. He'd have had him in his pocket like a little.
No,
yes.
No. Moses would have killed Shaq.
Yes.
Moses would have killed Shaq. Moses would have killed Shaq.
I love the late great Moses Malone.
Moses would have killed Shaq. There's a couple. There's Shaq would eat.
He would have Dave Cowens
Shaq
in
would
the
have
ass.
eaten up Bill Walton because he was a half a fruitcake. Bill Walton, fuck him. Shaq would have dumped on him. Shaq would not have fucked Kareem.
Kareem would have been a problem
Kareem would have
offensively
been a problem.
because Kareem would give you 40.
But Kareem will give you 40, and Kareem will also throw a beat.
Yes, and he do karate
remembers,
and shit.
Nobody remembers fucking October
Ken
'78 Ken Benson opening season game, Milwaukee Bucks against the Lakers. He made a little mistake at elbow and fucking no.
That was after he did the karate movie too, which I didn't understand. Why would you elbow Kareem and you saw him fight Bruce Lee? You already saw it. We already saw it. This was after we already saw it.
And anybody who's ever heard anything about Kareem, I heard Kareem is not a nice person.
No, he's a prick.
He's a prick.
I've always had good relations with Kareem. I've seen him over the years, but his reputation is that he's just not nice.
Very, my uncle,
awkward guy too.
Awkward. But I think he would have killed Shaq. I think Willis Reed would have fucked Shaq up because Willis Reed wouldn't have let him in the paint. Willis Reed would have annoyed him. And then Dollar Bill would have been over there fucking with him a little bit and shit. Shaq didn't have he was a
fucking beast.
He was a beast, but he was a beast against nobody.
I don't
He
agree.
was a beast against nobody. Who was the toughest guys that were covering?
It's not like Shaq just played. He had Dikembe Mutombo.
Dikembe Mutombo was terrible.
He
was fucking terrible.
They
That guy was
swept
worse
through
than the league.
Dikembe Mutombo. They beat the fuck out of them. Your Nets, the New Jersey fucking Nets. With Jason Kidd, he had fucking no. And Dikembe Mutombo, when he was on the Sixers, he almost broke his fucking arm dunking on him.
He was horrible. Dikembe Mutombo. He had no sense. I grew up with Wes Unseld. I grew up with Bob Lanier.
He would have fucked Bob Lanier and Will Unseld.
With fucking, I still remember fucking Bernard King throwing the ball at Bob Lanier one day during the game. Just threw the ball at his chest or some shit. And Bob Lanier looked at him with a size 26 sneaker.
He would have stuck his foot up his ass.
He would have stuck his foot up his ass. I think so many centers that I grew up with would have killed Shaq. Just mentally. Mentally, he was a brute. Shaq had nobody covered him. Nobody. He fucking said it.
He fucked Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning. Shaquille owned all them.
When?
All of
Yeah,
them.
when they were 80.
No.
He fucked up Patrick Ewing.
His first
When he
game
was
at
80.
His first game at the Garden when Patrick, when he came into the league, he had.
How old was
No, Patrick was good to go. I don't know the dates. I don't fact check.
No.
But no.
They were all old men.
No. He
The
had
only old man he didn't
Alonzo
beat up
Mourning.
on was fucking that African from the Houston Rockets. He schooled his rookie year. It was embarrassing. Schooled him his rookie year. It was embarrassing.
He did some crazy shit to
He
Shaquille.
still wakes up in the middle of the night. Shaq
David Robinson, he owned David Robinson.
David Robinson was a pan.
He fucking had Karl Malone like it was his little like
No.
a babysitter.
Let me tell you something. David
Like it was his
Robinson,
babysitter.
with his Navy bullshit and all that shit. It was little Navy.
And his muscles.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with
Karl Malone, though, he owned Karl Malone. And Karl Malone's have you ever seen Karl Malone in your life?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
He's the size of your fucking door. I just saw Karl Malone at Wild Card Boxing. He was there hanging out. Yo, Karl Malone has been out of the league now, what, almost 20 years? You don't want any problems with him still. He's a fucking savage. He had him like it was a pet, like it was a gerbil.
You know who he reminds me of? From Shaq. Shaq reminds me, and I love this guy. I loved him. I got to meet him. His game wasn't my type of game, but I really liked him. He was a colorful guy. God rest his soul, Darryl Dawkins.
Yes.
Darryl Dawkins was a fucking. I showed this guy and somebody else the other day when Darryl hit Doug Collins in the face in the '76 finals
versus
Maurice Lucas.
Yeah, then they were
fucking, and then they were squared off in the middle.
They're like doing this shit.
But I always was a Bill Walton fan.
He was good.
I loved Bill Walton until Game 6
versus Sixers.
Julius slammed on his face. And he called offensive foul like he's such a fucking pussy.
He dunked it on his fucking whole family.
He dunked every time.
Tomahawk shit.
They'll never even go to Philly. Bill Walton will never even go to Philly. Because Julius Erving decided, he goes, you know what, we're going to lose. But I got something for your fucking ass.
I got something for your ass.
You white little hippie friend. I got something for you.
You fucking Grateful Dead, acid dropping cocksucker.
And dog, he took him one-on-one. And Walt, what was he thinking? Walter's like, I'll be up with him. What? Dr. J.
He caught him on that break. Oh, that's a yo. Oh, he had that shit like this, and he dunked it like it was a Nerf hoop. He had that fucking shit right here. Fucking like it's like he went like you fuck.
And when he slammed it, if you watch the footage after that, runs to the ref and starts going offensive.
That's not offensive. He dunked on your family,
your fucking whole family,
all your kids,
even your kids.
Luke.
PTSD. That's why Luke can coach this year.
Right.
Every time he sees a slam, Jesus, that's you.
Yeah, genetically.
Are they gonna get rid of Luke?
Yeah, LeBron. He ruined. He's going. I didn't know. I just work here. That's like you saying, "Oh yeah, I got rid of Lee. I'm glad I just got a new guy in here. There's Billy."
So are we gonna fire Luke?
Definitely.
They're working together.
Yeah,
they wanted to fire him earlier in the season.
Like I said, I watched them.
He tried to take over the Lakers. He tried to get Anthony Davis traded. His best friend is Anthony Davis's agent. They had a whole fucking plan in store. People think that I have some personal vendetta against LeBron. Listen, in real life, they say, "Oh, he's a great guy." I know he's a great guy. This isn't about. I'm talking about the character. LeBron James, the chosen one, the GOAT, King James. I'm not talking about the person. This isn't. I'm a fan. I don't understand what sports. Everybody understood why you would hate Derek G. You get it. Either you love him or you're on the opposite team. Tom Brady, to this day, either you love the Patriots or fuck Botox Brady. Kobe Bryant. Can't stand Kobe Bryant or you love Kobe Bryant. For some reason with LeBron James, you're a hater. This guy tried to take over the Lakers. He told Anthony Davis, ask for a trade. We'll get you over to the Lakers, and then we're going to make our run for the championship. That didn't fucking happen, asshole. They've been on Luke Walton's ass all fucking season. He wanted to get him fucking fired.
I don't see one.
It's been a disaster. Then he got his injury. He gets an injury. He sits out, I think it was 19 games. Instead of just being injured like everybody else, his physical therapist puts out a tweet. You guys have no idea what kind of pain he's suffering with. What about Russell? What about Paul George when he broke his fucking leg in half? Gordon Hayward from the Celtics. They broke their legs in half. Their physical therapist didn't put out. What kind of suffering do you think that was? Paul George's leg didn't just break. The fucking thing broke in half. His physical therapist didn't put out. He's just trying to control every fucking narrative. And he claimed he's the GOAT. You're not the fucking GOAT. Get the fuck out of here. You're the GOAT. The fuck out of here.
Who's the GOAT?
Michael fucking Jordan's the GOAT. Period. Come on, man. You can talk all this shit.
Who's your second favorite?
A lot of them.
My favorite players are this: Michael Jordan.
On their arms.
I mean, I hated Michael Jordan when he played. I was a Knicks fan in the 90s. And you think I was sitting there celebrating when he was fucking us year after year after year after year after year? I hated that cocksucker. No, I loved him, and I wasn't blind, and I enjoyed it, and I was there in North Carolina when they beat Jordan. I loved him. I loved it until it became my problem. At a certain point, it became my problem. I loved him when he first got in the league, but when it became a problem where the Knicks were not getting anywhere because of this cocksucker, then it was started to come hate. So I had a period of time like everybody else, like Mike. If I could believe in Mike, I mean, running around the city to get those fucking sneakers like a crazy person. This was a different time. So I can't even say Michael Jordan's one of my favorites. I say he's the greatest player, but my favorite players of all time, I did my top 5. I would go Julius Erving, Magic Johnson, Isaiah Thomas, Moses Malone, Bernard King. As far as my favorite players of that era.
We're in agreement on 3 of those.
Especially
with Moses, Julius,
Bernard. I mean, it was lightning in a bottle.
I saw Bernard open up a can of whoop ass on Michael at the Garden his rookie year.
You couldn't start it. You couldn't stop Michael. Bernard King. Period.
For people,
everybody knows that.
For people that know who brother Bernard is, watch his old footage.
Unstoppable. You know what you could compare it to? Is a different style of play, but in terms of like, because Kevin Durant is like an old school scorer. Kevin Durant is like a guy who you're going to get 30 a night. Bernard, you're going to get 30. You might get 50. You might get 60. And you might not even, like Bernard, there's no dunks. There's like Kevin Durant. There's no dunks. There's no highlights. Like you might get something every now and then, but like Bernard, his 60-point games. There's no. Oh shit! Did you see that play? It's just that's 60 points. You're not stopping Bernard King. Kevin Durant. You're not stopping him. He's like George Gervin. He got 50. Make it look easy. There's no, fucking dunk it on your fucking family. No crazy crossovers. It's just basket after basket after basket. And Bernard, during his run with the Knicks, even when he was with the Golden State Warriors, when he wasn't fucking whacked out of his tree on coke, but that run with the Knicks, yo, 60, 50, 43, 37. No, and he did shit with broken fingers.
He was. They shipped him out. He was the comeback player of the year
because he was whacked out on the booger sugar.
And then he came to Jersey. He lived in North Bergen, and they called him North Bergen one night with him passed out with the coke on the T-shirt. And then we heard a rumor. We were in the 7th and 8th grade. Me and my friends heard a rumor that Bernard King would practice at midnight at Hudson County Park.
Are you serious? Did you see him?
So me, Chucky McBreen, who's the coach of Ramapo today, his brother, Whitey O'Donnell, and his kid Brian Smythe. We were all basketball boys. We went up there and waited in the weeds. We waited in the bushes.
Well, the river
midnight, no lights, only basketball, only the moonlight.
Are you fucking kidding me?
8th grade. So
get the fuck out of here. When he was with the Nets?
All the Nets. We start shooting, playing. We come out of the weeds like we fucking, like we're fucking homeless. He goes, what are you guys doing up here? Nothing, we came to shoot with you. First, he apprehensive. 3-on-3
with Bernard King.
1 in the morning, 1:30 in the fucking morning, playing fucking 3-on-3 basketball with brother Bernard King.
That's dope.
Brian Smythe was covered. Brian Smythe lived on Iowa for football and dropped out. Now he's a staging. Good Morning America. He's been there since Jesus by Chicago. Brian Smythe was covered. Bernard King went to spin. Steal the ball. He broke Brian Smythe's nose.
Brian, why are you trying to steal the ball from Bernard King?
Brian Smythe was a crazy Irishman. He drove Brian to the hospital with us.
Are you serious?
Figure out how to work his body. By the hospital, there's a little diner next to North Hudson Valley Hospital. And we went to the diner, ate breakfast. He gave us autographs. And we all walked home.
That's a dope story.
Like nothing ever happened.
Liquid, and you see the coach go.
I bet you he would remember that.
Like nothing ever happened.
That's cool.
I still remember going to when Julius first went to the Sixers. He used to do things on Saturdays. He would do seminars. He had to buy a box of sneakers, and the tickets would be in the sneakers. So I had the owner, Duke, up on 49th and Bergen line. The owner of that Congress was a Cuban dude. I told him, I'll give you $40 for the tickets. So he went through all the sneakers and found 2 tickets. So he did one seminar at CCNY and the other one at Fordham. Converse sponsored them. Converse gave you a white T-shirt with red lettering that said Converse. They raffled off the limousines for the feet. I'll never forget us waiting online and Julius pulling up in a 2-door Mercedes-Benz and walking out with a basketball in his son. And he was pounding the basketball, and I saw his hands for the first time, and I nearly fucking died. And then he would do an hour seminar, and he would break down his little stun step, and then he would make you clap, and he would fucking run to the other side and then jump to the foul line and slam dunk, and we would go fucking crazy. We would listen. At that time, if Julius took his dick out, I'd be the first one sucking. When I was in the 8th grade, I'd be the first one sucking. He was everything. Nobody understands what we saw when he was a net. When he was in net with Super John Williamson and Big Burger Bob, who was the fat guy that they called Cheeseburger? Oh my God, don't do this to me.
Not Super John.
Super John was tremendous. Larry Keenan was in there for a while. But Cheeseburger.
Yeah.
What the fuck was his name? Everybody had the red, white, and blue basketball.
Julius was everything.
Julius was everything. There was 8 categories. He led 7 of them or something. Then he became a Sixer. His first, it was funny because people were talking shit. The other day we were talking about people that were Beatle fans before John Lennon died. Especially if they were white. Nothing was good enough. Man, I went to see Leonard Skinner the other night. They're all right. Wait till the Beatles get back together.
John Williams?
Wait. I want to see Led Zeppelin. Yeah, whatever. Wait till the Beatles get back. John Lennon got shot. You never heard from those people.
Right.
It was the same fucking thing.
Doc was the fucking best.
Doc, they just had something about it. They showed people at Rucker, watching them at the Rucker League, And I was blown away. People were hanging on the fucking roof. They showed all this shit. He went to school up in Boston somewhere. Massachusetts. Julius Erving was everything. I'll tell you who else I love. Billy Ray.
Michael Ray Richardson. He was on that book of Sugar Hard. Sugar Ray.
Last time I saw him at the mall. He had just written checks at a car wash. And he got caught for writing checks. This is July of '85. That's the last time I saw him.
Apparently he's doing good now. He's in Denver.
Is he?
Because I think he's from Denver.
I'll tell you who else is one of my all-time favorite players. He played for the Seattle Supersonics.
Gus?
Downtown Freddie Brown.
He was good too.
Gus, the Wizard, and his brother.
Yeah.
Ray
passed.
Out of the Bronx or whatever.
Yeah. I think from Yonkers.
And Gus was his brother up there with that little finger and shit up in Seattle.
He used to tie his sneakers with the lace behind. I remember I used to see that shit.
Fucking that guy I'm talking about was built like you. He was built like you. He was like 5 foot. He was like 5'9" on the chubby side. He would sit at the end of the bench with a brown bag, drinking a beer and shit.
Yeah.
What was his name?
What is it?
Downtown Freddie Brown.
Well, this the only one I can find is John Williams, and he was nicknamed the Hot Plate. No, that's not him. Okay.
The Hot Net Center in 1975. The Net Center. He had a brother. He also had a brother that played basketball.
But those you'll see, those are one.
That's 75. 74 to 75 or 75 to 76.
Let's go 74 to 75.
Right there in that corner,
Who
and
was
they
the
have
Net
to turn
Center?
in a hurry. 2, 4, 6, right there. And then
Billy
the
Pulse?
chase pack right behind
No,
them
he was a
area.
fat fuck too.
They've got to do the same thing. That's
Willie
covers, and then
Sojourner?
that swimmer
Willie
right
Sojourner?
there.
No.
Those are the only two centers I see.
Really have a chance.
Let me try the other
This is
season.
down from 28,
Who
29
gives a fuck? Don't worry about it. Mike Rappaport, I gotta tell you something, man. You've impressed the shit out of me.
narrowing it down. And
Appreciate that,
now
Joe.
down to maybe
The
6 or
last
7. That's
couple of
how
fucking
so many
years.
other
You
teams
really
are
have
because that chase pack
impressed the shit out of me. You've taken this game
very, very tough
by the
to get
balls.
back into it.
I'm not fucking around with these people, Joey.
You said nothing's gonna stop me. I'm doing a podcast. I yell at people. I'm on. I always see you on that one sports show yelling at the white guy.
Undisputed.
I love him. You
I love those fucking guys.
I love him. And now I see you're on stand-up. Something that you went to do 20 or 30 years ago and gave it a shot, and then the acting bug caught you. Then you like it?
I love it. I love the unpredictability of it. And I also love the it's a it's a fucking, it's like a jigsaw puzzle, and I love the exchange, the immediate exchange.
The Italians are so
Good,
brilliant.
bad, or indifferent, and I just love the expression. Like it's your shit. There's no take two. There's no we'll do it again. Like it's an immediate fucking thing. And then the craft of it, and just like
they're conserving a lot of energy.
just the whole feeling of doing something that's so immediate. I love it. I love it, and like we talked about the adrenaline of it. Like there's nothing like that, and the challenge of it. Like just the challenge of it is
I'll make my run.
I like it. I like it.
I thought.
Yeah, I'm starting this show. This third season of this Netflix show, we actually start today. Well, we start shooting. I start shooting tomorrow. They started shooting this show called Atypical. So I'm doing that for the next 3 months, and I'm going to continue doing the stand-up all
Different town locally.
Yeah.
You want to spread your wings and go on a road.
Spread my wings, but I don't want to overextend myself. Like I still gotta still work and shit, and still find my shit. But I'm going out there. I'm gonna do a festival. I'm doing a couple of things.
Like in Jamaica?
No, Jamaica. No, fucking Jamaica.
There's something that you're doing. I thought you were doing your podcast there.
No. Oh, no. I was fucking around with that. The Fire Festival too. But I'm doing. I'm going to Bellevue, Washington. The standard Parlor Live in Bellevue, Washington. You been there?
No, I wanted to see it. I can't go back.
Are you serious?
5 fucking years.
You're fucking funny.
Can't go back.
So you've never been to the Parlor Live? I'm going there April 26th and 27th.
Non-extra drivable fucking.
That's fucking funny.
I can't go in, but they won't come get it.
That's fucking funny.
So I tried to get the thing paid for. And the case is so old, they can't find it.
And what are they looking for?
So you can't do Parlor Live?
No, I can't do shit. I can't even leave the country because of those. I had one in there, one in Idaho. But they're both non-extradition.
Can you perform in Idaho?
Yeah, now I can. I think they took care of them.
But not in Bellevue, Washington.
No, I can't step foot in Washington. I could do Portland and give Washington the finger for it.
That's fucking funny.
Huh? What are you gonna do? These are the fucking shit. You reap what you sow. Right. So now I can't go to Seattle. I can't go to Cuba.
That's fucking funny. But I love it. I'm enjoying doing it. I mean,
you look good up there. I watched you 2 weeks ago and you were happy up there. You were having a good time. I'm like, look at him. God bless him, man. You know what, man? A lot of guys in this town complain. Everybody in this town complains. Nobody fucking. What is he telling? It was just on yesterday. The movie with the black kid Jamie Foxx and the Scientologist.
Oh yeah.
Whatever that movie.
Yeah. It's a good movie.
It tells him Darwin. Whatever. How to readjust yourself. You know, if this is not taking you down the wrong road, if this is not going the way you want it, you have to evaluate your life every 90 days, especially here. You know, you expect you're going to get 22 auditions, all of a sudden you get 11.
And also, for me, like, you know, I don't use this word artist a lot. Like, I don't like to throw that word around, but I guess, you know, I can consider myself, like, I always, like, I'm just an actor who does it, like, but the artistry of stand-up and the exhilaration of stand-up and the mathematical scheme of stand-up, and you know this, you know, taking a joke, taking it, you know, how far can you take it, pulling it back, like all those things that great comics do, figuring that out and learning it and trying to get some sort of, fundamentals of it. I love it. I love it. And that artistic expression of, that unfiltered thing, it's like
a big that's why you see them sometimes.
As much as I love acting, and I'm always going to love it. You only get that sort of that same feeling in between action and cut, and it's exhilarating. It's sexual when you're between action and cut when I'm acting. But when you're doing it on stage and 20 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever you're doing, it's like that same thing, but it's like extended fucking. Because you get it when you're acting, but takes in, and you do it. But when you're doing it 45 minutes, like there's an exhilaration, and I haven't done it enough. Hopefully I'll never. It'll never go away. But like during that time when you're on stage, where there's 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 20 minutes, like there's an excitement you get, right? I mean, do you still have that excitement? So I think when you don't have the excitement, that's time to.
That's what it's time to.
Yeah. So I love that.
Yeah.
I always talk about that. How
just as
I like that feeling walking up to the stage. I don't like it.
You don't like it.
But once I touch the stage and touch the microphone, the transformation of those internal feelings, what happens when you speak into the mic, and all those feelings go away. I get a lot of anxiety.
Still
on stage, yeah.
Certainly,
and that's how I know I love something. I'm serious. If I don't care about something, what do you care?
Right.
Go up to the court and take that money and go home.
Right.
When you're really concerned about them, I want them to have a good time.
Right.
I want to be funny. I want to be able to hit my mark. I want to relax.
Right.
The science is to be up there throwing heat.
Yeah, the men
At the same time, you're so relaxed.
Yeah.
I just did Buffalo a couple weeks ago with the casino, and I was so relaxed while I was on stage. All the notes, everything I had looked at before I went on stage, I was hitting them all proper. I tried new jokes. They worked because the energy, the excitement. You learn
reading with a chip will be 6
Stand up is a fucking long journey, like anything else, and I compare it to something like war. Like I like watching attorneys. I'm not a fan of music, but I love trial.
Isn't it
Watching
great
attorneys
that
paint a
the
picture for
Senate
you.
was
They're doing a
declared
certain
safe
form of
enough?
stamp.
These two races in the last
So
couple
once you
of
find out what
this
your style is,
atmosphere-
you know, now you could really
How
attack
do you
it.
have an
It's
atmosphere
finding
better
out.
than this
It's
for a race
finding
like
out.
this?
And then after you find out, then you have to let your mind and body develop its own style. Like your first 3 or 4 years, you're imitating 6 or 7 cops. Not imitating, not stealing.
No, I know what you mean.
You're imitating.
Uh-huh.
And the more you do it, the more you come out.
Right.
And you squeeze that piece of shit out.
Right.
And the head pops out.
Right.
Yeah, you've been eating bread. You haven't been eating fucking oat bread.
Right.
You squeeze, you push, you squeeze. So that's I still enjoy the fear.
I got you. I love
The fear. You know, I tell people before you rob somebody, before you do something really bad, you go deaf. I used to always go deaf. I would hear it. That's why I love The Godfather before he shoots Alonzo. Because they take the sound of the train and mix it in with your ears with that. If you're doing something so off kilter, your ears are going to be ringing. So off kilter, your adrenaline is pumping so high. Your heart is pumping so high, you start going numb, like you're going to rob somebody.
And I
What
think
if
it's great that there, as I said
the other day,
yesterday, I
somebody
think it's
described
wonderful
Tyson walking into the ring.
gone
You know,
through
that
this
walk,
trouble,
that last thing, you should be going through all these emotions in your system. When those emotions aren't there, it's time to go back. Dennis.
I agree.
Where are you going to be in the next month?
I'm going to be in Bellevue.
April 26th.
27, 26, 26, 27 to Bellevue. I got to tell all the people that Joey can't come up here.
They know.
At Parlo Live. And then those are and I got a few other ones, but that's immediate. I can't remember. I don't want to look on my phone. But
Where can they find you?
they can find me anywhere you look on social media at Michael Rappaport, and I got the I Am Rappaport Stereo podcast, which I love doing, and Joe's been a guest twice, and I love doing that too, and I love doing the Church of What's Happening Right the Fuck Now.
And you squash your beef with Paulie Short. How long was that beef for?
It was quick. It was a short-lived beef.
Oh, it was just a little beef? I thought it was a beef in a movie you guys did 20 years ago.
Paulie's a good. He's a good.
Paulie's a good.
He's a fucking pisser.
Listen, man, you always got an open door here.
I appreciate
Happy
that.
you came up today.
I appreciate that.
Did the show. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank
One
you.
of the biggest fucking supporters.
Thank you,
I
Joe.
watch your videos and the shit you yelling at people. That's why we had to talk about Snow Let. One last thing. You think Chicago really prosecuted him?
They're gonna get him on. He's getting something on something. I don't know if it's federal, fucking FBI.
Is the FBI involved in that?
Yeah, because of the mail stuff. I guess like the forging mail, like and it made too big of a stink of this whole fucking thing. It's too big of a situation. I mean, Trump's talking about it. Chris Rock's talking about it. We're talking about it. Everybody other the fucking podcast is talking about every news.
I don't feel bad. Listen, like I just told you, you know what? Even an old dog gets a warm spot on the sidewalk once in a while. Something happened, you got to go to check. Look at what's going on with Weinstein. You haven't heard nothing. He's playing him like a fiddle. He's playing him like an old school Jew. He's giving him money to keep the trial, keep pushing it back. He's deciding on his legal counsel. That's an old school trick.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about it.
I'm not saying fucking give him 20. He's got to get. I just want
He's
you.
doing 6 months.
You're doing something.
He's got to do.
Apologize what the fuck you did. It's just irresponsible. He didn't kill anybody. He didn't hurt anybody. It's just irresponsible.
Again, he's a guy that wove some of these dreams. Listen, I don't be in a stand-up.
I mean, I could
go
go on
a chubby acting class. And there were girls that when I book something would say,
sweet kid. I talked to him.
got me a meeting with your agent. I'll do anything for you. So
I just
can you
love
imagine
everything.
having a movie? It's just a Hollywood disgust thing.
Oh, Harvey was.
It's a Hollywood disgust story.
Yeah.
And rape is very hard to prove.
Isn't it right that they didn't
Rape
have
is
an
very
Irish
hard to
flag for
prove.
his
Especially if it's
stick?
years ago.
They have
If
to
he's
cook
very
one up.
smart, he'll get investigators to break ball because the last thing your girlfriend wants is
that
for me to
are
call her
interested in
boyfriend.
this rivalry, like
Because that's what's going to
yesterday
happen.
with Moesha
See, now
Johnson.
when they get this team, They're going to start not harassing. It's an investigator. Hi, we want to talk to you about Michael Rappaport. I'm good friends with Mike. I know him 6 years. We work together on Copland. What happens when that investigator leaves? You're going to call me. You go, listen, the investigator just got over here. What? What are you talking about, investigator? And all of a sudden, you're going to start getting more call. And all of a sudden, that's what drives these women crazy. So relive that. They have to go back into a trial and relive that moment.
And again and again.
And that's why he has to hire 2 women.
Right.
To go at them, to call them cunts, to call them liars, to say, we check your period. What about for the guy you fucked the night before? Did you have sex the night before with some little Chinese guy in the village? You did ecstasy with him? What does that have to do with Harvey? Well, you did ecstasy. You didn't know your friend at the time. The attorney's job is to put a doubt over what happened. Yeah. A doubt. Just a doubt. Just to make you think a doubt. I see Harvey playing the fucking system.
Oh, yeah.
I see Harvey playing this. Cosby wasn't smart enough to play the system.
Yeah, this is
he was just an ignorant dumb fuck. He was too stupid.
That fucking guy's in jail.
He's in jail.
Isn't that crazy?
He's in jail. He didn't play the system. And I bet you the system. All he had to do was take a lump sum of cash out.
Really, literally
put on the table and say, get all these bitches, lie detector tests, keep fucking going at it.
He just wanted to be Mr. America.
He thought he was going to be cool and smile and crack a joke. It wasn't about that. You got 3 women there. And like I said in the beginning, how many fucking witnesses can really, all this shit, I piece everything together. For me to live in this fucking city anymore, in this disgust, I have to put all these things together. From Harvey to Jesse. This is what happens when you're here. When you want something that bad that you put a noose around your neck and make up a story like that.
And you want something bad that you already got.
We fuck around, tell a lie about this. We exaggerate this story. We exaggerate that story. But for me to put a noose around me,
you mentioned
go to
earlier,
the hospital, tell them beat up by 2 guys. I want you to think about that.
You're nuts.
Tokyo in 21.
It's a thing called Hollywood. I mean, they passed Marilyn Monroe around and they fucked her to death, didn't they?
In this 10K.
And everybody, Marilyn, they fucked her to death. They fucked her to death. Then when she got the sif and the hif, and she had a little creature crawling out of her pussy, they didn't want it. They killed her.
But do you think when we leave in the parking lot, now we're not recording now, right? Maybe you and Lee could smack me around because I got something I'm trying to do. Like just make it where it's like bruises can show. We're not recording anymore, right?
I can't do it because I'm friends with you and they have to be emotional.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I have a friend that fly out here though. He'll throw you to a plate class window.
But we're not recording now, right? Because
we're always recording.
Okay. Oh shit, we are recording. I didn't want to get that on tape.
Don't worry about that. I love you, cocksucker.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, guys.
Don't forget, Pittsburgh is sold out. The only thing I got left in the month of April is 420. We added a second show up to the Pat's Theater. My May dates have been rescheduled. I will hit you with the new dates by the end of the week. I'm very sorry. San Antonio, Dallas, Detroit, and Omaha have to be rescheduled for September or November because I got a movie. And that's it. And that's that. I want to thank Michael Rappaport. I want to thank the Christ Killer. And I want to thank you motherfuckers for listening, all right? But I also want to thank our sponsors. We got the best sponsors in the world. Starts out with Manscaped. Let me tell you something. Every time my wife trims my balls or around my dick, I'm fucking sweating bullets. Not anymore. You know why? Because Manscaped. Don't cut off your dick, fucko. The suffering ends today. With Manscaped, you get it done without the pain, without the anxiety, without the nerves rattling. They got precision tools for the family jewels, okay? Their invention is the lawnmower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology so it won't snick or snag your ball sack or cut the staminkia stick or nothing. You got to go easy on what the Lord gave you guys. This bad boy will leave you nice, smooth, clean, and pain-free. Plus, it's rechargeable and easy to hold so you can get it to all those little nooks and crannies. You can trim your fucking asshole hairs, whatever you need, Manscaped will do it for you. Manscaped will get that beanbag looking as smooth as a fucking egg. And I'm going to let you on a little secret, all right? If you trim the hedges, the tree looks taller. So what are you waiting for? Trim up that fucking egg roll right now and get your party started. They also have fucking ball wipes. They also have a Reviver, a spritz that tones and refreshes your junk to keep it cool. They got the crop preserver, a specially formulated deodorant so your balls won't stick like fucking billy goats. They got the perfect package that comes with the lawnmower and a safety razor plus. This is the time to consider Manscaped right now. It's that time of the year. That's it. It's fucking springtime. You're out there. You don't want your balls. You're meeting new people. You're going on dates. You want your balls to smell like fucking Newark. Fuck no. That's why the church family gets 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, they throw in a beautiful little fucking travel bag. I got one myself. It fits everything. The fucking crop razor, the ball wipe, the fucking reviver. Everything fits in there. So do me a favor. Go to manscaped.com, use promo code CHURCH, and they'll give you 20% off your first order. And don't forget that perfect package because they throw in the free travel bag. Number one, manscaped.com, and always remember you gotta keep the fucking nuts clean, okay? Listen, picking a CBD company is like fucking getting a fucking midget without the head. I don't fucking know. Lucky for you, we got CBD Lion. They make CBD products from start to finish. CBD Lion has you covered. It comes in a vape with cartridges. It comes in a shadow. It comes in a tincture. It comes in gummies. You cannot fucking lose. I use the tincture 2-3 times a fucking day. I put it under my tongue, 30 seconds, you swallow. Bam! You're a brand new man. Their products are clean, Bobby, and they aren't like the fakes at the with fake advertising at these fucking little reliable stores you go into. They got shit. They got nothing. Listen, go with a trusted winner. CBDLion.com. And for the church family, I'm gonna give you 20% off when you order. Check out with fucking church, CHURCH, and I'm gonna give you the best CBD. Everybody asks me, what's the best CBD around? CBD Lion. You know why? Because they back up their shit. So go to CBD Lion right now and put in church at checkout and get 20% off. And as usual, my family over at Honor, the best. Whether it's Alpha Brain, Shroom Tech Sport, Shroom Tech Immune, the protein powder. Listen, this is the way to get your body in tip-top shape. The Alpha Brain, if you do a lot of writing, thinking, you're overwhelmed, Alpha Brain is the way to go. What I'm going to do for you today is go to Honor, take a look around. I can't help you with the kettlebells or anything else, but I can help you with the supplements. Any supplement you see me, if I was just starting out with on it, I'd start with Alpha Brain and Shroom Tech Immune. Just start with those two. Give them a fucking whiz and let me know what you think. If you're not happy with the Alpha Brain, there's a 100% money back guarantee. And guess what? They don't want the product back. That's how much they believe in their product. So go to honor.com right now, press in, church, boom, and get 10% off your order delivered to your door. Again, I want to thank manscaped.com. I want to thank Honor, and I want to thank CBDLion.com. But most importantly, I want to thank you motherfuckers for listening, believing, and supporting us, all right? I'll see you guys Thursday morning. Have a great fucking day, and have a great week. Stay black. Kick this fucking muley.
Make the green grass grow all around, make the green grass grow all around.
At JP Morgan Chase.
Greetings from Podcastville. The church is brought to you by Postmates, your personal delivery service. In this life, who can you count? Who the hell are you going to count? Who can you ask to bring you a nice red wine at 4 p.m., sushi at 9 p.m., and a breakfast burrito at 8 a.m.? I'll tell you who. You want to know who? Postmates. There you go. It's your personal delivery service. Whatever you want, they'll bring it to you. Nobody delivers like Postmates. No more annoying trips to the store with your sandals on, your feet without cream on them. You don't even got to go nowhere. The store is, Postmates will deliver anything to you. Anything. Download the app. It's available for iPhone or Android. Browse through local restaurants and businesses from comfort of your couch. Now, for a limited time only, Postmates is giving the church family $100 of delivery credit for your first 7 days. Free money. To start your free delivery, download the app right now and use promo code Joey Diaz. That's Joey Diaz for $100 of free delivery service credits for your first 7 days when you download the Postmates app. Get anything you need, anytime you need, download Postmates and save the code with the code Joey Diaz, JOAYDIAZ. Who's better than you? The show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Listen, for all your health needs, Onnit is the answer. When you need kettlebells, Shroom Tech Sport, Shroom Tech Immune, Onnit is the way to go. I popped a few Alpha Brains this morning and read a script. Who's better than me? Nobody. Go to Onnit.com and press in church and get 10% off your order delivered to your house. Kick this motherfucking muley.
So the purple tape that what we were listening to is actually a really old record. It's back. I graduated from college in 1990, And I had been singing with a friend of mine named Liz Mitchell. We had a group called Liz and Lisa, very popular on campus at Brown University. And it was really fun. But at a certain point after college, we decided to go our own separate ways. But in college, I often sang harmonies more than the lead. I wrote a lot of the songs, but I was more of the harmony singer. And so I wanted to make a recording of these songs, a lot, that I had written, but with me singing the lead. So I made this acoustic record in the apartment up on 52nd Street, 52nd between 9th and 10th, with Juan Patino, who went on to produce a couple of the other records I made. But I wanted to have something that I could sell at shows. So we used to make cassette tapes. So we did a run of these acoustic tapes called the Purple Tape, and it had about 10 or 12 songs on it that many of them later ended up being on my other major label albums. But this is just an indie record that I put out myself and that I would sell at shows, and years later, like 20 years later, my friend said, you got to put this, you got to do something with this tape. You have to put it out on CD. So instead of just putting it out on CD the way it was, I felt a little self-conscious. Like it seemed like it was back from the early 90s. The font on the record, the photograph, even the performance style for me, singing and playing, it felt like it was from a certain time era. I like to joke around that my hair, I didn't even have the same hair products that I do now. Like the hair is like fluffy. It was very 1990s. So I wanted to contextualize it. So instead of Tenax. We had something called Tenax. It was very 1980s. You'd sneak into a club, you'd have Tenax, and sneak into a club. But so I decided, instead of just putting the record out as a CD, I decided to make it into more of like a time capsule. And my friend Andy Denemark, who's a great journalist and radio person in New York, I had him interview me. So we did a full CD where we talked about each track, and we put the whole Purple Tape into context. And if you look at the Purple Tape CD packaging, which is, if you buy a CD, if anybody buys a CD, it's a big booklet inside, and it has all these photographs from early New York City when I was living there, and different friends, playwrights, and just different people who were involved in my life back then who sort of started out with me in New York. They wrote about the time period, and we talked about it on the CD as well. So it sort of put things in context. And then I re-recorded one of the songs called Snow Day. And then, after that came out many years later, I put out some of those songs with the band on my major label records. So for me, it was just something I wanted to do. But there were so many people who wanted to hear it that I decided to put it out. But I definitely needed people to understand this is not a new record. This is an old record. Let me tell you about what was going on during that time.
It's whether it's music or comedy, it's a process.
Yeah.
And I knew your song.
Yeah.
I watched you on MTV. I thought you were adorable. And then while you were in that thing, I read something somewhere that you were the first person to have a top single and not be signed. And you were still, I just read this somewhere. Yeah. You were playing the guitar on the train in New York or something?
That's a very nice glam. What is it like? It was actually more traditional. I've been playing music ever since I was a kid, right. All through college. I did probably do some busking for fun. My friend and I we would do busking, or like in Boston or wherever we were, because it was fun to play in front of people. But I was playing the clubs. I was playing the Bitter End,
right.
And I was playing the Lone Star Roadhouse and the Wetlands and CBGB's and CB Gallery and just a bunch of the clubs.
Village Gate.
I don't think I played at the Village Gate, but I went to the Village Gate. Yeah.
Yes.
I spent a lot of time. I lived down there for a while, and we were just playing all the different clubs, either with my band or acoustically, and or whatever different versions. So I've been doing it forever. But the song "Stay" was recorded in that same apartment on 52nd Street. We actually had gotten a demo deal from a record label, so there were some labels kind of interested. Things were kind of happening. We were playing it, South by Southwest, and this music seminar called New Music Seminar, where we'd meet all the music industry people, and there was some good interest, but I wasn't getting signed yet. But so I recorded "Stay" with my band in this apartment in New York City on 52nd Street, and Ethan Hawke was my neighbor, and we were also friendly. We met each other through some other actors. There was a guy named Josh Hamilton, who's an actor who I went to college with, and they had done the movie Alive together. It was funny. There was Ethan Hawke and his friends. There were so many guys we were hanging out with, because Ethan had done the movie Dead Poets Society, and then he did the movie Alive. And that was about a soccer team of guys that crashes in Colombia. and Ileana Douglas is also in it. But like there were just these huge groups of guy actors who were all friends with each other, and I got to meet all these nice, interesting, cute guys, and we were all hanging out together in New York. Actresses, actors, playwrights, musicians, and just like the creative gang, you know. And I'd write music for Ethan's theater company. But anyway, so I recorded the song with Juan, and Ethan was doing the movie Reality Bites, and he asked me for a copy of my song Stay, and the song went onto the soundtrack of Reality Bites. I mean, there was also music supervisors and people from the record company, and Ben Stiller was directing it, and he wanted to put the song on the record, and they came to see me at the Wetlands, and it was like a whole thing. But they put the song in the movie, and this radio station in Houston started playing it on the radio, and it went, and everybody caught on it. It became a single with RCA Records off the soundtrack from Reality Bites, and it went to #1 without me being actually signed to a label.
Tremendous.
So it was really, it was really exciting. I mean, honestly, there was a record label, RCA Records. Once they started playing it on the radio, I'm still friendly with my radio promoter from back then, Skip Bishop, and he did all the things that record companies do to promote the record. But it did go to #1, and it's given me so much creative freedom, because for the song to go to #1 and have that much success without heavy record company involvement on the creative side, I think that's given me confidence, and also it gives, I think, usually record company people confidence in my vision, you know, when it comes to making records.
Well, I made a mind note when I read that. I go, for a girl that's so, she's got balls, just like that.
Yeah.
So when I met you, that's why I hugged you. When I first saw you, I bited you. I gave you a hug. I'm like, oh my God, she's a savage just like me.
Totally. I know. I look like a little, like
Yeah,
little
you
cat.
don't stop. You don't
I'm like
stop.
a little cat, but I'm not.
And you started your life in Dallas or something.
I grew up in Dallas. I was born in Bethesda, Maryland. My dad's a doctor, so we traveled around a lot when he was doing all of his training. And back when I was born, he was doing his like military up at the Naval Hospital in Bethesda. So I was born there. But we moved to California, but mostly I was raised in Texas. That's where my family's from.
Texas is
my
a great
folks.
place.
It's a big place.
It's
There's
a
a
big
lot of
place.
different parts of Texas.
Yes.
It's funny, actually, when I went to college, I found out my roommate, this gal that I sang with for years, Elizabeth Mitchell, she was from New York and I was from Texas. And she thought I was a small town Texas person because she had come to Texas from New York on like an exchange program for a few weeks, but stayed in one of those really tiny towns where everybody hangs out at the Dairy Queen. And she thought I was like from this little tiny town, but I was from Dallas, which is, you know, big metropolitan city, you know, Dallas. And I thought she was from New York City because she was from New York. So she's the big city person. She was actually from Westchester, this little tiny town with a little tiny main street and like the drugstore everybody goes to. So it was kind of reversed. She was the small town girl.
When did you get to Brown?
What?
No, when?
When? Oh, 1986 I started. Graduated in 90.
You missed Kennedy. You just missed him.
I just missed him.
Because my buddy graduated Brown 82.
Yes.
With Kennedy.
Yes.
And he would tell me horror stories. Not about the kid, but when his mom would visit him.
Oh, what happened?
On campus, people at the doors would yell horrendous things.
Really?
Yeah, and I always loved Jackie O.
Yeah, I did too. I didn't know.
But you just missed him.
Oh no, I knew some of the other Kennedys who were there, but not well.
Right, just by how many were there up there?
I think Rory and then another kid. I feel embarrassed. I don't know his name. He was in my acting class. I remember because we had to go around in a circle and say your name and a fact somebody might remember you by, you know, like Lisa Loeb, like earlobe. And, you know, there was somebody, Jefferson, like President Jefferson. And they went to Kennedy and then he said, somebody, whatever his name was, Kennedy. He's like, and somebody's like, oh, like the president. He's like, yeah, actually, it is like the president. Like he was from the Kennedy family. So
it was Brown.
It was great. I was just thinking about it earlier because often, you know, you get these name brand schools and just because you go to a name brand school doesn't necessarily mean you're getting a great education or you're going to be better off than anybody else. You know, if you work hard and find things you're passionate about, you don't even need to go to college. It really doesn't matter. But I will say at Brown, the students were really interesting, really driven, kind of laid back, but super driven at the same time, you know? And I just met so many incredible people from all over the world and all over the country. A lot of them I'm still friends with now, but just people who kind of were already doing their life, you know, like, and like a football player who likes to do poetry and like a, you know, just a lot of people, all the Venn diagrams were overlapping. There were so many different people with so many different interests and so driven and interesting and smart. I really loved it. I should have focused more on studying.
What
probably.
did you major? What was your major?
My major was comp lit and Spanish lit. So.
But at this time, you're thinking I'm a musician.
I'm just playing music.
Like, what the hell am I taking this?
I know. I was like, oh, my parents
want Puerto Ricans. I don't need this in my life. You know what I'm saying?
I'm like, what am I doing?
Eating beans and tortillas. I'm from Texas. Even though you're from Texas, you're hip to it.
Yeah. I know. In retrospect, I wish I had studied something different probably, but I was mostly focused on acting and doing plays and writing music and recording music and playing gigs. And towards the end of college, we were driving into New York City to play. And, it was just, but we had it was the perfect place to play music too, because there were so many musicians there who took it very seriously. And we were able to take classes in the recording studio so we could record our own music. We had classes where we would critique each other's music and what we were doing. So we felt like we better be really good because other musicians that we respect are also doing this. And at the same time, there was a great fan base. The students were huge fans from the minute we started. Every gig we played was packed.
This is you and your partner.
Me and my friend Liz, yeah.
Liz.
And
Is she still doing music?
She is. She's actually a very successful children's music artist. She goes by Elizabeth Mitchell. The Smithsonian puts out her records. And she and her husband also have an indie band called Ida that's very popular on the real indie music scene. And I actually turned to her when it came time for me to make a record. Barnes & Noble came to me about 17 years ago and asked if I would make a different kind of record than my regular records. They wanted to put out a record exclusively through Barnes & Noble. And the record industry was really starting to change, It was the beginnings of people really not buying as many records, or just people trying to figure out where to put records so people would buy them. Put them at Starbucks, put them at Target. Where could you put them where people would actually pay attention to them and buy them? So Barnes & Noble was a really interesting partner for me. And they asked if I would make something different from my grown-up record that they could sell in their stores. And we decided a children's record would be a good idea.
Did you have children at the time?
I had no children. I didn't care about children. I didn't know about children. But I will say I'd always wanted to make a kid's record or something like that because I had such nostalgia about growing up in the 70s and the early 80s. I loved my childhood. I loved the old Sesame Streets and the old electric companies and the old Love Boat and Sonny and Cher show and all those variety shows and Carol Burnett, Donny Osmond, Fernwood Tonight.
I was going to beat up Donny Osmond because he was jacking with my game.
He's so handsome.
Girl, I had a crush on him. At 13, he was messing up my game.
He was,
Between
and now.
Him and Richard Gere, I was going to kill him both. When Richard Gere came out with The Office of the Gentleman, I was going to stab him 20 times. He took his pants off. In Office of the Gentleman, I went on a double date. This is hilarious. I went on a double date, and my buddy was having a hard time with this girl he was dating. And Richard Gere drops his pants at the beginning of American Gigolo. He walks and takes his shirt off, and he hangs on an inversion bar and everything. When his ass came out, I couldn't believe it. The girl's jaw dropped, and the other girl covered her eyes. I was in a choke. I'm like, "What are you covering your eyes for? That's Richard Gere." But this girl would always talk about Richard Gere. So for years, I was going to stab Richard Gere. And one night, I was in the club in the city, and I heard he was in the club. But at that time already, his hair was kind of white.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, I can't stab a old dude. He was just young 2 weeks ago. But then I watched Office of the Gentleman, and I fell in love with him.
No, he's so great. I know. I actually learned about him more later, and then I couldn't stop watching movies by him. There's something so sweet about him and serious.
And Pretty Woman.
Oh yeah, I didn't even see that when it came out.
Pretty Woman. They did it perfectly. Whoever his agent was a fucking genius.
Right?
First, they released that movie where he's just a piece of shit cop. Bangs everybody's wife. He takes Andy Garcia and he steals his wife's underwear and then puts them in Andy Garcia's face.
Oh, yeah.
And tells him, how's your wife taste? I mean, he's just horrible. And then, you left there going, Jesus, Richard, I'm done with you. And then 2 weeks later, he came back with Pretty Woman. It was all over.
Oh, yeah.
Internal Affairs.
Internal Affairs.
Oh, yeah.
He's nasty in Internal Affairs, but he came back.
Great.
He's so great. And then, forget it. I've always loved this. Back to you, though. I wanted to ask you this question. When I first met you, you said Dallas. I was like, okay. And the walk home, I go, I don't think there's too many Jewish people in Dallas. But then I remembered a friend of mine from Boulder. I went to school in Boulder.
Oh, wow. At UC Boulder?
At UC Boulder. I had a kid, Danny Weinberger. And he could put me out, and he would have a dream of opening a Jewish fucking deli.
Oh, that's great.
And he kept saying, I found this spot. There's no Jews in Dallas. I go, dog, you don't want to start no problems in Texas. At that time, I wasn't doing stand-up. I was just 22. I just seen, I heard Texas, that there's places after night, they stab you. So I'm like, dog, I don't think you're right. But you know what? He went to Dallas, opened up Weinberger's.
Oh.
He had it for like 15 years, cashed in, and said, he moved to some island.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he's out there counting schmeckles as we speak.
That's Dallas. There are tons of Jews in Texas.
Yeah, my dad was on the radio there, and they
did not know that.
A taco place made a matzo ball taco for him as a joke. Like,
Oh,
they
that's
named it
hilarious.
after him. No one ate it because it's disgusting. But
Right.
But yeah,
I didn't know
No,
that.
there's like thousands and thousands. There's so many Jews in Dallas.
That's amazing.
It's funny, when I travel around the country, actually, I got really into Judaism. And when I traveled around the country, I would visit synagogues and stuff. Like I visited a synagogue in Alaska.
Wow.
It was oh gosh, what's it called? My brain. It's oh my God, I can't believe I can't even think of the holiday. This is terrible. Talk about mom.
What do you do for the holiday?
You sit out in that shed out in the back.
Oh, the Sukkot?
Sukkot. Oh my God, I can't believe I just blanked on that. It was Sukkot, and it's the full moon. It's a harvest festival, and so there's a full moon. And so up in Alaska with a Sukkot, with this little sukkah, this little hut, and I went there and I met all these. What's great too about visiting different synagogues is you just meet nice, like regular people in all these different cities. You're not at a club, you're not at a radio station. No offense to radio stations, they're great too. But especially it's just a nice group of people, like a regular group of people. I just went to a synagogue in Seattle. It wasn't Seattle. It's an island off of Seattle where I played. Bremerton. They had a really nice little synagogue. Really nice people. They had me. The rabbi played a guitar. He was like, "Why don't you come up and play a song?" I was like, I'm just here for service." I played a Hanukkah song. I have a Hanukkah song. It's like a Simon and Garfunkel sounding song.
Who are your early influences?
Bowie. I love David Bowie.
Oh shit.
I love David Bowie.
What album put you over the
Hunky
top?
Dory, Ziggy Stardust.
Okay, Ziggy Stardust.
I bought those albums so many times on vinyl, cassette tape, 8-track, no 8-track.
Downloaded.
The CDs from the RCA days before he switched to Ryko. I'm obsessed with David Bowie. David Bowie, The Police, all of it. Outlandos, Regatta de Blanc, Zenyatta Mondada, Ghost in the Machine, Synchronicity,
I cannot believe you're not a fan of Synchronicity. I love it. I
like it now. When it came out, I was disappointed. I was so disappointed in that when it came out.
What wrapped around?
I was very
wrapped
mad.
around your finger on
It
that?
is. I was so
Synchronicity. It's got like 2 or 3 jams. I think the best album was the one by Walking on the Moon.
That's a great song. See that?
Oh, the
just
way it starts.
opened my heart when you said it.
Oh my God, the way the opening to that jam. The opening to that jam. Listen, I knew dick about the Police. Okay.
Do you like them though?
When I was 15, 14, I was good friends with a gay coke dealer that went to CBGBs and all those joints. He was a Cuban guy like me.
Yeah.
And he was gay. He was friends with my mother. And I was very impressed with him because he was a seamstress.
Yeah.
For plays, like big plays. Like he would say, I'm at this play for a year and then I'll go to this one.
Like a costumer, yeah.
I knew he sold drugs. What drug? I didn't really know. He acted kind of weird, but he would come back every night and tell me about the Clash.
Oh, yeah.
And then we'd go back to his house, and I'd be like creeped out. We had a cute little apartment. He'd play the Clash for me. Then the first Police album came out.
Oh, yeah.
And I go, they're tremendous. And he goes, I'll take you one night. And we got a fake ID.
You went to CB's and saw
We
them?
went to CB's and saw them.
So
like
envious.
say it's 78.
Oh my God, yeah,
He
that
got
was
me a
right when they
fake
were
ID.
in.
Remember, the Jersey IDs don't have your picture on it.
Oh yeah, I had a good fake one from Dallas, from Texas. Somebody made me, and in Boulder was where they took it because they're so good at checking fake IDs. But with
Pogos.
college
You
kids in
were at
Boulder,
Pogos,
I was
and they took it.
I was in Boulder visiting my ex-boyfriend who had gone to Brown, hated Brown, went to semester at sea, went to this place, that place, went to Boulder where a bunch of his friends were, and we went out and they took my ID. I used to buy beer in college. I look like 12 years old. And I'd walk in with my smiley face purse and my hair in pigtails.
You still look 16.
And buy the beer for the whole freshman hall.
They wouldn't suspect you.
I was
They
just
never
like,
see you coming.
yeah. I'm like, hi, I'm the 12-year-old buying
So you
a case of the beer.
graduate Brown and you're like, fuck it. I ain't going back to Dallas.
No, well, I already felt like I was going to New York City.
Yeah,
I
you
just
knew it
felt,
already.
when I was one of those people that when I first visited New York City in 8th grade, I felt like the cartoon of the people who put their suitcases down on the steps and you're like, New York, you're my kind of town. You know, it just felt like home. It felt so exciting and electric. I lived there the summer before college. I studied acting and I went there. And then I just loved it. And my friend Liz, her family was basically from New York City or New York area that I was singing with. We had a sort of a manager friend who was helping us with our music by the end of college. We were going to play gigs already in New York City when we were in college. And it just felt like the natural progression. I mean, Dallas was so conservative when I grew up. It was in the 80s and it was the Reagan era. And it was, you know, it was just so conservative. People give you the little up and down look like you're crazy.
Addison was uptight at me till 2005.
Yeah.
I've been going to Addison since 97. After 10 minutes, they just wouldn't take the ride.
Oh, yeah.
The club owner liked me, so they kept bringing me back. But I never felt like I made waves in Dallas until I learned how to play them. And I learned by 2005, I got good in that Dallas room.
That's
and then
so
I was going to
fun.
go back May 4th to do a theater. And I had to cancel because of this movie. But I was going to go to San Antonio and Dallas. I cut my teeth in comedy in Texas.
It's interesting too, right? To go from city to city to like feel the audiences. I talk a lot during my shows, and I heard you talking about this with someone else on the radio. It's funny, on my rider I need a local newspaper because I need to know what I'm walking into.
Right.
And I want to know if something happened that day that was like a really big deal. So, you know, it's just in Iowa for a family thing, but you read about like a tractor thing or like you don't want to mention certain things if certain things are going on in town, or you do want to mention certain things. But yeah, it feels so different. It's hard sometimes, also hometowns. But New York is such a great hometown.
Lisa Loeb, when you watch this Rolling Stone, Ole, 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 they go from Peru to Brazil to Uruguay to Colombia, and they show what they do when they get there.
Are there like hundreds of thousands of people too in the audience, right?
They're chasing them at the airport. I mean,
it's so exciting.
Down the street, you get goosebumps. You're like, how could this happen? And then you hear the drummer going. I remember coming out. I remember joining the band. We were lucky if we got 20 people. But my point being that Mick Jagger, he said it. He goes, there's a 3-minute piece of him with papers in his hand, not newspaper, just regular paper, staple.
Yeah.
Flip flops on, hair's all jacked up and still the water.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's talking about that when he goes into each city. He spoke about this yesterday. When he goes into each city, that he reads about what's going on. He's so good. He broke his Spanish down by the fucking dialect.
Oh my gosh.
That's how good that.
That's very.
I told my wife last night. I go, watching this. I watched it 2 times in 2 days. And I go, watching this reminded me how much of a savage this man really is.
I love seeing that. I love seeing what's going on behind the scenes, you know, because he's so casual about it.
Yeah, he was looking.
But he's working his ass off.
He's working his ass off.
All the time.
And the whole thing, the plot of it is them goes from city to city with the plan of ending the tour in Cuba.
Right.
And that was the plan. And when he got to Cuba, and he got on stage, and I'm Cuban.
Yeah.
When he started talking Cuban, my heart stopped. Like he's talking about food.
It's very sweet. It's very sensitive.
Endearing.
Because that's also why you do it. You know, it's fun to perform. It's fun to connect with people. And that's so respectful.
Well,
a little tricky, but also very respectful.
Well, like I told these guys yesterday, as a comic, there's nothing worse than going to Lexington, Kentucky,
yeah,
Portland, Oregon, Kansas City, Missouri, and the guy in front of you is a local.
Yeah.
And he's throwing heat. He's talking about the deli in town.
Oh, yeah.
The local car accident. The mayor got caught getting a hand job in the cemetery in Nashville when I was there. So I had to talk about a cemetery. And I go right next to where he got a hand job. They went crazy.
Yeah,
love when you talk about that town, there's a weird connection. That's how you learn. But if you really want to connect, say something, you know. I love going around. The first thing I do when I go to town is go to a restaurant, a local.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not going to go to Morton's. I'm not going to go to nothing like that.
I will go to Whole Foods there, but I will talk about their Whole Foods. Like the time you went to, like there's a Whole Foods I went to the other day. I don't know where it was, maybe outside of Philly somewhere, and they had pies that were cut in half like that. Just right down the middle, they were selling a half a pie. This is the weirdest thing.
Lisa, if I tell you why I didn't go to 88th Street last week, you guys are going to laugh at me. But I'll tell you the truth. I was ready to shoot up to my old neighborhood just to walk those steps. Maybe even walk to my old grammar school,
Yeah,
PS
yeah.
166. There's a horse stable there.
It's a time traveler.
It's a time traveler. I was ready to go up there. You know why I didn't go up there? Because the last time I drove by there, the corner had a fucking Whole Foods.
Oh no, it makes
They
you so mad.
destroyed my neighborhood. This used to be, let me tell you what the corner store used to be on 88th Street. You're going to die. The people who owned it were the kid's father from Dark Angel. What's that show on ABC? What's that show on ABC? Dark Shadows.
Oh, Dark Shadows.
Dark
What is it,
Shadows.
88th and
88th and Broadway.
Oh,
right
yeah,
there.
yeah.
So they used to have a camera store when I was a kid. And if you went there some days, Barnabas Collins was there without
Oh, that's so
makeup
cool.
and shit. We could shake his hand and shit. So that's why I was like, how could you replace Barnabas Collins with a fucking Whole Foods? I took my wife and the baby up there.
Yeah, no, it's very upsetting.
It's very upsetting.
I used to live, I was there only briefly. It seemed like a long time at the time. It was probably like 3 or 4 months. I lived on Bowery and Bond for like half a year. But it was when like people were pooping on the front step. It was like the public restroom was my door. You know, we lived above the drug dealers, 2 floors up, and they'd still be having their parties when I came downstairs to go work at a hotel. But now it's like a really fancy street. Everything's super fancy. You know, it's totally different.
You don't anymore, Peter Fogel.
I
Right? That's
played
his name.
It was,
Peter Fogel. He still owns it.
And it was also Kenny. Kenny used to be the guy. at the door,
Yeah.
But he
Good
passed
guy.
away. But I haven't played there. But I like, you know, I love playing listening rooms, like the Bitter End, those places where you're there and the people are right there and they're listening. It's not like a bar. It's a bar to listen. I love that. You probably have that too, because you know when you're now. Luckily, I'm playing more theaters and things like that as well, or dinner places like City Winery where they're eating and they're watching. But it's really about watching and listening. It's not about being at the bar drinking and talking.
How much do you travel?
I travel way too much as a mom and way too little as a musician. That's what I feel like. I travel I probably do like 30 dates a year. But this is the thing though. I love it. I hate leaving my kids, but I feel like I'm getting better at playing gigs.
Yes.
And that's what's so crazy is that I really enjoy it. I love talking to the fans. I love being on stage. I feel very comfortable now. It's just, I don't know. It's just such a fun thing. I feel like I'm growing as an artist, and yet I really want to be home with my family too. I think we need to have like Branson where people come to us.
I do.
But I don't even, do you play a lot in LA?
Yeah.
You probably work out material. And
So
stuff
what I
too,
do
right?
is I do 2-3 day tours a month.
2-3 day tours a month.
Thursday, Friday,
That's
Saturday.
similar to what I do, but mine's not
Sunday.
regular.
I
But
do
yeah,
it every other week.
yeah.
And then 1 week I'll bow down to 1 week. 1 month I'll go down to 1 month, 1 week. Maybe in November I'll do 3 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Just because I feel, then you have December, then you have Dick after the 20th. So
Well, that's the
then
thing.
you got to sit there for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Like a bump on the log.
And then you feel like you're starting over again, which
Right,
is so
which
weird.
sucks. So
But then you're up there and you're like, this is fine.
the good thing about me is I got the Comedy Store.
Oh yes, you have
So
a great
I'll fall in
place.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday.
Yeah.
So I'm at Mercy Monday, Wednesday, Friday's date night.
Yeah, that's great.
Date night is always on the itinerary on babysitter.
Yeah.
I mean, if we do 2.5 hours, it's a lot. We're looking at each other.
Yeah, no, I know. We need to get back to date night. We've gotten into the thing where there's like, oh, and there's a school function. Oh, and there's this
Right,
other thing
right.
that you have to perform at. And then all of a sudden we're out 2 nights in a week and it's not even date night.
Right, it's not date night.
And we don't like to be away from, we feel like it's important to be home for bedtime. But we also
Me
don't want to
too.
stay up late because then you got to wake up early in the morning. So it's this whole.
All my spots are after 8:30, and I do them, and I run up the hill because
that's
the
great.
house is at 6:15. I got,
Yeah.
got the Mickey Mouse Club playing
Yeah, I
throughout the whole goddamn house.
I know, it's true.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
It's time to wake up.
So it's
They're like,
kinda
oh,
weird.
Groundhog Day.
So when you went to New York now, what were you thinking in the early 90s? I mean, you were just meeting people,
I was like,
playing.
this is going to happen.
Broke?
Not really. My parents were helping me out. I was working, but I was also, I was thinking, you know what?
You weren't eating right.
I was a couple years after college. I was working in different little jobs, like the Pottery Barn type of. It wasn't Pottery Barn. It was called Hold Everything. It was in Chelsea. I sold hangers to Will Lee, the bass player. He always gives me a hard time about that. Padded hangers. They were probably scented padded hangers, actually. But I worked there. I worked at a hotel doing room service and other stuff, working the breakfast room. I did a lot of temp work in offices. And at a certain point, a couple years in after college, my dad was like, you should think about going back to school. And I realized, you know what? He's right. Because if I'm not a musician, I would like to do something else that's really satisfying to me, that's not working at a hotel or working at someone else's store or temp working. I would like to use my mind and use my whole self to do a different job. So I went back to school at NYU for psychology for a master's degree, but I only went for a year, and it was very part-time. It was like 2 classes at a time. And then once I was there, I was like, you know what? I'd rather be just 100% focused on music. And then if that doesn't work out, then I'll go back to school 100%. And then within the year, I got a song on a soundtrack and everything. Because I always felt like I was taking one step forward. Like more people were at the shows. We were always, I had different friends in the music business who would give me advice, and we were always collecting information and names for our mailing list. And I would handwrite, 300 cards, just doing the whole thing. And
this is it.
I had a friend, and at a certain point, it was getting too much with work and music. And my friend who was in the music business said, you need like an assistant. You need someone who can work with you. And out of the blue, my friend who was working at Ethan's theater company said, hey, if you ever need any extra help, let me know. So she would help me make flyers, and we would address the flyers and Xerox copy at the temp work office and use their phones and actually be awake way too early in the morning. But just like always doing the next thing that you do when you're a professional musician, playing shows, playing in Philly, playing in Boston. And then all of a sudden, boom, having a big hit on the radio.
Now the hit comes out. So, you're ecstatic, you're happy.
Yeah,
no,
and also stressed. And
it's
crazy, and everybody wants something from you, and everybody thinks you've changed. I'm like, I'm still the same exact person. I haven't changed. I'm just busy making my album right now in the studio because the one song came out, but I need to make the whole record. I signed a record deal when the song was #1 on the charts. I signed a record deal with Geffen Records, and my attorney was great, and I still have the same attorney today that I did back then. But I was a working professional musician. It was so exciting. I was on TV, learning what that's about, and making videos and making music and playing with my band and getting all of our. I also was a very big fan of getting all of our contracts, getting all of the ducks in a row with the band members, with the producers, with the whatever. I wanted everything to be, done properly, and making records and then writing songs and just on and on and on.
Did you go on tour after that?
I did. I was on
national
tour. National tours. I don't know if I ever did a lot of T-shirt tours, where it's like the T-shirt with like 30 dates on it, I felt like we would do runs of shows. And once I got signed, there was a whole thing where you would finish writing the record, record the record, do the artwork and all that stuff. Then there'd be 3 months. And during those 3 months, you would go to Europe and promote the record. You'd go to Japan for a couple weeks and promote the record, come back to the US, promote the record. And then actually the record would come out. Then you go back to Europe for 2 weeks and tour, or 2 or 3 weeks and tour, and back to Japan for 2 weeks to tour, then back to the US to tour. Just like the whole thing. And then you would start over again, making more music. And it was like this kind of routine. Now it's not like that at all. Now it's like always recording, always writing, always touring, like you and I are talking about, where it's like 3 days here, 2 days there, a week there, bring the family. Okay, I can be out for 2 weeks now. Just this whole, who's paying the most? That's a good place to go. Where do I want to go? Which places do I want to develop my fan base further? Just this constant juggle of going out and playing.
That's amazing.
But I like it.
No, yeah, listen, I'm watching this the first night when I couldn't sleep. I'm frustrated. I got insomnia. I did 3 bong hits. I drank.
See, I eat Cheez-Its. I'm like, I'm going to eat the Cheez-Its. Then I'm going to have 2 Girl Scout cookies. Then I'm going to change my palate with a little bit of potato chips. Then I'm going to just cleanse my palate with just 1 spoonful of peanut butter because I need some protein. Then just 1 little chocolate chip. Well, just a little more.
I open up with an apple.
Oh, that's good.
I open up with an apple, then a banana. If I'm still hungry, then we're gonna have a problem. If it's after 11, but if it's 2 in the morning, I don't try to eat meat or nothing. So I'll just keep it to like an apple or a banana. But I'm watching this Rolling Stone thing.
Yeah.
They're performing in Cuba. They're in Cuba, which is a free concert, by the way. Okay,
yeah.
It's a free concert.
It's Cuba, but that's amazing.
And
where do they do it? In some big sports arena?
The Havana Sports Arena, which is to us is that field down the corner.
Right, I've been to Cuba.
Yeah, North Hollywood Park is 20 times better than that field over there. So,
but they have got all the old cars.
Yeah, they had all the old cars and stuff. But I'm watching Mick Jagger, 73 at the time.
Right.
Dancing, and I go, Joey, why the fuck would you go out at 73 to do a European tour when you've got millions?
Right.
Millions. I mean, they can't even count how much money they have.
Right. He's like, and yeah.
Because we love what the fuck we do. Right now, today, you come to me and say, where you going this week? I'm going to Pittsburgh. I love Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it's fun to
But
go.
do I want to go? Not really. So from now till tomorrow at 11 o'clock, I'll be a little bitch, Lisa. I'm not going to be a liar.
Because you'd rather not
I'll be
go.
a little bitch. Nah, I'm looking for excuses. I got a toenail that hurts. my calf
Your throat is
hurts.
sore.
My ear hurts. But
Yeah.
you know what? Once I slam the door in that Uber,
You're there.
it's
You're already there.
once I get to LAX, I go boom, clear. They look at your eyeballs.
Yeah.
Then you go through.
Yeah, you're already there.
You're there.
You're
That's
already
it.
there.
You're there. Tomorrow I gotta take connecting flight. Or Thursday connecting flight. You're there.
Yeah.
Once you get to the hotel, you take your iPad out. You connect your sleep happy machine.
Yeah, yeah.
You take a picture of your wife out. I got teddy bears she gave me. And a
That's so
pillow.
sweet. Yeah,
So I
I've got
throw
my
them all over
pillow.
the
Yeah.
thing. That's it. You're there. You're home.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Mick Jagger said. He goes, I used to hide. My management wanted me to hide. We're taught to hide, you know.
Well,
when we
that's-
go to
yeah.
a town. He goes, it's fucking part of the gig. Shaking hands, giving autographs, talking to people. That's part of the gig. I just accepted it.
I love it. I love
He
it.
said,
I
I'm
love that.
telling you tonight,
I gotta
when
watch
everybody
the
goes to
show,
sleep,
yeah.
when everybody goes to sleep tonight, take your little
I gotta
glass of
watch
red
the show.
wine, whatever, Manischewitz. You go out there with little crackers and cheese.
I'm like, I'm just like my Cheez-Its, basically.
Cheese. I
Just
love
want
cheese.
They're like the pastry.
I love, you know what
It's
I
like
love?
the pastry of all cheese.
I love cheese, but I get too stoned sometimes. I like the Cheez-Its with the peanut butter. But after a while, I'm such a gabon that I just put the cheese in the peanut butter, and the peanut butter breaks the cheese. And
Oh,
I gotta
that's such a
explain to
bummer.
my wife, my wife will look at me and go, why is cheese in the goddamn peanut butter? What's going on
Like,
here?
what do you
last
think? That's awesome.
You're just, I wanted you to come on the show, Lisa. To talk a little bit, but I really have a lot of respect for you. You're amazing in a lot of ways because LA's a money talks and bullshit walk type of place. You walk the walk. I mean, you don't stop. You're a mom.
Yeah.
What most people don't understand is that once you become a parent, unless you want your kid to be, like out there,
right?
You have to put love and time into that child.
Yeah.
I don't want my daughter, you don't want your children not to know who the hell you are. Yeah, you were making a ton of money.
Right.
You watch The Dirt yet?
Oh no, I haven't seen
Fucking 2 years on the road.
Oh my gosh.
2 years in a row on the road.
Sit like the whole time?
2 years.
Wow.
I kept that in date.
Crazy.
How are you going to be a parent? How are you going to be? Led
Yeah.
Zeppelin did that.
I know.
These people.
And they didn't have
leave-
cell phones. Can you
No.
imagine? They probably
They're
forgot their
dicks.
lives at home.
And you had to go to Western Union and write a fucking note. Nobody
Yeah.
remembers. You got to type
Yeah.
a note. What do you want to write on the note? Tell Lee I love him. And then
Yeah, yeah.
2 days later,
Can you imagine?
somebody knocks on your door. Oh, Joey loves me. Big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 years.
Yeah.
I did a tour 8 weeks one time, but I came home
Oh my gosh.
and it was too much.
Yeah, no, I won't do more than a week. I do a week. I did the Carlisle in New York, which was 2 weeks, but I knew that my in-laws, who have been great also, they help with the kids, especially if it's like a little longer tour than I would like to be on. They come and they help out. And so they were in Los Angeles when I was at the first week at the Carlisle, and the second week the Carlisle gave me an extra room and a room for the kids, and everybody just came for the week. And so I could do that. That's one of my dreams is to do tours during the summer where it's like a 3-week tour, 4-week tour. I could get most of the gigs out of the way for the year. Have the kids with me with another grown-up, whether it's my husband, an in-law, a good friend, in addition to my tour managers, my sound engineer, and just like do the thing we used to do. We'd drive around the country when I was a kid and we'd stop in Santa Fe. And, I could just play my show at night at 7:30, 8 o'clock, hour and a half, sign autographs, be done by 11, go sleep. Somebody takes the kids to breakfast, and then we go do something for a little bit, or we take a little drive. It'd be great on the East Coast where the cities are closer together, but just sort of combine the United States trip with the touring. Because I'm not doing a ton of morning radio anymore right now.
There's none left.
So it's like
There's really none left.
it makes more free time, and I'm really, I could do a sound check, but I could do that quickly. Or like even Europe, like go to France. I haven't really been outside of much other than like Paris or Versailles. Like go someplace where there's a whole country that you forget, and go and stay in like a bed and breakfast and play some weird little 150 seat venue, little club, and then play in France or play in Paris, but take the family. I don't know if it's realistic with jet lag, but it's one of my dreams to be able to see the country, see the world, do my work. Because that's the other thing. I don't know if you do this, but you have to be so able to change gears so quickly. You literally can be on stage and like feel like a superstar, doing your thing, playing your music, 2 seconds later be an artist writing, be in this other head where you're writing, and then be in this other head where you're picking rice up off the floor. And it's totally, you're where you are sort of when you're there.
As I became a comedian, I didn't take my work around the comedy seriously. I wrote, but when I went on the road, it was more to be destructive, like Motley Crue.
Oh, yeah.
After I became a headliner and started thinking about the people coming to my show, they got to get a babysitter, they got to drive, they got to pay for a ticket, they got to go to dinner. I changed everything I do. Some nights, sometimes I fly in the night early just to get dinner at that town, get the feel for the town, go back, watch Netflix till 2 or 3 in the morning. You're on these, you're on West Coast time. You don't need to get up. There's no
but even take
radio.
that seriously. Like, don't feel like you have to wake up in the morning.
No, I don't even take that seriously.
Watch your sleep.
Yes.
Be where you are. But what about that? Like your comedy. I know when I did the Carlisle, it was a big turning point for me. It was a couple years ago. Like I said, I like to talk a lot on stage. Sometimes it'll be half talking, half music. And I like, in my mind, I think every show has to be totally different. Totally different. It has to be different.
Even the way you're saying.
What I'm saying has to be different. Everything has to be different. It can't be the same. And now, especially with social media, I'm like, everything has to be different. But I've toured with toured with Lyle Lovett for one of those long tours before, and I watched him, and he knew what he was going to say every night, and it worked every night in these huge theaters, and it was great. It was kind of like a play. It wasn't a play. He's really playing, and whatever he said came from his heart, but he would say the same things. And I had a whole new respect for it. I was like, that works. What he's doing works, and that is an art to be able to get up there. And then I was hanging out with some comedians for a while, and I saw them working on things and started realizing people were repeating material. You can't do new stuff all the time. You have to sort of hone in on certain things and then be able to mess around. But with the Carlisle, to me, that was this very special upscale thing. People are paying over $100 to see me play. They're right in front of me. It's this tiny little place. To me, it had a lot of cachet where like classic people sing and tell stories and they do cabaret. And I need to tighten up my act so it's not so all over the place with trying to be so different every time. And I'm trying to find that balance between saying the same things and working on certain stories that are fun to tell where people always react a certain way and coming up with new different stuff. But how do you do that? Like, do you go through phases of similar material, or like how does that work?
I like to mix it up. Okay, I never do the same set twice. I love mixing it up, the order. Right. So tonight I'll open up with Snow and close with Stay.
Yeah.
Wednesday I'll open up with fucking Stay and take my chances.
Right.
I'll open up fucking strong right out the fucking box.
Right.
And then talk them down a little bit. I don't mind a musician speaking. But I went to see Santana a couple of years ago. I almost put a gun in my fucking mouth.
Too much talking.
It's
I gotta watch that too for myself.
It's what they're fucking talking about.
Oh.
We're at a great place. Now you gotta bring up injustice to Mexicans now. After I did, 22 joints, now I gotta feel fucking guilty to come to a show. Come on. Oh, this is a song. This is the other problem I have. When you're a musician, if I pay for Lisa Loeb, she better fucking play Stay.
Oh yeah,
I don't care if she fucking does it with an electric guitar, ukulele. I don't
play
care
the song that you know.
The song that I know, a couple songs that I know.
Yeah, you have to play all the songs you know.
When you're a comic, some comics they came to hear that particular joke.
Right.
I don't really feel that way, but I do sometimes.
Right.
Sometimes I do. If it's a joke that made me or something, I do. But I don't really want to say it. Where music, if I pay $800 to see the fucking Stones,
they better play
Sympathy for the Music. I better see the devil.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to see the devil.
Yeah.
I want to see It's Only Rock and Roll.
Yeah.
So that's the problem I have.
It's funny, early on, I remember when Stay was really, really popular, the song Stay, and my drummer, who's no longer my drummer, but we're friends, we've talked about it, but it was so funny because he was such a pain in the ass. He's like, well, we're not going to play Stay, right? We played at CBGB's, and it was a big deal that we were playing at this little club, and we're not going to play Stay. I'm like, are you kidding me? People drove in from New Jersey. Like, they drove in to hear that one song. That's all they want to hear. And it was written from the same place as all the other songs. I wasn't trying to sell out or, I was just writing another song and that one became popular. They are going to get what they want to hear. They better, when I go see Hall & Oates, they better play all their songs,
Well, see Sarah Smile.
I gotta see Sarah Smile. Sometimes they save up all that stuff till the end. And I'm really sensitive to, and maybe I shouldn't be so sensitive, but I have always all these new songs. And a lot of people know my first 2 records the best, and they're from 20 years ago, 25 years ago. But I've got like multiple songs and records since then. And I want to sprinkle them through the set and make sure they hear things that I want to share as well.
Do you switch your set, your
The order of set? I do, but I do find that there are certain songs that I like opening with, because I know that if the equipment is bad or something's going wrong, I could sing. If I couldn't even hear myself, I could sing these songs standing in my head. I feel comfortable. I know what it feels like. I like playing an upbeat song when I come out. Sometimes I change it up, but there's a couple songs I like playing. And that's the other thing. Sometimes in my head, I'm playing such different sets. But then I go out there and I'm like, I always play these songs because it works well. Or like, I like to play this kind of song and then play a couple songs from this other album that they don't really know, and then play something they really know, and then, tell a story about something else. Like, it just has an ebb and flow. But I did years ago start having a requests section, whether I'm playing for kids or for grown-ups. I have 2 different types of sets that I do. I play Stay, and then I'll maybe play another song of my choice that I want them to listen to, because I played something that they really wanted to hear, then I can play something they might not know as well right after it. And then it's requests. People can ask for whatever they want, for like 3, 4, 5 songs.
I watched the live stream from Austin. You're very good at live streaming and stuff. And a couple months ago, I was at home and bleep. You're going to live stream. I think it was on Twitter or Facebook.
Oh, yeah, maybe Facebook
Austin.
Live or something.
Somebody streamed it. And I sat there writing, watching you.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
And I'm like,
it was raining probably.
I got to tweet her real quick and tell her I want to get her on the show. She's not fucking around out there. And you were smiling, you were having a great time. And not to harp on it, that movie with the Stones again, every night they opened up with a different fucking song.
See, that's cool too.
One night they opened up with Out of Control, which is slow. And I was like, what? And they came out fucking.
Like, what's happening?
But again, during that movie, there was one part where he's in Cuba and he's singing, I Can't Get No Satisfaction.
Right.
And Cubans have stabbed themselves. They're like, Viva Fidel, they're stabbing themselves. And I'm sitting there thinking, how many fucking times have they sung this song?
Right.
And it's still, so they change it up. They make it bluesy. They just know how to.
Yeah. You have to respect that.
You have to respect that.
I know when I was a kid, I'd go meet musicians. They came to town. My friends and I would go get people's autographs at the record store and all that, stand in line. We thought we were a very new wave. We were very new wave and fun. And we'd make a pineapple cake that looked like a pineapple and give it to like Flock of Seagulls. And we were fans, we weren't groupies, we were fans, but we were also felt like journalists. We would literally like interview bands and stuff like that and videotape them, but it was filmed because it was, that Super 8 film. And so I know what it's like to be on the other side, to be a fan who's not a weird fan. They're just a big fan, or somebody I could actually maybe be friends with. Like as a fan, sometimes you're like, no, you don't understand. Famous musician, we could actually be friends, and yet they're thinking, oh, the musician doesn't think we could actually be friends. But like, I do meet fans that I've become friendly with. Like, you have your boundaries and everything. Yeah. But like, I appreciate it so much. Like, my parents were big music fans. I'm a big music fan. We used to wait to like get someone on Broadway's autograph after they did their show. Like, there's something exciting. You want to, as the Kinks say, give the people what they want.
Who were some of the people you met when you brought the cakes? Like Flock of Seagulls,
The Alarm. I didn't meet the Cars, but I love the Cars. And I've met Elliot Easton now.
Candy O was my shit.
Oh my God, those records are so good.
The one with I got them.
Yeah, they're so
I'm a
good.
vinyl dude.
Oh my God.
I'm a vinyl dude. And Atomic Records did not close. Whoever spread the rumor.
It's not closed.
They did not close. I haven't been to Burbank and everybody kept breaking their heart.
You could come to our house. Our house is like a record store. My husband collects so much vinyl. It's crazy. And I have all my old vinyl still in Texas. I'm actually going to sell some of it to a record store in Dallas that I don't know.
There's a guy in Kansas City when I went with Dean last year, Dean Delray, who does a strictly music podcast.
I know Dean through the drummer in my band.
Yeah, Dean's a great guy. And Dean went to a place and came back to a place in Kansas City where they get calls. Like, hey man, my father was the drummer for the Allman Brothers and he died. He's got a trailer full of shit. If you don't come together, I'm going to throw it out. And he's got like every tour jacket, like Michael Jackson, which is probably worth $1.
That makes me upset. That's like the Bill Cosby thing. I was such a huge Bill Cosby fan. I have his records. He was the guy I learned how to tell stories from. I've listened to his records. I'd watched his videos. I loved him. I met him once. And Bill Cosby, what did you do? It's so. Somebody told me there was a comedian who had or a guy who had like his whole Bill Cosby tattoo on his whole back. Oops.
That's not a good
It's
tattoo.
very
I know
upsetting.
somebody who named their kid Cosby. After Bill Cosby. He's a comedian, so take that one.
God, it's so disappointing. I'm so disappointed.
I was a little bit of a Cosby fan. I was more
I like the storytelling.
Lenny Bruce type of
Oh
dude.
yeah, of course.
But then I did a festival, and he was the star of the festival.
Mm-hmm.
And when I walked in, I was maybe 10 feet from him, and I could hear him telling the festival coordinators how there was no room for blue material in comedy, that he hates blue comics, and he better make sure there's no blue comics in the festival. And I just turned my back. That's like
that's too
an
limiting.
artist cutting down an artist. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Especially if he's doing what he's doing on the side there, that makes it especially gross.
This is the worst thing that nobody remembers. And this is what pisses me off. In 87, he fired Lisa Bonet from the show for doing Angel Heart with Mickey Rourke because she had a sex scene.
Oh, give me a break. That's terrible.
You not remember that?
I vaguely remember that.
And she said, fuck you, and she hooked up with
Lenny Kravitz.
Lenny Kravitz, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
But, here's a girl who did a sex scene, and there was an R-rated sex scene and there's an X-rated sex scene.
Right.
There's two of them for this movie, and he fired her.
And that's art.
And 30 years later, 20 years later, 30 years later, he gets convicted for the crime that he does. That's the kind of shit that
that's not right.
Eats my crow. Michael Jackson, on the other hand, first album I bought when I came from Cuba was ABC. So I didn't think I'd
Such a great record.
I'm fucking devastated. But it does. You see those pictures of him at the end with the fucking eyeballs sticking up and shit.
Yeah.
He was out
He
of his
needed
mind.
people. He needed people. He needed real people in his life.
This businesswoman could take you for a ride. How did you survive?
I have friends and family. I'm just like a regular person with a family.
No alcohol, no drugs.
No, I'm just I first of all, I have the same friend. I have a lot of new friends too, including your wife. Like I've met some really great people through my kids, but I've always had really close friends. One of my best friends, our moms were pregnant at the same time. We were born in the same hospital a month apart. Another friend I was just seeing, and she works over the hill. She lives a mile away from me. We grew up in Dallas together. We were best friends between second and third grade. Like I have all these friends, just all these friends and family. I have 2 brothers and a sister who I'm close with. My parents.
They keep you grounded.
You're normal. You're like, yeah, your song's on the radio. Can you please go help mom with the car? It's a great support system. And I'm also just a really responsible person. I'm just over the top.
Did you ever at any point?
No, I need to buy into it more. I need to buy into it more because I think, like you said, at a certain point you have to take it seriously. I do take it seriously, but I think it's really important for us. It's, being a creative person and being an artist and being a performer, it's not as trying as being like an athlete, but you definitely have to have routines and you have to be able to take care of yourself. And, I have had people in my lives who have been big stoners or more drinkers and this and that, and it seems glamorous for a minute, but I need to be awake. I need to look awake. I need to be able to think. And it just didn't make sense to me that I need to drink so that I can perform, or, I need to take drugs so I can perform or do my job. I'm like, that doesn't sound very sustainable. I'm too factual, and so I didn't do that. And then I'm just working. Maybe I do need to unwind a little bit.
No, that's good. You go to yoga?
I don't do yoga very much. No, I do strength training.
Where at?
At somebody's home, at a personal trainer's home.
First, weights or machines?
Strength training weights, little machines. They're great if you want to know them.
No, I do.
Sweet.
I go to strength training.
Yeah, I love strength training. I've been doing it for 30 years. I love it 2 times a week.
Yeah.
I love walking. I'm like an old person. I like walking, light strength training, and dancing. I'm taking dance class. Yeah, I was a dancer.
And you're a mom, and you have an eyeglass company.
I do have an eyewear
brilliant.
Company. It's so much fun.
Brilliant. What's the website for
It's called Lisa Loeb Eyewear, so it's Lisa Loeb Eyewear. The parent company is a company called Classique Eyewear, but you can just look up Lisa Loeb Eyewear, and all my eyewear collection is there. It's ever growing, and they sell it at mom and pop, like your ophthalmologist optician office where it has a little store, but it's also at Costco. And it's women's glasses and children's glasses at Costco.
And you also have children's books?
I do have a couple of kids' books. I need to write some more books, though, one day.
When did you have the kids when you started writing the kids' books?
I did not have the kids with the kids' books. I have such nostalgia. You were talking about going back to where you used to live, going back to your old school. I love that time travel. I wanted to create stuff that was funny, and like back in the 70s, there was all the entertainment that was for grown-ups, but kids would watch it. We watch All in the Family, whatever.
Right.
We would also watch
the Waltons and
the Waltons.
Room 222.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you watch. I don't work Sundays.
Oh, right.
I refuse to work.
Oh, you
Sundays.
don't work Sundays.
I do not work Sundays. I do paperwork and other work.
Okay.
But I refuse to get on stage on Sundays. First of all, it's a Sabbath for me.
Right.
Number two, I grew up on Disney.
Oh yeah, the Wonderful World of
Wonderful
Disney.
World of Disney. That fucking Lion show. Afterwards,
Yes,
with the guy,
Daktari.
Daktari. That's what I grew up on. As corny as it sounds to everybody, I fucking love Lawrence Welk because at the time,
oh yeah,
I was such an immigrant and I felt like such an outsider. That for me to become an American, I had to love American things.
Yeah.
And I would sit there and do that little fucking German dance that they do, like, is get this German.
And hee-haw.
The hee-haw.
All that stuff.
Jesus Christ, so.
Eat a tuna sandwich and watch, I would watch, the dance show. Oh my God, it was on Sundays. I'd come home from Sunday school. Get a Whopper Jr.
Wonderama, Soul Train. American Bandstand.
Soul Train.
You had,
so all that stuff like
Midnight. What was it?
Oh yeah, the Midnight Special.
The Midnight
My
Special.
parents, my mom woke us up one night on a Friday night because Kiss was going to be on with no makeup. This was in the 70s. She said, Kiss is going to be on with no makeup. And we were such huge Kiss fans.
Really?
So we all woke up in the middle of the night, my siblings and I, to watch the Midnight Special. And then they showed Kiss, and they were sitting on a park bench with their backs to the camera being interviewed. So you couldn't see them without their makeup.
I'm trying to get Ace Frehley on here.
Oh, interesting.
But without drugs, he's not funny.
Well, it might be the first. I know, poor Ace. I read Paul Stanley's biography. It was really great. His biography
All that
is really
stuff is very, very
great.
good. I got David Lee Roth. I'm going to take on the road.
Oh, that's great.
To read that one.
Oh, yeah.
And the one I'm still trying to finish because it's brilliant is The Man Who Led Zeppelin, Peter Grant.
Oh, I got to read that.
Peter Grant's
I haven't
manager
read a
was just
Zeppelin biography. I read one years ago. It was a little paperback book.
the Hammer of the Gods.
Or Hammer of the Gods,
Maybe
yeah.
that.
The great one is Patti Smith. She wrote 2 great books.
Did she?
Yeah. There are a couple of biographies I tried to read and I just couldn't read them that were just not readable. They were not well written.
So I loved the Lenny Bruce book when he lived in the Chelsea. I love all that nostalgia also.
Yeah, so I wanted to make, that's how I got into kids' music. I wanted to make things like the stuff that I...
Something about camp.
Like when I was little. Summer camp. I have a little summer camp album, all my old summer camp songs. Because also when you're a kid, it's not kids' music. You're a teenager and you're singing it. You think it's really funny and fun and gross and sentimental and you love it. And so I made a kids' summer camp song records with a couple friends and started a foundation to send kids to summer camp through the Camp Lisa Foundation. And we ended up making a musical, an off-Broadway musical that played in New York City at the Atlantic Theater about summer camp. And that led to doing books that had the lyrics from some of those songs plus other songs. But yeah, it's fun. It's like fun and serious, and you can just do all kinds of different things making kids music. I like it.
No, you have 1,000 hats that you wear, and I love you. Whenever you want to come back on, you're close by. Just give me a call. You were great. I mean, this is great.
Yeah, it's such a surprise to get to meet you.
I didn't know you dated Dweezil. It's one of the best guitar players out there.
He's a great guitar
He's very fucking underrated. Very
I think
underrated.
he's great. Well, it's great because he's playing his dad's music now.
Is he doing it now?
He's doing it now.
Are they doing Joe's Garage and all that stuff?
I don't know they're doing Joe's Garage. They're doing a lot of different songs. And I think he might be working on some music. Actually, right now he's on a Hendrix tour. He's out with the Hendrix with like Joe Satriani and a bunch of other guys. Yeah.
I had Terry Bozios.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
That's
I'm a
great.
big missing person.
Oh, yeah.
Joe's Garage.
Oh, yeah.
Frank Zappa.
Amazing. Yeah.
Amazing. So I had him on here. But I've always said that the only knock I have against Dweezil is he played on Don Johnson's album. But him
But
and
that
Don
was
were
tongue in
tight.
cheek. That was
Yeah, they were tight. They were tight. Don grew up
Yeah.
in his house and stuff. That was tight.
It's interesting, all those folks that you meet. Like I remember hanging out in a kitchen at the Mondavi's house watching sports with Don Johnson. Very weird. I don't know.
Yeah, Don Johnson kicked it around for a while.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
would, but anytime you want to come on, let me promote these dates for you.
Okay, yeah, I've
Correct
got a
me
bunch
if
of
I'm
dates
wrong.
coming up.
This Sunday, you're at McCabe's Guitar Shop in Santa Monica.
Yes, that is a kids show.
Okay.
It will be fun for everybody. It's at
and then the-
10:30 in the morning.
Look at you. And then
And tickets are almost sold out, so
Really?
yes.
And then the 13th, you're at the Hard Rock.
I am at the Hard Rock Rock Casino venue in Northfield, Ohio, which is near Cleveland.
And then the March 28th or the 26th, you're at World Case Live?
April
April.
28th. I'm looking. Oh, here, wait. Before that, I'm playing. Oh, but it's sold out. I'm playing in Boston at City Winery. Sold out April 24th. Yes, World Cafe Live in Philly on April 26th. Ram's Head Live in Annapolis, Maryland. That's a great venue, and I have to get crab cakes. And then, yeah, the 28th, I'm playing at the Hamilton in Washington, D.C.
You're beautiful. You even got a coffee line.
I do have a coffee line called the Wake Up Blend.
Now, where
That
can
actually
all these
got through
people get
Dweezil,
to?
and my friend, a friend of mine who manages Billy Bob Thornton, connected me to this great coffee company called Coffee Fool, and it's an online place to order coffee beans. And he started a thing, the people who started the company started a thing with a couple of different musicians and people, that they'll let you put together your own personal coffee blend. Like mine is dark roast beans for that really strong, I'm going to be awake flavor, but also light beans for the actual caffeine, and it's shade grown and all that. And all the proceeds from the sale of this Wake Up Blend that you can buy online, they give all of it to my Camp Lisa Foundation. So they've sent so many kids to camp. They also have a blend with, I think, Styx and with Billy Bob Thornton, and maybe a couple of other folks now too. But it's great. It's Coffee Fool, and you go to their charities button on their website, and you'll see my coffee there, and it's delicious.
I'm going to try it.
Do you drink coffee?
Yes.
Okay, I'll have to get you some beans.
Lisa Love, this has been an honor and a pleasure. Thank you very much for taking the time. You're a sweetheart. If you ever need to come on for any reason, you're an open door policy. You want to do midnight, if you want to sing on here,
Oh, that could be fun.
we'll get the fucking lights going. Whatever you need. Periscope. We'll get girls with bikinis. Whatever you need.
Girls with bikinis, that's what I need.
I got you here. I got you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I want to thank Lisa Lowe for coming on the podcast again today. I want to thank the Christ Killer for making it happen. And I want to thank you guys for listening. But most important, let me give a thank you to our little sponsors here. We're sponsored by Postmates, your personal delivery service. I mean, in this life, who can you count on, really? Who? Who's going to bring you a nice little red wine at 4 in the afternoon? Who's going to bring you sushi when a good movie's coming on HBO at 9 o'clock? Who's going to bring you a nice breakfast burrito? I'll tell you who. Postmates. Postmates is your personal delivery service. Whatever you want, whenever you want it, they'll bring it. Nobody delivers like Postmates. No more annoying trips to the store. You got your little pajamas on, your chancletas. You don't even have to. You don't even have to know where the store is. Postmates will deliver anything to you. Download the app. It's available on iPhone or Android. Browse to local restaurants and businesses, all from the comfort of your couch. You're the king of the castle, Jack, living like a doctor. Your wish is their command. 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. Postmates will bring you what you want within the hour. Anything you're craving, Postmates can deliver. They're the largest on-demand network in the known universe with more than 25,000 stores and restaurants. What I'm going to do for you is this. For a limited time, the church family is going to get $100 of free delivery credit. You hear what I'm saying to you? $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days, free money once you download the app. How's that for you? So you hear what I'm saying here? For limited time, Postmates is going to give the church family $100 of free delivery for your first 7 days. It's free money. It's like stealing. That's Postmates. To start your free deliveries, download the app right now and use promo code, grab a pen, Joey Diaz, Joeydiaz, capitals all across. All right, I don't know what the hell you call it. That's Joey Diaz for $100 of free delivery. Credit for your first 7 days when you download the Postmates app. Get anything you need, anytime you need it. Download Postmates and save with code Joey Diaz, Joeydiaz. Go to Postmates right now. Download the app. You're going to be happy. You're going to hit me back and go, Joey, that's why you live like a doctor, because you got Postmates. You heard that right. Another sponsor who I love, adore, Onnit.com, the best supplements. Aubrey goes all over the world looking for supplements. Have you ever had their chocolate shakes? Taste that chocolate. That's real cacao, whatever the hell they call it. Cacao, cuckoo. I don't know what the fuck it is. Whether it's the Shroom Tech, the Alpha Brain, with a 30-day money-back guarantee, and then they want the product back. How good is that? Who does that for you? Nobody. So go to Onnit.com right now and press in. Church. And get 10% off your first order delivered right to the crib. Kettlebells, weighted vests, bats. I can't do nothing for you there. But with the supplements, Uncle Joey got you. 10% off delivered to your house. Press Church, CHURCH for you dummies out there. You get 10% delivered to your house. You're going to feel better. Your mind's going to think better. You're going to be more clear. I want to thank Postmates. I want to thank Audit, but most importantly, I want to thank you guys. And don't forget, April 20th, oh shit, the Pabst Theater, the first one sold out, and the second one's halfway there, and you're 10 days away. Reefer, McGillicuddy pills, whatever the fuck you need is going to be going down in Milwaukee that night. So go to Pabst Theater right now and get your motherfucking tickets because we're going deep. My May dates are getting rescheduled because of a film, and I'll keep you motherfuckers posted. Without that, I love you guys. Have a great weekend. Get ready to rock, and I'll see you motherfuckers Monday. Tip-top motherfucking Magoo. Lee, kick this mule. Little Lisa Loeb on the way out. Stay black. I love you, people. Greetings to Podcastville. It's Monday, April 8th. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Manscaped. Don't cut your dick off, fucko. The suffering ends now. With Manscaped, you can get it done without the pain. They got precision tools for your family jewels. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor to keep your balls, your nuts looking fucking tremendous. You understand me? So right now, the church family get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, they'll also throw out a free travel bag, which is fucking tremendous. You can put fucking condoms in there and asshole grease, whatever the fuck else you want to travel with when you use code CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. Keep your balls clean, cocksuckers. Summer's coming. The church is also brought to you by Hims. Have you ever looked at a photo of yourself from 5 years ago and thought, damn, I looked young. Whatever happened to that guy? Where did all the wrinkles come from? When did I start looking like my dad? Listen to me. Hims has anti-aging kits, a custom prescription cream tailored to your skin that keep you looking good. They got medication to help you with the little problem if you go on a date and you want to have that little oomph for you. And they can also help you with hair problems. You understand me? Hims is a tremendous company, so do me a favor. Order now and get $20 off your first month of Hims anti-aging kit. Lock in those looks now and get your first month of anti-aging for $20. See website for full details and safety information. Go to hims.com/JoeySC. That's forhims.com/JoeySC. Forhims.com. In fact, I'm going to give him a call myself. I'm getting old as a motherfucker. Kick this motherfucking mule, Lee. What's the story?
Oh, my God.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Finally.
Thank you.
I haven't seen you in a while since
That's
we were
right.
introduced at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
But I've always been a fan of yours for many reasons because Richard Pryor is everything to me. I was always scared of this meeting with you because I'm going to cry a couple times.
Oh, no. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he was everything to me. I mean, he saved me. He saved, when I heard these albums as a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old, I was blown away by the language.
Yeah.
I'm Cuban. They don't let you say shit. And my mom was very outspoken, and Richard was introduced to me probably, I don't know, I was about 8, maybe 9.
Wow.
And I was obsessed. And that was it. And the main albums were The Niggas Crazy, Was It Something I Said,
right,
and Bicentennial Day.
Early lap stuff.
That was just mind blowing for a guy like me. And I watched the documentary, and Mauricio said you were going to go out and talk a little bit. And I really appreciate you taking the time out.
Oh, I'm happy to be here.
First
to
of all,
meet you.
without meeting you, I know how tough you are. If I was in a situation, I would call you because I know you show up on fucking bat.
That's right.
And a gallon of milk, and just we go back to back. When you're a comic's wife, a real comic, never mind Richard Pryor, who had major league demons.
Yeah,
you're the toughest. You're one of the toughest women I've ever known.
Yeah.
When I watched I Am Pryor, the documentary, and I knew I Am Richard Pryor, the documentary, and I knew the story before. You left and came back for more fucking abuse. Not that he hit you or anything. I mean, the last time
he did hit me.
Left.
Yeah.
After he hit you, left. But it was just the ups and downs of the life of a comic.
Yeah.
And most importantly, the pain that he had. That I really noticed it in that documentary.
Yeah.
That's the first time that while I watch something with Richards, I always cry.
Yeah.
Sometimes I come here late night and I'll put on an album, Bicentennial Nigga, and I'll just cry because it's such a piece of my childhood.
I understand.
It overtook me from being a regular Spanish kid to being outspoken and cursing. And you remember the old Fig Newton commercials, Chewy, Chewy, Chewy on the inside? I would say Jewy, Jewy, Jewy on the inside. All that shit came from Richard. Like Richard sparked my sense of humor. What year did you meet Richard?
Well, he sparked your creativity
Too,
and your ability to, and your need to express yourself, and that's the beauty of Richard. I think Richard, changed creative culture in that way. It wasn't just comedians who were moved by him. It was a lot of people. It was actors and writers and artists, and because he spoke to the humanity in people, and he touched something in you very deeply that allowed you to express yourself, stuff that needed to come out and you wanted to come out, but there was no way to do that. And you found the key, and Richard was the key that unlocked that door. I met him in 1977. I worked for him first. And
you just answered an ad one day?
No. He was a friend of mine, Lucy Saroyan, William Saroyan, the writer's daughter. She was a good friend of mine. And she was working for him. She was also fucking him. And she was a consultant on his NBC variety show. And she said, he's just bought this house in Northridge. We got to fix it up. He wants it decorated. I need help. Can you help me? And I've been working in Texas. I was on the road with a friend of mine singing and songwriting in clubs and stuff. And I got back and she said, you need a gig. And I met him. And the first time I met him, August 22nd, 1977, and I wrote about it, I fell madly in love. I mean, his vulnerability. And I didn't know much about his career. I'd never seen him doing stand-up. I knew he had this rep, Lucy told me he had this rep and but I really was, I was captured by the man. I just was so touched by him. Of course, I'd come to work and I'd come early to meet the workmen to do the house over. He'd come out every morning with a new woman. And I'm like, oh, he's got it going on, I didn't care. Wild Horse is going to drag me away. And one night, it was my birthday, he gave me an envelope of Coke. And those were the days, man, right? And it was good shit, too, let me tell you. And he said, you got to spend the night. I'm not going to let you drive back, I lived in Hollywood at the time. And Lucy came in with, Coke-rimmed nostrils, that, dawn. Sun was coming up. She goes, we got to get out of here. Richard pulled a gun on me. I said, well, I got to be here in an hour anyway. I mean, I got to work here. So I'm not going to go anywhere. Well, she never spoke to me again because Richard came in right after she took off. And he said, yeah, I pulled a gun on her. She, she wouldn't give me a blowjob. I mean, what can I tell you? I kind of giggled and he said, listen, my house is torn up. All I've got, can you help? Can you stay? I said, oh, sure, I'll stay. Wild Horses could not have dragged me away. I was there. And I was loyal to him. Even then, we were not dating. I was just adored him. He married Deborah in the meantime. He went through the NBC variety show. Richard's life in 1 week is like somebody living in Nebraska for 25 or 30 years. The shit that would go down in 1 week in his life was so fast and furious. I mean, you had to hang on for dear life to keep up, right? But he married Deborah and then he shot the car. Remember that incident? He said, you're leaving, but no, the hush puppies, bitch, you're not in my car. Bang, bang. Shot the tires, shot the engine, and she was in the car with her girlfriends. And I was back east visiting my family for Christmas. And I came back and was told, do not contact him. There's, he was in jail and there's drama going on. He called me, goes, well, what the fuck? Where are you? And again, we had not started, anything by then. And I said, well, I was told to stay away. He said, please come see me. And from then on, that was January 78, we were together.
And that he was huge in January 78.
Huge.
Just off albums and shit.
Yeah.
Just off albums.
Yeah.
He was huge.
But I'd never been to the Comedy Store. So we're dating. We go to Hawaii together. We come back and we're out on the town one night. And we're on Coldwater Canyon on the way back to Northridge. He does a U-E and says, I got a surprise. We pull into the Comedy Store. I'd never been to the Comedy Store. We walk in. I don't say a word. I'm like, where are we going? He goes, you'll see. He puts me seated next to Mitzi, goes up on stage, and starts talking about candle wax on the floor. That's how no-net Richard was. He would work so spontaneously, and he would woodshed. He was also so disciplined when he worked. So he started talking about candle wax on the floor, and out of that, he would spin like alchemy, this stories, and it would just come. And I would start taking notes just spontaneously. And every night he'd go to the store and he would take a couple of pieces from the night before, expand on them, and woodshed. You know the term woodshedding. Right. And then the next morning we'd sit by the pool and we'd go over the notes. And I'd say, Richard, you got to move more, talk more about women and love. Women love it. And, and at the end of 6 weeks, he had live in concert, live in Long Beach. That was the first big one. The first big one. Okay. I mean, he had done Live in Smokin' at the bitter end. I mean, the Improv in New York.
The fucking menu behind them.
Yes. That's some raw shit.
That's the one that set me over the top when I started stand-up.
That's interesting.
I found that one, and I'll never forget going, this guy doesn't. And the funny thing is, you look at the prices on the menu.
Yeah.
25 cents for a hamburger, 10 cents for French fries. That's the one that fucked me up emotionally.
It's so interesting to hear you say that because every comic has their one. For you, it was live in Smokin'. For some, it's live in concert. For some, it's live on Sunset.
Well, for me, it was as a comedian. Once I became, as a fan, it was live on Sunset.
Right.
As a comedian, he taught me what to do once I watched Live in Smokin'.
Really?
Once I watched Live in Smokin', that one opened my eyes to the non-glamorous side of comedy. You always see curtains and this guy come up and bring you up. Richard, it seemed like Richard just went up there off the cuff and somebody was taping him.
Yeah.
And it set me fucking on fire.
Yeah. Michael Blum filmed that. I bought that from him, so we own that now too. Yeah, thank God. Yeah, that's when I came back. I had to start coalescing all Richard's shit, his legacy.
So now what's going on in January 78?
Oh, well, January 78. So it's rock and roll, man. I mean, it is, the Comedy Store every night. He realizes he wants to divest himself of those demons that made him shoot the car. And that was Richard's genius. He turned that scene, which could have been really negative. I mean, he was arrested, right? What was the line? He said, and then the cops came and they got guns too.
Yeah,
but they don't shoot cars. I went in the house because they don't shoot cars. They shoot.
Yep.
And he said, let's turn this into, that was Richard's genius. He would take anything bad or negative or painful, and which is what comedians do.
That's what we're supposed to do.
Right. That's what you're meant to do. If you're that honest, right? If you can be that raw with yourself and exposed, and then turn that into genius. Being exposed like that's really hard to do all the time. This is how I understand Richard more and more as I get older and as I look at him and his work. You're walking a razor wire every day. You know it. And sometimes you fall off because it's a goddamn struggle. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't make you bad. It just makes you human. You struggle. Yeah, you might do some bad things. Yeah, he hit me. Yeah, he did drugs. Yeah, he fucked around. Well, that doesn't make him a bad man. Richard happened to be a really good man. He was a wonderful person. Everyone wants to talk about his genius, and I am more than happy to talk about his work, but I'm here to tell you also, he was a good person. He was generous, give you the shirt off his back, help anybody he could. I heard a story once about Adam Sandler. Fucking pissed me off. A homeless guy in a wheelchair was asking for money. He says, man, I have to work for a living too. You know what Richard would have done? Would have peeled off a couple of hundreds in a heartbeat. That's the kind of man Richard was. Even if that guy was maybe faking it, who knows? Didn't matter. All right, so get over on me. Who cares? He had such a spirit. Richard's essence was good.
He was a sweet guy.
He was a sweet guy. That vulnerability again that I talk of, you know, and the pain that he had that never left him, you know. And yeah, drugs. They were at certain points. They were his comfort. They comforted him, right? It's like a couple of drinks. You can't drink the bottle, but you know you can have a couple of drinks or a joint or whatever you do, but you can't tip over. And Richard tipped over. Obviously, he went past that line. You know, and that was only, he hurt himself more than anybody.
At any points in his career did he want to stop?
Stop
the coke?
Oh, yeah. No. That was the thing that I was so impressed with when I watched him prepare live in concert. He was very disciplined. He would go to the store every night.
That's what I heard.
Yep. And then the next day, as I said, go over the notes and work on what he was going to do that night. In the afternoon, he would take a nap. And then I'd pick a wonderful piece of clothing for him to wear. You know, I loved dressing him in beautiful clothes. And he would go out and he would do the same thing again. He would, you know, woodshed, you know, peel away what wasn't working, add what was working, find new material. And it was amazing. I mean, he was very disciplined. Yeah, he was doing coke. I mean, in a way, but it was not over the top.
Who was at the store in '78 when you walked
Oh
in?
my God!
Just name
everybody was there.
Just
you
give
know.
these people.
Well, Robin was there. You know.
Robin,
yeah,
Richard.
Robin. Yeah, Letterman. I mean, they were all there, and you know, it was incredible, and everybody was in awe of Richard. I don't care who was there with fame. Richard was the one. When he got on stage, everybody watched him and nobody wanted to follow him. Yeah, you know how that could be, right? Yeah. But it was, you know, and Mitzi, of course, was thrilled to pieces. I mean, you know what a character she was. Yeah. What do you think of her memorial, by the way? I wanted to ask you.
I didn't go.
Why?
Because Cubans are like fucking Irish.
Yeah.
I get so emotional at funerals that I start smacking motherfuckers. There was a fist fight at my mother's funeral.
Oh, shit.
I went to another one when I was 14, and there was a fist fight at that one.
Yeah.
And then the last memorial at the store I went to was Marilyn Martinez, and I threatened Jeff Valdez that night, almost smacked the shit out of him.
Oh my God.
So I have bad blood with a couple comics that I knew were going to be up there.
Yeah. Jeff was there. He spoke.
Right.
Yeah.
I cherished Mitzi. Mitzi was like a mother to me, but I knew if I would have gone down there, I would have smacked somebody.
It was disappointing. Yeah.
And I heard that he was there and he caused the scene. So
it was disappointing. I was supposed to speak on behalf of Richard in the big room. And I was cut out the way a lot of women were. And so I went in the OR and I said to, who's Dice's girlfriend? You know, she kind of runs the show over there.
Oh, Eleanor.
Yeah. I said, Eleanor, let me get up and say some shit. Because this is Richard's favorite room anyway. The OR was that was Richard's. That was the room he adored. So I said, let me say some shit. Well, you know, after she let 89 people ahead of me, of course, you know, I got on and there were 3 people left in the audience, which, you know, I kind of felt insulted on behalf of Richard and Mitzi because they had a serious bond. Not recently, but I found out that they had fucked, and which was very interesting to me.
Richard fucked everybody.
Yeah, he did.
And the thing I love about you is that you knew it and you accepted it. You said, there's nothing I'm going to do with this fucking animal. Yeah. He's an animal. Yeah. He's a fucking animal. When he gets off stage and he does what he does, he's going to fuck, he's going to snort. That's what's going to keep him in there.
That's right.
That's what's going to keep him there.
Yeah.
For me, I was not a good-looking guy, so I couldn't fuck a lot of people. But for him, that's who he was, and you accepted it. The documentary, you've spoken about it for years. Like, you're like, that's who, because you loved him.
And I know he loved me.
He loved me.
I know he loved me. He called me one night from Hooker's house and said, Jennifer, I'm here with this woman. I'm telling her how much you mean to me, how much you love me, baby. I said, can you come here and tell me? I knew it was part of him that he probably would never, forego. He would never give that up. And did it hurt me? Sure, it hurt me, but it never devastated me.
You looked at it for what it was. It's part of the fucking game.
It's part of the game. It was pussy. I get it. It wasn't. But I knew he loved me. And I'd been around the block some. I'd been with some interesting guys, right? but I never felt loved.
He was a nice dude, Warren Beatty.
Oh, Warren was a good guy.
He's a good dude. I did one of his movies, and he was a director.
Yeah.
It was on last night, and I saw it.
What movie?
The last one he did that he directed about Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes, yeah.
So I was one of the gangsters that was supposed to throw him out of the hotel and shit. But he talked to me, he was a gentleman. Like, I was in awe. Like, this is shampoo.
Yeah.
Like, explain to people who the fuck Warren Beatty was in 1970. They don't know.
He was the man.
And he was slinging more dick than Richard. He was slinging more dick than Richard.
He did. They were friends, you know.
Oh, Richard was friends with everybody.
Yeah.
They all.
Yeah.
I think Richard drew people to him. You made a comment a couple months ago that destroyed me on the internet. It didn't destroy me, but like that week, 2 articles that come out about him.
Oh, Brando?
About Brando.
You know.
How did you guys meet Brando?
Well, you know, actually, the truth is that I just found out from a friend of mine where they met, and it was at Red's Club on La Brea before I knew Richard. Because people are saying, how do you know that's for a fact? Well, no, I wasn't there, so I don't know it for a fact. But I can tell you this much. If Quincy says it, because Quincy doesn't pour the tea like that, you know? And Q's taking so much shit for that. I mean, he still is taking shit for saying that, you know, talking about Marvin Gaye. And listen, you know, Richard loved pussy. There's no question about it. He wasn't gay. Hey, you know, sometimes a mouth is a mouth is a mouth. What are you gonna, you know? Listen. What I said was, it was the 70s when you snort enough cocaine, you fuck a radiator and send it flowers in the morning. You know. So, but Richard didn't have a lot of shame about it, and I think that came from his childhood. You know, when he saw everything was allowed, right? Everything went on in that whorehouse, right? He was also molested as a kid, and that's like another whole other topic. But, you know, Richard didn't carry a lot of shame about it. I mean, look what he said to the Hollywood Bowl. Oh, shit. Yeah.
He had told me about that a couple of years ago, and then I saw it in the documentary, and I almost passed out.
Yeah.
He's like, I've sucked a dick before. What are you saying? He's like, I've sucked a dick before.
I've sucked a dick, yeah.
But you faggots aren't nothing. Like, where were you?
Yeah, where were you when Watts was burning? You know, he was pissed off.
He was pissed.
And there are a couple of different stories about it, but the one he told me was he saw the locker group, the dance group, the lockers being mistreated with some bigotry and racism in the dressing rooms, and it really pissed him off. And it was supposed to be, it was titled Evening of Human Rights, and he realized that, oh no, this is all about gay rights. So what's going on here? And they're mistreating some black people here, and he really got pissed off, and he just let him have it. You know. I mean, that's Richard. That's vintage Richard.
That's vintage Richard. That's what you're supposed to do.
You know, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to tell the truth. So I sucked some dicks. What's the big deal? You know, I mean, God bless him.
You know, I loved, out of this document, what I really loved about I Am Richard, that they showed Richard starting off and kind of navigating to the Cosby thing. That's a man I can't fucking stand.
Yeah.
I'm never fucking standing him. I can't stand him. I like the one album because he talked about Buck. And we played Buck as a kid in New York City when I came from Cuba. That's a game that you stand on the wall and then everybody holds their waists and you go with your ass out. And then so there's 5 people and then 5 people have to jump on the human chain and break it. So you pick the weakest person. Who's the weakest person? You get on top and you jump on top of me and then we start beating that person. If it's a woman, we would squeeze her tits, you know, until
God.
And then the chain breaks. Then you do it again. So I like, and we played hot peas and butter. Go get your mother. You gotta hide a belt.
Oh my God!
And then you're walking. I'm like, you're hot. So if there's kids down the corner, and you get the belt. You get to whip them all the way to base with the metal belt. Oh yeah, we got down in the early 70s. So that's the only reason why I like Cosby. But I think that part really was for comedians to know. That, yeah, you play the game. The first 6 or 7 years of comedy,
that's right.
You play the game. You play this fucking stupid, safe game. That's right. Especially when you come here.
Yep.
The fucking agents tell you, well, you have to go up there and paint a picture of your sitcom. So, like when MySpace came out, you know what my first reaction was in MySpace? I'm like, I wonder if Richard Pryor was alive. Would he go home and get on MySpace? No. He'd be snorting coke and getting his dick sucked. So I'm not getting on MySpace either. But then social media took over and you had to. But I like the part that One day he said, fuck all this.
Yeah.
Fuck all this nice guy with a suit and a tie.
Yeah.
You know, trying to be fucking Martin Luther King Jr. up on stage. I'm going to fucking go for it.
Yeah.
And he started talking about drugs and the wino. That wino meets Dracula.
Yeah.
That's something that's like...
Well, that's a pivotal point when he goes to Berkeley. He walks off stage in Vegas.
Right.
And that's why I love the documentary too.
I love that too.
Because it really shows his evolution as an artist, his growth, and how he became Richard Pryor. I am Richard Pryor. That is, we all want to know, where was it? What was the key? And the key was Berkeley. It was the first time he was hanging out with smart black motherfuckers too. I mean, Ishmael Reed and Cecil Brown and the Panthers. He saw that there was something else besides this, the one-trick pony, the jokes and the bullshit at Vegas. And he was making a nice living. So for this young kid to finally kind of, follow in Cosby's, by the way, I agree about Cosby. Can't stand him. And what I say about Cosby is clean on the outside, dirty on the inside. And Richard, dirty on the outside, clean on the inside.
Yep.
And that's the difference. Oreo cookie too. I mean, come on. He's really, does not a truth teller, that man.
Well, I didn't like that years later when I got into comedy. He did something in Colorado and I was in the room. I walked in and I was unsure if I was going to say anything to him. And he started talking about dirty comics, how they're not really comedians.
Oh, God.
He was on that kick. Meanwhile, he's dosing women with fucking Quaaludes. Meanwhile, in 87, one of the girls from the show, Lisa Bonet, did a sex scene with Mickey Rourke, and she had him fired. He had her fired from the NBC show. Just to let you know the fucking hypocrite.
The hypocrisy
that
of it.
fucking Cosby was all the way. Lee went down there to see him. And I was kind of pissed at Lee. Like, don't get that fucking... This is before the rape allegation.
Yeah.
Lee paid a yardstick and went to San Diego. And I'm like, don't go see that fucking guy. He's an embarrassment to fucking comedy.
Well, he started lecturing everybody. Ebonics. Why is everyone talk real English? I mean, and Hannibal Buress, he was the one. That brother was the one who finally just said, why are we listening to him? He's a rapist. Bam! That caught fire, didn't it? That little shitty guerrilla video that somebody took, grainy, fucked up video, that just caught fire. The poor guy, I think it marked him too. Do you know what I mean? I think he got love-hate for that. I think a lot in the black community, no matter, they can see it's like what Trump says, I can kill somebody on Fifth Avenue. His base wouldn't give a shit. It's the same thing about Cosby. And sometimes African Americans, look at Jackson, right? I shouldn't go down this road, I know. But,
do what we do here.
I mean, it's just, sorry guys, but right is right and truth is truth and wrong is wrong. So, if somebody's wrong and they get called out, they got to deal with it. They got to deal with the truth. And boy, I tell you, that Cosby, he's doing a hard time.
Jennifer, did you smell his pain?
Richards?
Yes.
Oh, God,
did
yes.
You smell it?
Oh, still. I still do. He just went through so much. He suffered. That's why I was so in love with him. I mean, he wore it all. It was right there for you to see. And the way he would connect with everybody. I mean, the rednecks. Richard Pryor, I mean,
people didn't like black people. The KKK listened to Richard Pryor.
That's right.
Late at night, they would listen to Richard Pryor.
That's exactly right.
Richard Pryor was the one that, what killed me, back to pain. Like I saw my mother. My mother had to leave her daughter in Cuba, my sister. And my mother would be Richard Pryor all day, suck my dick. Let's do a blast. Let's do this. But about 2 a.m., that's when they couldn't fake the funk no more. Mm-hmm. That's when Richard pulled out the guns. Mm-hmm. 2, 3 a.m., that moment when you got up to go to the bathroom, that pain would show up. You'd come out and see. I still have it.
Yes.
But that pain is what drives a great comic.
Yeah.
The more the pain, the better the fucking comic. And if they touch on it, like when I drive to the comedy store at night, I don't put music on. Mm-hmm. I go into my thoughts and I go into painful moments for myself. My father dying, I'm finding my mother on the floor, the first time a girl told you she cheated on you. Mm-hmm. You dip into those places.
Truth.
Things that really, truths that you find out about yourself. That you're not. All that pain is what makes me go up on stage and be a fucking animal.
That's good.
Like But I got that, and I noticed in all the documentaries I've watched, Richard wore his fucking pain on his sleeve.
Yeah.
Richard's pain was right there, and I think I do the same at times.
Yeah.
Like I feel it. I dated my wife for about 1.5 years. Can I tell you that I thought she was okay? I liked her a lot until my wife is naive as can be. She's from Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
She's Irish, and she figured me out. And she said something to me nobody had ever said. She said, "I could tell that you were raised without a mother."
Right.
I didn't know whether I want to kick her in the stomach or kiss her. But that opened up that just made me a good comic. When she said that to me, I had 2,000 friends that never brought that up. And I always saw that with Richard, like in his movies, that those little pauses. And there's a video of him that he's coked out to the gills doing an interview.
I hate that.
That's what I have.
Yeah.
I have those moments of manic.
Yeah.
Where you can't control what comes out of my mouth.
Yeah.
It's the pain is too much. And I really don't give a fuck. It's like the night he went to the Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah.
He didn't give a fuck.
No.
He didn't care about the consequences.
No.
And that's what a comic does.
Yeah.
We do what we do, and there's no consequences.
Yeah.
There's no consequences.
No.
We just did it. Now
Yeah.
what, bitch?
Yeah.
Make the next move. What's
That's
your
it.
move? You got no move? Then I'm going to keep doing it.
That's it. That's it.
That's what was interesting about Richard that I really always loved. Even when he did that, we were talking about that thing with the lighter. And
Yeah.
Live on the Sunset.
Yeah.
I don't know what you motherfuckers been saying and shit.
Yeah.
This is
The
Richard
match.
Pryor walking
Yeah.
out of the theater. I still remember that. The
Yeah.
whole movie theater died.
Yeah.
He threw the shit up. He just turned stand-up around. He just did something that was...
He did.
Did you get to meet Freddie Prinze?
I never met him.
He was gone already?
Yeah. Yeah, he was gone. What year did he die? There were... Richard's guns terrified me. I mean, I didn't like guns around, but Richard had guns.
He died in 77.
77.
I have guns, but I
Yeah.
don't keep them accessed.
Richard pulled a gun on me one time.
Yeah, because that's why I will not
No,
put a gun
shit happens,
in
man.
my waist.
Yeah.
Because I will pull it out
Yeah.
by mistake.
By mistake.
Yes,
Damn, yeah.
Because the schedule's not on time.
Yeah.
You know, and it's about the smallest thing.
Yeah.
It's not, Richard got manic about the smaller thing.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not the big thing.
No.
It's not involving.
Yeah.
It's the small thing.
Yeah.
That's when you look at them and go, why are you going crazy over this? You can, that's our mentality.
Yeah.
That's our little comedian. We have flaws as comics.
Yeah.
Musicians have flaws. We all have little flaws. Richard brought them up. Richard wasn't scared of exposing them.
No, the more flaws, the better.
When did you meet Paul Mooney?
Shortly after, I mean, I met Paul when I was in that period of time when I was working for Richard. He would come out to the house, you know. He was always, you know, bitchy. You know, Paul was Paul. I told you before I had a love-hate thing with Paul, you know, because I saw sometimes how he, well, let me tell you, the last time I saw Paul, Richard was being honored at the Directors Guild. And he's in a wheelchair, and Paul came in and was unkind to Richard, I'll just say that. And didn't come to his funeral. The love-hate thing, I think, was always somehow in balance, but at some points it went out of balance, and Paul would become very jealous of Richard and bitter. I mean, you know his comedy. He was, you know, he cleared the room. I mean, Mitzi had to blackball him from the store. How many times? Oh my God, at least 20 times. You know, and then she'd let him back in because he could empty a room. I mean, not to say that some of his stuff wasn't great. It was. But he, you know, he would
pick at you. He would pick at you a little bit.
Yeah.
He would pick at you.
I mean,
that was his genius, though.
Yeah.
That was his other genius.
Yeah.
Like, that he would not pick on you. He would try. He would push the line.
Yeah. Well, the race thing.
The
I mean,
race.
he would really go after you for the race thing, you know, and it was sometimes just out of balance and out of whack. You gotta laugh with it too, man. You know, that's what Richard was great at. He pulled the covers off black people, same as white people, you know, and he made you laugh at it too. Yes, there was some angry stand-up routines, angry comedic routines Richard did regarding race. But my God, it was that stuff was insightful, you know. I just wasn't a Paul Mooney fan, you know. I wasn't because I loved Richard too much, and David Banks, on the other hand, I love David Banks.
I love David Banks.
David
Is
Banks.
David still alive?
No.
David Banks said the funniest fucking thing.
He's a funny motherfucker.
Ever up at the store. He would have the cocktail. David Banks was supposedly Richard's manager, correct?
Yeah, at one point.
At one point.
Yeah.
David Banks started coming around the store when I was a regular. Well, he had been going up there. And I went to the store one night, and he's up there with that little glass. He would have that little glass of whatever the fuck he drank with his ice cubes.
Right.
And he would jiggle the fucking glasses. And one night, Arsenio, Paul, Eddie Murphy, and Johnny Gill were at the store by the light, by the Comedy Store light.
Right.
And David Banks and Arsenio, I think. I just say Arsenio.
Mm-hmm.
Arsenio, Eddie, Paul, and David Banks goes, Cuba, watch this. He walked over to me and goes, so one of you niggas doing the Queens of Comedy tour. And the fucking he sucked the air out of the motherfucking.
He hit the nail on the head, huh?
I sat there and went,
oh shit!
Like there was so many things I laughed at with David Banks and Paul Mooney. I remember one night some white dude pulled up behind with a convertible and music really loud, and when he stopped the car, Paul Mooney looked at me and he goes, "What a fucking shame with these white motherfuckers acting like Negroes." And he turned around and walked in, and I was fucking dying. I was like, I've never heard that before. But Richard, the documentary, that's what I stuck out the most of was how much you loved him. And I know what it takes to really love a comic.
Yeah.
I met my wife, and we were like kind of off, and I tried that comedy, suck my dick routine, and she didn't play for it. And then I had to call her and take her on a date, and I didn't have enough money to take her on a date. And I called her up one day like at 11 and woke her up. And I said, I'm coming over to eat. And she made like fucking corn dogs with red beans. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? But I was so hungry. I was a starving comic. I had to eat it, but that's what made me fall in love with her. She, out of all the women I was dating at the time, she always knew, she kind of just had the same thing you had for Richard. Yeah. And I could see in your eyes, you fucking were Scott Clear. And you came back for more.
I did.
Twice, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I got to go back real quick. Keep asking.
Yeah, I came back. Richard recycled women, right? So after we divorced in 82, I moved back to New York. And we stayed in touch the whole time, you know. I'd see him when he came to New York. He tracked me down in Paris one time and said, I got to see you, please. And I flew to LA and he picked me up and he had little booties hanging from the mirror. I said, what the fuck are those, Richard? And he said, oh, I just got this girl pregnant. And I knew Richard. Oh, shit. You asked me to come back from Paris so that you could flaunt these little booties? What the hell? And of course, that was Flynn. And he married her. He actually married her twice, too. But when people want to know which wife I am, I say the best one. Oh, that first date was actually before he shot the car when I was working for him. He said, by the way, I've got to go to this thing with a United Nations event. Would you like to go with me? And it was at the Beverly Hilton. And I went on the date with him and David Franklin, his manager, and he was fucking Lynette McKee at the time. So the four of us had a double date. And on the way home, it was very nice. It was a very polite, stuffy dinner. And on the way home, Lynette McKee started making white jokes. And I couldn't believe it. I mean, the tension was so thick in the car. And he walked me to my house and he apologized. He said, "I am so sorry for Lynette McKee making those jokes." And I said, "It's okay, Richard. Don't worry about it." Talking about my first date with Richard. And it was very sweet. It was like a real date. You know, he picked me up and dropped me off, and I had to apologize for Lynette McKee's racist comments. And he was just a sweet motherfucker, you know. And as I said, I've been around the block, and I just, you know, basically I felt kind of tired of it all. I'm like, I wanted love. I was looking for love. And I found it in Richard. And what I found about myself when I came back, I mean, first of all, the 80s, we were back and forth a lot, right? And then in 89, he did See No Evil in New York, and I worked with him on that. And I said to him, "Richard, why are you walking like an old man?" Then that's when he told me he was diagnosed with MS. At any rate, in 94, he was in New York doing something at the Apollo. I went up to see him at the Helmsley Palace, and he was drinking, you know, water glasses full of vodka and pills lined up. And I said, "Richard, you're going to die." He goes, "Oh," he said, "I'm in trouble." And Deborah was in the room, that wife from before. And she wanted me to go downstairs and get the white lady price for a diamond ring. That was Deborah. She was all about her jewelry. And I went downstairs and got the white lady price. And Richard bought her this ring. And I'm looking at this scene thinking, you can't make this up. But, you know, he's drinking and pilling and the locust had descended, right? And he said, "Jenny, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I need help. Would you come back?" I said, "Whoa, I got to think about this." This is the summer of 94, actually the spring of 94. And I took a couple trips back and forth. I talked to my father, who was an attorney. Dad's gone now, but brilliant attorney. Loved Richard, by the way. Kind of cut out of the same piece of cloth. And I thought long and hard about it because, you know, it was never going to be easy with Richard. But when I came out and I saw more of what was going on in that hotel room at his house, he wasn't eating. He was on an IV in his bedroom, and there was a cook cooking 3-tiered cakes, and everybody walking out with the food, and bitches counting money like it was Vegas. I'm thinking, what the fuck is this? And I realized I had to come back. I loved him, and I couldn't watch this. I found out about my own profound sense of loyalty. Besides the fact that I never stopped loving him, I couldn't let him go down like this. And he had guns hidden everywhere. There were guns under sweaters in his closet, guns under the bathroom sink, guns under his pillow. I mean, fucking brand new Berettas in the box and shit. I didn't know anything about guns except I hate them, right? And I'm like, what the fuck are these guns? And I knew that Richard intended to go through all his money with all these horrible people just going through it, that he was going to kill himself. I knew that. And I said, not on my watch. I'm coming back, Richard. I am coming back. And I came back in the summer of 94, a couple months after I had made this decision. And it was just such chaos. And it was just 2 years of putting things in order. And one of the first things I did was take all these fucking guns and that fucking ammunition. Took that ammo down to Ralph's one morning, put it in the dumpster at 4 a.m. One of his bodyguards said, "That was good ammo. Why did you do that?" What good ammo? Excuse me? What does that mean? So I took all the guns, which, by the way, were all in the box, brand new. I mean, every kind of gun. And I went down to the BB gun shop. It's no longer, but in the Valley, I sold them out of the back of my car. Guy said, "You can't sell them in the shop. You can sell them out of your car, lady." So I went and I sold them. I did it transfers legally, but I got rid of those fucking guns because I knew what was planned.
Was the gun because of the cocaine paranoia?
I think,
or just the natural
I think it was kind of a natural, you know, embedded paranoia that he had. I think it was a macho thing. I also think he had plans for those guns. I know he did. So I came back and I fought like hell. You know, I got rid of all the riffraff. I lowered the child support payments. That's the way they all came at me, you know. Flynn had a trip for 20 people planned, first class to Maui, canceled. Deborah had a condo Richard was going to buy for her, $325,000, canceled. Richard needed his money to live, right? So I closed the Bank of Prior. And let me tell you something. I'm so proud of that because, it took some balls. Let me tell you, I got threatened by the housekeeper. I know people who can have you killed, she said. I said, I bet you do, bitch. 911. Oh, yeah. I mean, I had a restraining order on some of those people. One of the wives, I won't say who. I mean, it was rock and roll.
How many people were out with their hands out?
200. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh.
And he was such a good guy. Give it to you.
Easy peasy. Peter Bogdanovich, the director. I found a loan, a piece of paper. I called him up. I said, you owe Richard some money. You pay up. Johnny Gill, money. They all had their hands out. And Richard was sick. And he was like, and people who were smarter than me, supposed to be watching the farm, were not. I'm talking business managers. I'm talking lawyers. They were stealing too. I fired all of them. The business managers, he begged me. He said, fire that business manager. He's stealing from me. And the lawyers who had him, $65,000 retainer a month for what? He's not working anymore like that. Yeah. What the fuck is this money just hemorrhaging? My father helped me navigate a lot of that too. I had to get lawyers and new people on board. But that's when all the wives and children went crazy too, because I closed that bank, like bam, boom, bang, closed, finished. The money's for Richard to live, motherfuckers. And I knew the plan was Richard was going to run out of money and then he was going to off himself. Not on my watch. And he lived 11 and a half more years in dignity and love.
Now, when I got into comedy, it was to live like Richard. It was to live like Richard. I wanted to get off the coke in 2001. And it took me 6 years because I was scared that I would lose the funny.
Yeah.
I was scared that I would lose my craziness. I was scared that I would lose that age, that edge. I was scared of so many things. But when I just couldn't carry that.
Yeah.
I've read Richard's books. I've read, Hollywood Henderson.
Yeah.
Remember Hollywood Henderson?
Unbelievable story, though. He won the lottery
twice. That motherfucker.
I'm still friends with Connie Nelson, and she hangs with him. And she said, Jennifer, he's turned out to be the nicest guy because Richard we used to hang with him. Yeah, twice.
He said that in one of his books, he said that he would go and pick the Pointer Sisters.
Yeah.
And Richard up at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
And they would freebase for fucking days. I mean, they were the kings of the freebase. Yeah. But I also heard a really weird thing. I want you to clarify. I don't know if you were around. You were around. Belushi.
Yeah.
They said that De Niro and Robin went to the store.
True.
To pick up Richard. But Richard had left already?
Yeah.
So they walked over to Chateau.
Thank God Richard wasn't there. Richard was not at the Chateau.
No.
No, thank God. No, that was Robin's and De Niro's thing. Yeah. That was horrible.
That was horrible.
That was really awful. We all heard about that. We all heard that tea very quickly and in real time, didn't we? I mean, that shit spread like wildfire.
What's that?
That's the truth about Belushi and how he died. And that Kathy girl, the dealer.
So it was, when you met Richard was not freebasing yet.
No. Oh,
that started when, like in the 80s? That started in the 80s.
That started, The fire was June 9th, 1980.
Okay, the fire. So he was already freebasing.
So he started that when he was working on, right before Stir Crazy, he started that. And I came into the house one day and I'm like, what's that smell? The first time he did freebase, he lit the mattress on fire. I mean, Richard was an arsonist from back in the day.
Me too. I love arson. I love it. I should have been born Jewish.
I'm telling you.
I could light shit on fire like anybody. I love it.
He started fires when he was a kid. I mean, that, but I said, Richard, and we dragged the mattress into the bathtub. That shit. And I did that with him for about 10 days. And I'm like, I'm out. I can't, that shit. I could snort. And I could keep that under control. This shit was like, what kind of high is this? It's like someone took a mallet and goes, whap. You're just non-compos mentis. You're not thinking, you're not aware. I said, I got to get out of here, Richard. And anyway, I wrote a poem to Richard. And I said, Richard, this is not working. I said, the way you made love to me was a shame and a disgrace. Your ice cold heart chilled my soul. Your woman is freebase. Freebase had moved in. That was the woman. It took my place. which broke my heart. And I got out. He said, take all that jewelry off, bitch, on your way out.
When did you leave the first time?
Well, there were a couple of incidents that I'd go away for a few days and I'd always come back. But this was the biggest thing. I had to go. And I asked Jim Brown for help. And, Jim kept giving me lip service and no, it's okay. Just, go away. And I came out. The producer of Stir Crazy called me and said, Richard has to shoot some pickups. They were back in town from Tucson. Oh my God, the scenes in Tucson with the feds. Oh Lord. But we're back in town. He had to do some pickups and he refused to do them because somebody had thrown a watermelon, a member of the crew. And Richard, it was a real racist thing to do. So Richard was furious. So I went out to the house and there was a mound of cocaine on this antique child's nest. And thank God I wasn't doing anything at the time. Because if I had, I would have said, fuck you, Richard. And I would be dead. I woke up in the morning. I stayed the night. I woke up and he was blowing through that pile, smoking, going through the pile. And I said, I got to get out of here. He said, nope. And he grabbed me by the throat and he was going to strangle me. Somehow I got free. I sat next to him and I just talked him down. He said, you're going to die this morning. And I had a cross around my neck and I held the cross and I looked out, failed Catholic that I am. And I said, God, give me the words. And I said, Richard, just calm down. She's like Law and Order, when they calm a person down. Just give me the gun. It's okay. Calm down. Everything's going to be okay. And he calmed down and I made a beeline for my blue corduroy pants. I picked them up and I left. Went to the kitchen and Richard said, can you bring me some oxtails and beans? I did. I went into the kitchen and got some oxtails and beans that one of his aunts was cooking and brought them back. But the next time I came out to the house was when he set himself on fire. And he said, it's going to happen. He said, you need to leave because it's going to happen to you too. And Richard never made an idle threat. Never. And I thought, okay, so I went to the kitchen and there was a bodyguard there and a couple of hangers on, an aunt or two. And I said, Richard's going to hurt himself. And they said, get out of here. Great little crazy white girl, get out. By the time I got back I had an apartment I had taken in Beverly Hills. I called the house. I called Jim. I said, Jimmy's going to do something. He poo-pooed me, dismissed me. Called the house and Auntie answered and said, what? And I said, I'm just checking. And all of a sudden she's screaming. Richard's then running through the house on fire. The phone drops. Yeah. I made a beeline for the hospital. Hollywood Presbyterian he went to first. And I talked to the doctors and I said, he's loaded on coke and he's just vodka and freebase. Don't kill him. Don't overdose him with morphine. And the family was there furious with me because I was telling them the truth. And then he was moved to the burn center. And then, the rest is history. I mean, it goes on from there. Yeah, he lit himself on fire. He poured that 190 proof rum over himself and torched himself. He said, there's no way out for me.
I did motherfucking chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah, in the milk, and the shit blew up.
That's the comedy.
Yeah.
That's the comedy.
That's
he
right.
Didn't hide shit.
No.
He lets you have it, and then he fucked with you a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, motherfuckers don't really have it.
Yeah.
I was hungry. And when I dipped the chocolate milk or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah.
I was a young kid, and I was just distraught.
Yeah.
Like, this guy I love.
Yeah.
He's doing what they were doing at my house, Richard Pryor was doing, except that my mom wasn't freebasing.
Mm-hmm.
She died in 79. Thank God she never got to that freebasing point.
Oh, man.
But she was still, she had a bar. She was Cuban. She was an alpha woman. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She beat up the husband, my stepfather.
Whoa.
Threw a cigarette at her one night. He waited till she went to sleep. Till he went to sleep. She took a Catholic figure and broke it over his fucking head. And that motherfucker had a piece of his skin hanging off.
Oh.
Cuban woman,
Whoa.
It's worse than an Irish woman.
Whoa.
And the next day, usually when a man leaves your house,
right,
they leave shit just to come back to maybe.
Yeah.
He took everything.
Yeah.
Screwdrivers, tools. Like, there was no. Everybody leaves something to come back a week later. I forgot my towel. This motherfucker never came back. So when Richard,
yeah, I'm done.
When Richard lit himself on fire, I didn't know what to do. Like people were making fun of me. Like your hero lit himself on fire. And I didn't know what to say. It was like I just didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
And then I think it was Sunset Strip.
Yeah, he came back.
Came back with Sunset Strip.
He came back. What people don't know about that is that we shot it in 2 nights, right?
The first night he ate a bag of dicks.
First night, so you do know, walked off stage, yeah. And the second night he killed it. But they did have to do some pickups on that. You know, Ray Stark produced it, and he wanted some pickups on that. And but it was good. I mean, he came clean again. You know, talked all about it.
With the red fucking suit.
With the red suit. Yeah. With the red suit. A friend of mine designed that. Yeah.
Well, that was tailor-made to the team.
Custom
smooth.
made.
Was
wasn't
smooth.
he?
He was smooth.
Yeah.
And like, was there anybody black at the time that didn't idolize Richard?
Oh God.
Jim Brown. You just dropped some names. We're talking about Hollywood Henderson, the Pointer Sisters.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just endless.
Well, you know, when he took me over to Sammy's for the first time, I mean, the way Sammy looked at him too. And Sammy was older than him, right? So it was kind of a little father thing going on there, but with such love, with such adoration and amazement too at the same time, you know, kind of, because Richard was doing things that nobody else was doing, really, you know. But Sammy loved him too. I mean, Sammy was somebody who was always there for him. Yeah.
So you leave, you clean. Now, at the time when you left, how long were you guys separated for?
Well, basically, we were separated we divorced in 82, and I came back in 94. But I, you know, as I said, we were back and forth a lot. You know, he'd come to New York and call me, and, you know, you know, we never really stopped seeing each other, stopped loving each other. I mean, I went on. I had other boyfriends. I tried to have a life without him, but everybody paled in comparison. I mean, you know, nobody could follow Richard on stage or off. You know, nobody. And I couldn't shake him. I just was madly in love with that man, you know. And I miss him to this day. I talk to him. I'm like, you know, sometimes I'm pissed off, like, you're supposed to be here, motherfucker. Where are you? Sometimes he visits me. And I feel his presence a lot.
You ever smell him?
I do. I smell him.
That whole smell back.
Yeah.
Why did he remind you of your dad? You said your dad.
My father, 100% Irish.
Right.
Brilliant lawyer, civil rights attorney, rock on tour, great fucking sense of humor, womanizer, could polish a bottle of whiskey. Very similar man, you know. And my father had his own demons, you know. He slugged my mother a few times, and my mother had mental illness, and that's a whole other story. But they eventually divorced. But I loved my dad. And I think I learned from my father that you can do bad things, but that doesn't make you a bad man. My father happened to be a great man. I worship him to this day. He did great things for a lot of people. Did he slug my mother? Yeah. Was he a prick sometimes? But he was a good man. And that's what I appreciate most is, you know, people get confused. Well, he hit you, so he's a bad guy. No, sorry. Well, he did drugs. Sorry. No. Richard wasn't a hypocrite. Richard was honest, but Richard was a good person. So these flaws don't make a person a bad person make. They just doesn't. It doesn't.
I didn't know much about Richard, but the thing that struck me, and was he happy? Like just like the documentary, a lot of sadness came through, and it makes me sad that someone who's so funny would be so sad.
Well, I think that you're sitting next to somebody who can talk to that too. I mean, nothing fixes them. Nothing fixes them. I can tell you that on stage is where Richard was like gills on a fish. He lived. I mean, he came alive. He was off stage. He had a hard time knowing how to live life. That's real. Happiness, I think, was very elusive. I think there were moments of joy. did he understand? The biggest question for me was, did he understand how loved he was? That's the big question. Did he ever feel loved? You know, I know he felt loved by me, but by the masses, by his fans, did he ever feel the impact that he had? And I think that as he sat in the wheelchair, as he got older and this disease took more hold of him, the disease of MS, I think that Richard really came to peace, came to acquire a sense of peace about his life and about being appreciated and being loved. I think that that maybe was one positive thing about that damn disease, was that it gave him, he didn't have a choice. He was sitting in that damn wheelchair and he had to face himself. He couldn't run away anymore. He couldn't run to the drug, to the whiskey, to the pussy. He couldn't run any more away from it. He had to face. So one of the things I think he had to face was that he was loved. But I think he did acquire a sense of peace about his life.
I'm 56 years old, and I think for 3 years I've finally been comfortable living in my skin.
That's what I'm talking about.
And my daughter, that little girl, has really played a big part in me being comfortable in my skin. You know, when I was hooked on the coke, you know, I was booking movies. I was at the Mitzi would give me spots 4 nights a week. But that
nothing to do with
once you get on Fountain and make the left to go home, reality sets in. You're a fucking loser. Your mother did drugs. You know, your father did drugs. You went to prison. You got a GED. You know, all those things come to play.
That's right.
Never mind what just happened on the stage. Never mind you just ripped that fucking original room to shreds.
That's right.
All those things come back, you know, and then you have to put them into place.
That's right.
For years, I used the drugs to put them into place, you know.
Yeah.
It just, you know, I tell people when I was doing coke, I would go to pee and I refused to look in the mirror. I would not look at myself in the mirror.
Shame.
If I had to walk through the bathroom, I wouldn't look in the mirror because you don't want to see yourself.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line as a comic, and it made me stronger. Getting off the coke and dealing with that shit. I tell people all the time, you got skeletons. You gotta let them out from time to time.
Yeah.
How do I let them out? On that stage.
Yeah.
Did Richard go to a psychiatrist ever?
He was mandated to by the legal system after shooting the car. Dr. Cannon, who since passed away. I didn't like Dr. Cannon much because he took advantage of Richard. Richard started giving him money for this charity or that charity, and then the okey-doke sets in, right? So no real work is getting done. I go to therapy, and I love it because it's a support system. You get to look at issues in your life, in your work. You get to learn how to navigate them better. You just get it. You know, for me, it's really important to have therapy. And I know what it takes. It takes honesty, and it takes a degree of courage. And I think that Richard just started to buy the shrink, and the shrink went for, you know, it got all fucked up.
But his psychiatry was the stage.
I'm sorry?
His psychiatrist was the stage. Sometimes when I hear his material, that's why I don't go talk to nobody. I want that stage. Now, at this point in my life, I want to go up there and get it all out.
That's exactly.
I say everything. I don't give a fuck no more. I was looking for a job when I found this. When I was 40, I had to be careful about what I said. Not anymore.
Good.
I'm going to retire. You know, I'm going out with this fucking ring. I don't give a Frenchman's fuck.
That's good.
And I'm from the school of Richard Pryor.
Yeah.
That stage.
That's good to hear.
Is your psychiatry.
Yeah.
You know, listen, I'm a fan of Guinness. I'm a fan of Bill Hicks.
Yeah.
You know, I love Andrew. You know, I love, there's a lot of comedians I love. But nobody set the tone for me like Richard. Like, I'm not trying to emulate Richard. I have the same pain.
Oh, I can see that.
Richard has, and that makes me a comic.
Yeah.
Like that pain getting in touch with it. You live your life going through for years.
That's right.
You don't know what the fuck is bothering you. Richard saw a lot of things that a lot of 7-year-olds
shouldn't see.
No. A lot of 8-year-olds shouldn't see.
No.
That when you're 8 and 9, your world should be Universal City.
Yeah.
You know, Donald Duck.
You should be protected.
Not being outside getting guys to come into your grandmother's thing, while his mom was hooking, his grandma raised him. He had the support system. But I think it was his grandma that really.
Oh, that's a double-edged sword.
That's a double-edged sword.
Double-edged. She was a nurturer, but at the same time, she had a grip that was iron. It was an iron grip.
What was her name again?
Marie Carter.
You met her?
Oh yeah, I met her.
Mean as a snake.
Oh, mean as a rattlesnake. But I understood her. Listen, she grew up during the Jim Crow era. Come on, she wanted Richard to marry. Oh, come on. The black actress. Thank you, Pam Grier.
Pam Grier.
Who Richard would tell me had a golden pussy. I
Really?
said, Richard, I don't need to hear that. she had the best pussy ever. I'm like, okay. And me, angel pussy over here, please. No, she wanted him to marry Pam Grier, and she called me the Bigfoot motherfucker because I wear cowboy boots in the house, and she'd hear me. She, I get it. I mean, she sent a maid in once with a 2x4 over my legs, smashed it over my legs, and the bitch got on top of me and started strangling me. The housekeeper. She felt I disrespected her.
Who is this fucking housekeeper? Russian chick? She threatened you.
Well, this is another housekeeper. This housekeeper was somebody who worked for John Schlesinger. I was friends with them, John and Michael. And anyway, I had her in the house, and when the grandmother was at the house, she ran it like a whorehouse. I mean, so I disrespected her. Richard and I've been doing coke all night, and Richard said she started calling on the phone. Someone's coming up. He says, "Tell her we can't take the call." And she thought that was disrespectful, and she sent this woman in with a 2x4, smashed it over my legs. Bitch got on top of me, started strangling me, and Richard finally saw, oh, I think she's killing her, and she got this woman off me. And I had some shit to say to the grandmother, but Richard made me leave the house. He said, you have to apologize to the grandmother. So she was someone to be reckoned with. I understood her though, I really did. Growing up living in that, look what she had to do to survive, to help to support everybody. But she was, when she died, Richard started to come apart because it was his own. It was the only nurturer he had. Really.
How was his relationship with his mom?
Very tortured. She abandoned him. She was alcoholic. She would come and go, but then of course he had to choose between the grandmother and the mother, and they put him in court on the witness stand, and he had to choose, and he had to choose the grandmother. You betcha. And he did. But, that was a pain that he never got over. I mean, how can you get over that, right? And the father was a real taskmaster, right? And, of course, he does routines about his dad and how tough he was. Buck was a pimp in the whorehouse.
Buck,
yeah, Buck. And, he used to say to me, "I'm so glad you didn't meet Buck. He would fuck you in a minute." I'm like, "Richard, your father?" He goes, "Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah."
The second time you went back with him, how long were you? You were together till the end?
Oh, yeah. When I came back in 94, I drove cross country with my 2 dogs and all my shit, and everybody else, I told you, just taking advantage and living 20 minutes down the freeway, and they were all cussing me out. I said, "Well, you're 20 minutes down the freeway. Where were you? Where the fuck are you?" So I drove cross country, and that was the summer of 94. I pulled into his driveway and rented a house right near him. And I made him sign an employment contract because you never knew with Richard, Sometimes he would just upset the apple cart because he could. So I'm like, "Listen, if I'm giving up my rent-stabilized apartment on Beekman Place, motherfucker, you better give me, some security here." And it took years just to get things in order. And we bought him a house, and I told you I closed the bank of prior so, we could organize it. And then we had to take care of him physically. So it was rehabilitating him financially, physically, and we did the box sets, and I went after Drozen and won that lawsuit, chased him. So I started to organize everything. And as I told you, the people who were smarter than me should have been doing it, and we're not. Oh no, they were taking what wasn't nailed down.
For the last hour we've spoken about Richard, and I don't like second Usually I don't like second party, whatever. But there was one other special person in this relationship, and it was you. You're very, very special, Jennifer.
Thank you so much.
You're very, very special because they don't make women like you no more. Women see heat now, and there's a divorce box. A little controversy, and there's a divorce. Oh, he called me a cunt. I can't. You have to look farther than that. And you had the wisdom that you seen past the comic and the money and the coke and the limos.
Oh, the party was over when I came back.
Oh, was it?
Well, in that sense, I mean, you know, it wasn't rock and roll anymore, was it? It was hard work now. It was like, let's clean up, let's coalesce the legacy, let's do the hard work now, Richard. You know, you're sick, that's what real love is, isn't it? I mean, that's when the shit hits the fan, rubber meets the road, man. That's when you find out who the fuck you are and who the fuck you love.
You know, inside my wedding band, I had initialed "Till the Wheels Fall Off."
Yeah.
That's me and my wife's favorite saying. That's what.
It comes from a Bob Dylan song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the wheels fall off.
Yeah.
And I look at you and I see why I love my wife as much as I do. Because, like I said, women come and go in this fucking life. They come with money. They come with this. You know how hard it is to be a comic's wife? Because at first, you see the comedian on stage. You don't see the guy
that's right.
That's moody.
That's right.
That wakes up in a bad mood.
Whoosh.
That doesn't want to talk at night. That doesn't like politics.
That's
that
right.
Wants his clothes a certain way. And wants his socks a fucking certain way. And, you know, I got home yesterday and my wife had the clothes was washed, but it wasn't put away. And for a minute, I said something to her. I go, who the fuck am I to say something to her? She's fucking fighting with a 6-year-old fucking day. But I wanted to bring you on because I don't think nobody's had a benefit for you. Nobody's ever given you the credit that you deserve for taking. He would have been dead. Listen, when he came out of the hospital in 80, that time, you know, to explain to people that don't know what cocaine was in 1980, you know how we've just seen this marijuana revolution.
Exactly.
One day it was a shoe store, now it's a pot store. Now there's 2 pot stores in the block.
Yeah.
We saw what cocaine did.
Unbelievable.
To a society.
Yes.
It was like this. It was like a case of the fucking measles. You know, they said that the plague killed how many people in 19?
Yeah.
The Great Plague. Cocaine was a great plague. And people like Richard, you know, the first time I tried coke was October of 79. Something I was totally against. Something I was totally against. And one day I went to the basement and I went looking for something. And I saw a bale. And I went in the bale, and somebody had left something so my mom could watch. And I took a rock out, and put it in a little aluminum foil, and I put it in my desk. I didn't say nothing to nobody for a month. And one day I played hooky with some friends. And I said, let me bring the coke with me. And we ended up doing it and sprinkling it in peppermint schnapps and vodka. We call them snow cones. We were drinking it and snorting it. And till this day, I'm still friends with the guy I did.
Oh, my God.
But not to take that off. 1 minute, people were smoking pot and doing acid.
Yeah.
And the next minute, everybody was doing coke.
Everybody was
and it was
still
everywhere.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine being Richard Pryor and people putting it in your hand.
Oh, yeah.
People just putting it in your hand. You're Richard Pryor.
They were bringing it in the hospital when he was recovering from the fire.
And he was doing it?
Oh, yeah. In the hospital. Yeah. That's real. But he did get sober. He did Here and Now sober.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. He did. So he got out of the hospital June 9th, 1980 was the fire. He got out in about 6 weeks. And he had a handler come and stay with him, a male nurse, to kind of watch him. And, you know, but he was like this with the shit, right? And we got back together that Christmas. We went to Hawaii together, and then the following summer we got married. And he was sober then. He actually smoked some weed in Hana at our housewarming we had built a house down there, and he goes, he got paranoid, and I kind of talked him off the ledge, and he said, you know, you're so good to me. You're just always good to me. Will you marry me? And I'm like, dude, I don't know. Because I was kind of dating somebody, you know. I was trying to get my feet back on the ground, you know, and And I said, all right, okay. We married a week later. Of course, he came back too soon. Now he came back and started doing that dope. And Robin and he started running together and partying. And he was woodshedding for the Live on Sunset. And we moved into Truesdale, rented a house there, so he was close to the store. But he started, doing the coke again. And, marriage got rocky, ended. But he got sober eventually, and then did Here and Now sober. But it was always rocky with him. It was just always back and forth.
Guys like him will never be sober. Guys like me can never be sober.
Yeah.
It's just.
Well, you don't do coke now, right?
No.
You drink a little.
No drinking, smoking, edibles.
Okay.
I'll take a Xanax. You got a Viking and pop it. Somebody gave me in Pittsburgh this weekend. Somebody gave me a bag of weed. Great guy, Vin. I went back to the hotel. There was 2 Klonopins and 4 Fiorentinis.
Whoa!
I looked them up, and they're muscle relaxers, but they got caffeine in them.
Oh man!
I put them away.
My drug was Quaaludes, man.
Oh.
Of course, Bill Cosby had all the Quaaludes, didn't he?
Oh,
fucking Bogart the
I had no
Quaaludes.
idea about that 714
Shit,
Express.
that man. I
loved it.
even tell my shrink, you didn't do a Quaalude? That shit was the bomb.
I got one saved at the house.
Do you?
A little one.
Buy it from you.
I don't know if I'll do it. The guy gave me 3 of them, but I took it one night by myself.
I hear you can still get them.
I don't know.
No. That's a heavy duty.
At the end, he died clean.
Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yeah. Oh God, yeah. Yeah, he died. Listen, I was so proud of the care that we took of him. He had a feeding tube. Usually you have a feeding tube for 1 year and they die from it. 6 years he had it. And that's how well we took care of him. Because that damn feeding tube, you have to clean it, you change it, it is a thing. He was on dialysis the last year of his life. That's really, he died of heart failure, but the kidneys were shot. The kidneys what did it. Yeah.
Question. When you went back to the comedy store, when you had curious about what the process of what we don't want to go back to the comedy store when the reaction was I'm curious if Joey, you saw him when he did.
I saw him. He was done. When I saw him, he was.
Yeah, but he wanted to go back.
He was in the wheelchair.
His idea. It was his wheelchair, and in
'96 he was doing spots.
95, 96
he was doing spots because I was living in Seattle and coming down, and I would never even go to the store. Like Fry's down, like I'm not even going to go down there.
Oh, I wish you did.
I could.
I filmed it. We've got it on film, and some of it is good. But again, I'm repeating myself now, but it was heroic and tragic at the same time. Both. It was both brave of him to want to do that and also tragic because he's not the predator stalking the stage anymore, that great, powerful, wonderful energy that he had in spirit. So you saw him compromised, obviously, very compromised with the illness. But the fact that he still wanted to do it said so much to me about what kind of man Richard was. And he still was funny. I mean, he got a lot of funny shit in there too. It wasn't just, sitting up there, but he would hold this martini glass and I don't know how he never spilled it. It was an art holding that glass with the martini full to the rim, and a cigarette in one hand, and doing his thing. It was beautiful. I know it makes you sad to think of, but on one hand, it was a thing of beauty that's where he wanted to be.
No, I'm not sad about it. It's balls.
People
that just added to the Richard Pryor.
Exactly.
Balls.
People would say to me, "How can you let him do that?" I said, "Whoa, get it straight here. I'm not letting him do or not letting him do. Richard wants to do this. Period. We're doing it. Instead of hiding in a closet somewhere. Come on, we're supposed to hide. He wanted to go out all the time. He'd go to the movies. He'd go to, we'd go out to dinner. We'd go to places. We'd go to events. We always went to the Schlatter stuff, the comedy awards. Always going out there. Always.
I heard a funny story about Richard. I heard that towards the end, he went up to the store one night in a wheelchair, and there was a funny black comic up at the store at the time. He called him over, and the guy thought, I'm the next Richard. Richard looked at him to get close. And Richard, when the guy got done, he goes, "Stop doing my shit." I don't know if it's true.
That's interesting.
I'm not going to mention no names, but I heard even at the end,
That's
he was that
interesting.
sharp.
Yeah.
He took the cop came over like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, Richard, what's up?"
Yeah, like what's up?
Stop doing my shit.
Yeah, good. I'm glad. I just heard a Robin story that was interesting. Howie Mandel told the director this. It didn't make it in the documentary. I wish it had. He said that he went to the store one night and he saw Richard doing this routine. God comes to visit and asks Richard if he can speak to Robert Kennedy. Sorry, God, he was killed. Well, Jack, the brother, oh no, well, he was killed too. Well, Martin Luther King. Sorry, God. Malcolm X. No, I'm sorry. You could hear a pin drop. That's what Richard's genius was too. He didn't always have to be funny. And that's something to remember too as comics. You don't always fucking have to be funny. Hannah Gadsby, the new girl comic, female comic.
Yes.
She's breaking some molds too that I think are very interesting. Same kind of thing. You don't always have to be funny. But so Howie runs into Richard on a plane. He says, "Richard, that routine where God's asking you to speak to all these dead people, why'd you stop doing that? That way you had everybody mesmerized." He said, "Because Robin started doing it."
It's a true story.
It's a true story.
It's a true story.
Yeah.
Jennifer, you always got a home here.
Thank you. I've
Always.
enjoyed it.
I've enjoyed it too.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed you.
Listen.
You made me go through a roller coaster of
This
emotions.
is good.
I was, like I said, there's just some people that I never wanted to really meet because I loved them so much. I would fall apart. You know, when I saw Richard, I fell apart. When Muhammad Ali's daughter said Muhammad was on his way to the comedy store, I got in my car and I peeled the fuck out of there because I did not want to. Yeah. But Richard's one of those people that if it wasn't for Richard, I wouldn't be in this office.
Well, I can say you got some of his DNA.
Yeah,
I can say that. Yeah. I appreciate that in you.
I appreciate you. Real quick, if you want to watch a new documentary, I Am Richard Pryor, visit IamRichardPryor.com where you can stream or download it. Visit RichardPryor.com for news, official merchandise, and to listen to his classic albums. Also, visit PryorsPlanet.com if you'd like to donate to help save lives, provide sanctuary, and make a world better place for animals. He was an animal guy?
Oh, yeah.
No shit.
Oh, yeah. He was glad I didn't have kids. He said, "We have dogs. That's good."
And visit RockinPins.com for your official Richard Pryor pins. They also have Lee pins, Joey Diaz pins.
That's right.
Everybody pins up there. Jennifer, I don't know what to say to you. I love you with all my heart.
Hey, I love you too. I appreciate you having me.
Very much. And like I said, if you ever just bored and you want to talk some Richard stuff.
All right. I love to talk about Richard.
Yeah, me too. I love all this shit because I know you have 10 more hours in you.
Oh.
And there's 2 hours that you don't even remember. I got to give you a couple martinis. You go, "Oh my God, there was another time when he told Warren Beatty to suck his dick."
Exactly.
I love you. Thank you very much. Maurice Alvarado, thank you very much. All right, I want to thank Jennifer Pryor. I want to thank fucking the Christ Killer. I want to thank Mauricio for coming out from Rockin' Pins. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys for having our back every fucking week. Don't forget, Friday, all I got left for the rest of the year for right now is April 420, the second show, Milwaukee. I'll let you guys know what's going on next week. But for right now, all I got is 420, the second show in Milwaukee. We got some dates in June 8th and 9th. Dallas and San Antonio got rescheduled. We also got Columbus at the end of June. We got nothing in May so far because I'll be in New York shooting a movie the next 2 months. I'll be back and forth here. He'll be running things. But don't worry about nothing. I got you, motherfuckers. Besides that, I want to thank our sponsors. Let me ask you guys a question. Have you ever looked at a photo of yourself from 5 years ago? Some things get better with age. Wine, for example, a nice single malt scotch. Unfortunately, this is not the case when it comes to your skin and especially your face. I mean, I'm no Jack Rabbit myself, you know what I'm saying? Most guys don't nearly do enough for their skin, despite all it does for them. Soap and water are just not enough to prevent aging. But there is something you can do in the fight against aging, and it's staring you right in the face. You ready for this? 4hims.com, a one-stop shop for skincare, hair loss, and sexual wellness for men. Hims anti-aging kits, a custom prescription cream tailored to your skin that can keep your skin looking beautiful and youthful, smooth by reducing the appearance of wrinkles and fine lines. Listen, the secret's not a secret. It's tretinoin, and the results are backed by science. It can renew and restore skin by increasing collagen, the protein that keeps your skin firm. It takes seconds to apply, and it's the same treatment celebrities use to help keep their faces looking young. Now, Hims connects you with doctors online who will evaluate your skin needs and can prescribe you a custom anti-aging treatment. All you need to do is take a couple pictures, answer some questions. No more awkward in-person doctor visits. These products are shipped directly to your door. Now, it's your skin. Do you want to be an A face in the crowd or just a face in the crowd? Order now and save $20 off your first month of Hims anti-aging kit. Lock in those looks now and get your first month of anti-aging for $20 off. See website for full details and safety information. Go to 4hims.com/JoeySC. That's 4hims.com/JoeySC. Again, that's 4hims.com/JoeySC. Let me explain something to you. Summertime is coming. You're going to be going to parties, and your balls are going to stink because you're fucking sweating. That don't need to happen, all right? There's a company called Manscaped.com, and they got the answers to your problems. Don't cut your dick off, fucko. The suffering ends today. You don't know how many times my wife's been trimming my fucking nutsack or around my fucking party pole, and the next thing you know, I'm fucking sweating bullets and I'm red. Those days are over with. Manscaped can get it done without the pain, the anxiety, the frustration. They got precision tools for the family jewels. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor. Their invention, ready for this one? The lawn mower is a handheld razor with skin-safe technology, so it won't nick or snag your sack or your fucking party pole. Listen, you got to go easy on what the Lord gave you. You know what I'm saying? This bad boy will leave you clean, smooth, and pain-free, and no anxiety. Plus, it's rechargeable and easy to hold. Get into all those nooks and crannies by your asshole, your nutsack, underneath in the stink zone. That's a little piece of skin between your nutsack and your asshole. You got that skin zone. It smells like 10 dead fucking bodies. You don't need that no more. Manscaped is there to help you. And I'm going to let you in a little secret. If you trim the hedges, the tree will look fucking taller. What are you waiting for? Trim up that fucking egg roll. It's the first time you've considered manscaping. They got a deal for you. The perfect package comes with a lawnmower and a safety razor plus. The crop preserver, especially the formulated deodorant, so your balls don't stink. And they have the Reviver, a spritz that tones and refreshes your junk to keep it nice and cool. Listen, Manscaped got you covered when it comes to your fucking dick, your nutsacks. They even got a ball wipe. You understand me? That's how good fucking Manscaped is. So do me a favor. Listeners, the church family can get 20% off your first order when you use code CHURCH, CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, forget about it. They'll throw in a free travel bag for you when you use the code CHURCH, and that bag covers everything. You got everything in there. You got your fucking your crop preserver, your Revive. I mean, listen, you can put everything in there. You'll be prepared if you travel. Your nuts will still be fucking as clean as if you were home. Now, do me a favor. If you order the perfect package, they'll throw in that free travel bag when you use code CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. And do me a favor. This is how you keep your balls clean. I want to thank Manscaped. I want to thank Hims. I want to thank all you motherfuckers. But most importantly, I want to thank the listeners for keeping us here and for letting us fucking spread our word every week. Don't forget, 422nd show in Milwaukee at the Pabst Theater. And that's it. We're fucking done here. Have a great fucking rest of the week. We'll be back on Thursday. And that's it and that's that. Lee, kick this motherfucking meal. Greetings from Podcastville. It's Thursday, the 11th of motherfucking April. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by one of my favorite companies of all time, Onnit. Supplements that work, from Shroom Tech to Alpha Brain to Shroom Tech Immune and Sport to the protein powders. You know me, I've been with Onnit for 6, 7, 8 years, even before the podcast started. And the Alpha Brain will make you tip-top magoo with 100% money-back guarantee. So go to Onnit.com right now. Look at the list of supplements. If there's something you like on the way out, press in.
Church.
And get 10% off delivered to your house. You don't got to leave the store. You don't got to go to no buy. Nothing. That's how Onnit works. The church is also brought to you by, and I love to welcome. Let me explain something to you. I love the city of Pittsburgh. I love the city of Buffalo. I love Lexington, Kentucky. There's a lot of places I love. I love Paducah, Kentucky, but there's only one problem. There's no direct flights. There's connecting flights. You know what a connecting flight does to my back? It kills me, especially when I got to get out of the plane and drive another 40 or 45 minutes. It just destroys my back. I got something sent to me, and it is tremendous. It's called a teeter inversion table. Okay, like I said, this is going to sound a little strange, guys, but hanging upside down is great for your back. I got the thing sent to me last week. When I got off the plane in Pittsburgh, my wife said, we got it sent. Let's hook it up. Let me tell you something. I hung yesterday and the day before, and today my back feels tremendous. You know why? Because teeter helps decompress your spine. And like magic, boom, the pain goes away. It's simple. Just hang upside down and let gravity do the work. What I'm going to do is this, okay? Teeter inversion tables have thousands of reviews on Amazon with an average 4.9 star rating. And they have a special offer just for the church savages. For limited time, we're going to give you $70 off a teeter inversion table plus $100 worth of bonus accessories. Go to teeter.com/church. You also get free shipping, free returns, and a 60-day money-back guarantee. No risk to try it out. Remember, you can only get $70 off a teeter inversion table plus free bonus accessories by going to teeter.com/church. That's teeter.com/church. Again, that's teeter.com/church. And get upside down, you bad motherfuckers. Kick this mule, Lee. Tony hates you in the fucking house.
What's up, my man?
I can't call it. Great to have you back.
Yeah.
It's been a while and shit. I did not know you were a heavy Pink Floyd fan.
Huge Pink Floyd fan, man.
Now, between you and I, do you like the Sid Barrett shit?
Really, honestly, not that much.
Oh, my God. It's fucking horrible. I'd rather hear Yoko Ono jump up and down with a ukulele.
Yeah.
It was like, when people came up to me, there were certain types of music when I was growing up, and when people came up to me and said they really liked this, I would look at them and say, really? Or is it that you're trying to fucking be cool?
Right.
Because this is garbage.
Yeah. He was trying to be
cool. Let me know. But the early Pink Floyd is like Yoko Ono. It's like nails on a fucking board.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't start coming around till I wasn't hip to Pink Floyd as much as Led Zeppelin, Sabbath. And then when I took a hit of acid and I went to see a midnight movie, when I was growing up, midnight movies were huge, Tony Hinchcliffe. Every movie theater had two movies. What's the movie where people yell and scream?
Oh, Rocky Horror.
Rocky Horror. You have Rocky Horror. And then the other one would have a classic or a rock concert. The song remains the same. And one of the ones I went to see was Pink Floyd live at Pompeii.
Oh, yeah, I know that. Yep, I have that DVD.
Yeah, we went to see that in the movies, you know, on a hit of fucking acid or methamphetamine juice or whatever the fuck we did. We went in there, and I remember leaving there going, there's something to that Pink Floyd. But I had Dark Side of the Moon. I had Dark Side of the Moon in the 8th grade because I liked the song Money. And I told Lee, I used to have the McDonald's All-American basketball poster on my wall. I had a picture of Dr. J about the slam. I had another picture of Led Zeppelin. That was a backwards picture. It was taken so everybody was opposite. So if Jimmy Page was really a righty in the picture, he was a lefty. It was the weirdest picture. It was very rare. I had that on my wall. And this kid, Vinnie Lynch, God rest his soul, took me and I took a hit of fucking blood acid. I was maybe freshman year. Jesus. I took a hit of blood acid. Like 5 or 6 beers, and I got fucked up. And I went home and I laid down and I had the 8-track to Dark Side of the Moon. I had one of those portable 8-track players, and I put Dark Side, the thing was in my ear, and that on the run, the pianos and shit. And that's the first time I really started tripping. The posters were going.
I mean, that thing, you could play that for somebody who's stone sober. You got good speakers. I mean, it's
don't like it.
He used to, when he would get me really high on edibles and then bomb hits, he'd put that stuff on, and it's like, I understand that you say it's like made to trip. It's terrifying. It gets your heart rate going. Like, it doesn't even really sound like music to me.
Dark Side of the Moon will fuck you up.
Is that the one with planes? Like,
No, that's
what the hell?
Yeah.
Okay, oh
That's
my
the
God,
wall.
that one's even worse.
That's the wall. The wall is a psychological mess.
Have you listened to those things sober though?
Yeah, I've listened to it sober. I mean, it's interesting, but I start thinking about when I'm high, and it gets me all riled up.
Yeah, that's too many edibles. That's just the edibles. You're having flashbacks.
Yeah,
I loved as a young kid getting that fucking high.
Yeah.
And putting that on to test my wits.
Well, that's how it started.
That was my world.
That's how it started with me in high school when I started getting stoned with me and my buddies. I mean, that was it. It was on like Donkey Kong. And then, Floyd was really the first art I ever appreciated. Pink Floyd sort of got me into Tarantino, which got me into, respecting art. It was Floyd and Tarantino. That was it when I was in high school. I remember our senior year, we had like our rivalry week or whatever, where, you hang out with the buddies and all this. And each night, everybody crashes at everybody else's house. Like, so Wednesday's Tony's night. And I put together this whole thing where me and the buddies watched, it was Super Troopers. And then I showed them Pink Floyd matched up with Wizard of Oz. Now, back then, you had to literally have the frickin' VHS or whatever of Wizard of Oz, and you had to have a separate CD player to play the two things, and you had to match them up yourself. It's not like you can go on YouTube, you just type in WIZ and the rest pops up now, and you could watch it matched up. But that stuff matches up, and it's one of the great anomalies, one of the great mysteries to me, up there with D.B. Cooper and everything, is how the hell does that stuff match up? It matches up lyrically, it matches up video-wise. You've done that, right?
I saw it when that shit first came out, and I was blown away.
It's ridiculous.
And it's not something that it's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Because like either they made that album knowing what they were doing and sort of like, oh, we need this to match up with Wizard of Oz. Like, why would they do that? But lyrically, time-wise, all these things for 52 minutes. It ends with her putting her head to the Tin Man's heart, and it ends with that heartbeat. All this stuff. And it's what the best-selling album of all time next to the Eagles' greatest hits or whatever. And then it's Dark Side of the Moon, which says a lot because, they've always painted Pink Floyd, they being like, whatever, media and people, as this just psychedelic band. But you ask any musician who their favorite bass player, whatever is, they tell you Roger Waters, Pink Floyd. And that's the thing I think with Sid. Sid got a bad reputation, I think, because he didn't want to play anything mainstream. And those guys are like, wanted to make money and have hits. They're like, we could have hits.
Yeah, this guy's throwing forks against the wall, hitting his hand with a hammer and yelling. It was tough to listen to. When it's really weird when I speak to people who are high up in music, which is not a lot. And they say to me, well, who's your favorite guitarist? Like, I love Jimmy Page. Okay, I think Jimmy Page is brilliant. The song remains the same, proves it. I love Pat Benatar's guitar player. I love Randy Rhoads. But the guy that splits my heart in half with his guitar, there's been two guys. And that's David Gilmour and Eric Clapton.
Yep. With you on
that. Both in that same fucking school of guitar playing.
Yep.
I could lie to you and tell you all this shit. My first experience with Pink Floyd was Dark Side of the Moon. And then I was lost in this Sabbath, Stones, Who world and whatever. And I started hanging out with this dude, and he had a shed. And he put it on fucking Animals. Okay, now, if you're high and you're not ready for Animals, it will take you fucking down.
Yeah.
And I was groomed on Animals to the point that if my daughter's around, I put dogs on.
Yeah.
If she's playing like she plays Jenga in my office on the floor, we play Jenga together, I'll fucking put dogs on.
Yeah.
And when she hears the dogs barking, she reacts to me and she asks me what that is. And I tell her that there's 3 types of people in the world: dogs, pigs, and fucking sheep.
Mm-hmm.
You got to pick one. You could be a pig and end up like Harvey Weinstein. He could be a fucking dog. And he just breaks it down to you. Lyrically, in the beginning, you got to be crazy. Yep. You got to have a real need. You got to sleep on your toes. When you're off the street, you got to be able to pick out the easy meat with your eyes closed. Yep. That tells you the story of your life right there. If you're going to go out into the jungle, that better be your fucking moniker. Before you leave the house, that's it. It's not a fucking day. He painted it out for you, you know. I don't even know what the second verse is, but I know it's like fucking, you end up with cancer and you're fucking listening to, you're on a hit of acid. Mm-hmm. Your mind is fucking somewhere else. And this guy's telling you that if you don't attack, you know, you're gonna end up with fucking dying, an old man of cancer in Florida and shit. And you're listening to this, and all of a sudden it takes this fucking guitar. This Gilmore comes in, you hear these dogs barking. And in those days, you got monotone speakers. So the speakers, the barking would come out of two speakers at two different times. It would blow your fucking brains off.
So you got the lyrics, right? You got the guitar. The creator, the guy who's writing it is the bass player, who, and basically their rivalry, Roger Waters and David Gilmour never got along. They couldn't stand each other, but that's what fed the band. They were competing with each other. Oh, you think the bass line to Money is going to be what steals the show? Wait till you see what I go cook up in the room. I'm going to go write the guitar solo, you son of a bitch. Right? So this competition, this healthy competition, made it so that they're literally trying to steal the show. He writes Comfortably Numb. Gilmore's like, well, I'll go write the guitar solo then. They did those things separately, like sort of together, but really separately. Gilmour would go off and do whatever and figure that out. So you got the lyrics, you got the guitar, you got the bass, drums, whatever, sure, they got a drummer, they're written by the bass player. But another crazy fun fact is they were the first band to ever apply colors or decorate a stage. It used to just be a black curtain. That was it. There wasn't no inflatables, lasers, colors. There was no screens. No band was showing anything behind them. That wasn't a thing. It was listen to the music, watch us play. So when you factor in everything, and to this day, and not only back in the late 70s and 80s were they spending more money than everybody else to put on a big production, but to this day, I got to go see Roger Waters at the Staples Center this most recent time with my friend Tal Wilkenfeld, amazing bass player, one of the best in the world. And she loves comedy. Her and I made friends, and she's in deep with everyone in music. Everyone looks up to her. It turns out at the end of the show, Roger Waters, we were in the green room with everybody that's in the band and everything, but Roger's not there. He has his own separate green room with like chocolate fountains and everything, like stuff you just dream of, like stuff you hear in imagine made up stories. And but the point is we were so in that she ended up running into the guy, you know, in the middle of the big Staples Center that like runs everything. And it's like, he's like, hey, Tall. And she's like, hey, blah, 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 blah. And I listened to them, and he was telling her, like, you see that up there? That's an extra whatever it was, 15 million in speakers that they brought in, that they just have hanging from the top of the Staples Center, like extra super crazy sound that even, you know, she didn't know about. It was like inside information, basically. Like they still to this day are pushing it to blow people's minds away to shreds.
Well, that was the problem why they didn't tour the wall. They did the 6 dates in Philly or in New York, and they did the other 6 dates in fucking, because the production was too expensive. They wanted, no, I paid $15 for those tickets.
That's crazy.
You know, I think the top ticket was $28, maybe $25. So they broke even on those shows. You know, I read somewhere where they basically broke even. They couldn't tour that. It was, first off, if you watch everything made, there was a couple bands between, I say, 69 to 80, before cocaine took over this great country of ours. Everything was pretty much, every band, if you watch the videos and all that shit, even Woodstock, it's made because they assume that you're tripping. If you watch, the song remains the same. There's colors in there. There's sketches of him climbing up the wall and touching Alex de Crowley, and the guitars and the fucking lights. They made shit to fuck with you. When you listen to Pink Floyd and you're on acid, is where you see the brilliance. You hear that heartbeat throughout their songs. It matches up with your heartbeat. All their music has a heartbeat to it, a rhythm. It matches up with your rhythm. And deep into the trip, you'll realize you're breathing. It's fucking crazy. It's and I see what you're talking about even with the Wizard of Oz, because way before the Wizard of Oz, like when my mom died, my mom died November 8th. The Wall came out a couple of weeks after that. And one of the best songs on The Wall is Mother. Mm-hmm. It's a great fucking song.
Unbelievable.
And here I am at parties, and the album would play, and I'd have to listen to this fucking song. And it was like, Jesus Christ, it was a beautiful jam.
I mean, I think it hits everybody at 1,000 miles.
Oh my God, it just throws your fucking feet off, Yeah. But by the time I went to see The Wall, I was already convinced that David Gilmour was up there. But I'm fucking 56 years old. I went to see this concert when I was 17, okay? What do I remember from this night? I remember the lead up. Tony Hinchcliffe, the lead up was one of the best things ever because The Wall came out, tickets went on sale, and the countdown began. In those days, it was like, Lee, I know what we've been doing lately, but we're going to kick it up for this concert. Well, somebody's going to die. Like we were 17 and we had already decided, Jesus, somebody's going to die. The Wall was an event in my hometown. Like 80 people from that, and the group that we hung out with all made the trek to fucking the Nassau Coliseum. It was 5 fucking nights. So all of us went, to one of the particular nights. But that album came out maybe November 20th or something like that. That's all you heard. There was no Springsteen. There was no Led Zeppelin. There was no Michael Jackson. The city was infested with The Wall. Everybody's house you walked into was blown away. People were blown the fuck away as big as they were with Thriller. I'm telling you, Christmas, you were going to people's house. Nobody even had Christmas music on. Everybody was blown away by the fucking Wall. And once New Year's hit, it was just 40 days. I'll never forget, like, we were like, now we're going into deep, deep territory. Acid every night, fucking formaldehyde, fucking crystal THC. It was 4 or 5 nights a week getting ready for this fucking show.
How long did it take for the album to hit? When it came out the 11th, was it like a week, 2 weeks? Like how long?
That day, everybody was anticipating it. He fucking did an interview where he said something about, I like playing, but I hate the fucking people. That's how arrogant Waters is. He goes, I wish we could play with a wall in between us. He made that statement like in 1975. And the name of the album is The Wall. It's about him growing up in Eastern Germany during fucking Hitler or something like that. Mm-hmm. And it's a fucking, how do you classify it, Joey? Is it an opera? Is it an album? It's a fucking work of art.
Yeah, it's in everything.
And you have to see the lead up to it. Like they just didn't fucking take 4 years off and get a house in Jamaica and buy a pound of coke. If you look at their hits, it was 75, 76, 78, 79, and it was 4 fucking albums that will remain the greatest albums of all time. I mean, Stevie Wonder put out 3 albums and he released Songs to the Key of Life, which is fucking brilliant. I can name a couple artists, but it'll never happen again. I don't want to sound like that old guy that's putting shit down. But it'll never happen again. Look at the release dates.
Crazy thing, Wish You Were Here came out, right? That might be the most recognizable song, but it's the worst song on the album. He kicks it off with Shine On You Crazy Diamonds. There's only 5 songs on the album. Shine On You Crazy Diamonds, which is ridiculous for 14 minutes, right? And then what? And then Wish You Were Here, and then Have a Cigar, which is the jam, right? And then Welcome to the Machine. And then they close it out with an even jazzed up steroid version of Shine On You Crazy Diamonds. 2 of the songs are the same song, but one's different, just pumped up and different. And again, the lyrics and all these things are ridiculous. I mean, just unbelievable.
What's the release date?
So The Dark Side of the Moon came out in 73. Then Wish You Were Here was 75. Animals was 77. The Wall was 79.
And what was the album before Dark Side? Metal.
Dark Side of the Moon?
Yeah. Before Dark Side of the Moon, what was the album?
Obscured by Clouds, Metal. And then Atom of a Mother. Atom Heart of Mother. Yeah.
When would Regula come out?
69.
That's not a bad one. I don't mind that one. I like Metal. Metal has what on it? Metal has that one fucking jam, the one that they did live in Pompeii.
Be careful with that axe, Eugene. Might be. I think it's around there. You got to check out David Gilmour live in Gdansk.
Tremendous.
He does a version of that Shine On You Crazy Diamonds where it's just almost all just him singing. Oh my God, that guy's voice. These guys took care of themselves.
Side 1 is One of These Days, A Pillow of Winds, Fearless, San Tropez, Seamus, and then side 2 only has Echoes.
Echoes. The whole album is Echoes. when they do echoes in that Pompeii Stadium and he starts going crazy on that fucking guitar, if you don't feel that, for people who, just buy animals. Just buy animals, listen to the words, listen to the lyrics. I don't even know his guitar. Like, I can't even, to me, my favorite album musically of his, Gilmore, is Animals.
Yeah.
I think his guitar solo in the beginning of Dogs, at the end of Dogs, I think Sheep, the work on Sheep, Pigs, the guitar is fucking brilliant.
There's only 5 songs on that album.
Yeah, that's what they did. They just did their own fucking thing.
There was 5 on Animals, 5 on Wish You Were Here.
But the songs were 9 minutes. At that time, they knew.
They had a 17-minute song. The first side is Pigs, and then it's a minute and a half, and then they have a 17-minute song, Dogs. Then Pigs, the first part on side 2 is 11 and a half. Sheep is 10 and a half, and that's it. And there's another minute and a half to close.
It really, and when he, so they come out for the wall, and they got the midgets and the whole thing building the fucking wall. There you are tripping on acid, and there's midgets and there's a plane and there's all this shit. But if I had to define the moment that blew me away, like that moment that you're like, I'll never forget this, was when he came up on the top of the wall and did the guitar solo, Comfortably Numb. That was it. And you know what? It's live on YouTube. The night I went, the first night, opening night, is on YouTube. Somebody taped those shows and put them on YouTube.
Wow.
So you can watch all of them. It's fuzzy, it's shitty quality. But I didn't know you were Pink Floyd, brother.
Huge, man. I mean, they, I was so depressed after high school. I had I had a little case of the broken heart, all that. Missed my high school sweetheart. We had broken up and I was just sad and out of it. Pink Floyd kept me going. It was the only thing at one point that I really had that I loved. It was just this love for their music. I annoyed all of my friends, all of my family, annoyed the hell out of them for years through high school and after that. When I moved out here to California for the first time, living with my brother, and he had a couple roommates, and they had this speaker system in the living room area. It's like this 4-bedroom house or whatever, and man, I would blast that shit. I was the first one up. I didn't care that I was waking them up. It was a beautiful California day, and Floyd's jamming, and it set the tone for every day when I got out here. It's just perfect music to me. There's Pink Floyd, and then there's everybody else. Between us, I've gotten into some arguments with people because I'll get into an argument with somebody if they want to get crazy with the Beatles and all that. I'll argue it, man. I will go nuts.
I've said it 1,000 times. My neighborhood, there was a lot of motherfuckers said and spick and all this shit, and there was never an argument. If you wanted to get into an argument in my hometown, start talking shit about music. It was a fucking argument to have. In fact, yesterday on Twitter, one of the Tabascos, the last name was Tabasco. There was 5 of them. One of the Tabascos said, "Hey, I'm friends with Tabascos. They send their love." And I go, "I just talked to a guy the other day. They were where I lived when I was 16, 17, 18. They were the neighbors to the Runnies. And the one brother thought he was Eddie Van Halen, but he didn't play the guitar. He just had the long hair. Father, cut that fucking hair. It was one of those Italian families, and they had 5 boys. But we would sit there and argue for hours. Like, he would go in his house irritated. Because he'd start with, fuck Ozzy Osbourne, and we're like, fuck David Lee Roth. Ozzy could eat him alive. Yeah. Eddie Van Halen could eat up Tony Iommi. And then we'd start with, fuck Eddie Van Halen. How about David Gilmour? And then he'd start squatting in the water. He'd start pedaling back. But no, wait a second now. And I didn't say he was the best guitarist. I'm saying Eddie Van Halen revolutionized the guitar. Yeah, fuck that. And then fucking Randy Rhoads revolutionized it again. We just argue for hours. Fuck you. You don't know what you're talking about. And then we throw Van Halen 2 with the poster of David Lee Roth handcuffed. And he'd go in the house pissed off. I'd always lost. You lost me with that. We've had discussions here when, people don't know what America's like. Before John Lennon got shot, every white dude had an ace. White privileged people in those days all had an ace in the hole. Like it was like, oh my God, I just listened to Led Zeppelin, the song remains the same. It's brilliant. Yeah, go ahead and have a good time with Led Zeppelin. Wait till the Beatles get back together. Like that was white. You know, instead of people, you know, how today they send their stupid kids to school, and that's white privilege. Right. That was white privilege back then. Everybody was shutting me and my friends down, like, yeah, Bruce Springsteen.
And that would piss you guys off. You'd be like, fuck the Beatles.
Fuck the Beatles. And the first, when John Lennon got shot, that's it. Those motherfuckers went away because the Beatles weren't getting back together now. So now those motherfuckers stopped coming out because they were about to take a beat. How the Beatles doing now, bitch? How they like the Beatles now, bitch? You bring them like a Pink Floyd album. It's time for you to switch governments.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, there was a mural of the Beatles in the hallway. By the way, about a month ago, North Bergen High School put on a performance of Aliens.
Yeah.
Did you see how much fucking my high school got attracted for that? When I was growing up, those people were disgusting. The stage hands, he used to sell weed to us. He would get weed sent to him from Hawaii. His name was Mr. Coleman. And he would get
He might still be there.
Fucking no, he lives in Florida. He's like a fucking retired jerk off. He was another guy. I thought he was fucking badass. We used to torture him too. And we stole his shit one time. And that was the end of that. I robbed him for everything one time. Wow. I found out when he would put that weed, he was one of those guys that would do this shit. Like we were in high school and he had this little pack of little fucking nerds that would do that Hawaii thing. Yeah. And then one day he started talking about he had the best weed in town, and it really was. It was a Hawaiian weed, and they put it on a stick with a string, and they mail it. There was just a little stick like that. He wanted $35. That was a lot of money in 1980, but he'd hide it in a bag, in like a doctor's bag with all his paperwork and books.
How did you find that out?
Because I watched him from behind the curtain. You know me, Doug. I'm a voyeur. So it was me and another guy that were thinking about robbing it. But the other guy got close to the suitcase and he had those 3-digit confirmations. You had to put your number in there. It was one of those old school ones, like a combination lock. And I'm like, dog, we're going back old school. We're taking the whole thing.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out later. We'll blow it up until the paperwork away. And that's exactly what we did. Wow. Your sophomore year, the guy pissed me off. Like in those days, when you pissed me off, I just give you some time. I'd sit in the bush and then rob you. And you least expected it. Don't answer because it goes out of town. I'm stealing those loud punk speakers he keeps talking about. You know those guys? I got new speakers. Wait till you come over. Yeah. Wait till I come over. I'm taking them to go. You come up to me. I'm going down the shore for the weekend. There we go. You got black punks. Call your cousin in Queens. You got some new speakers for him. Because what are your chances of ever meeting Lee's cousin in Queens? At least we already got the speakers sold. I would wait till Tony left down the show. He come back. My house got robbed. Where's Coco?
That guy probably still mad about that briefcase. Oh my God.
I don't give a fuck. I took the briefcase. I don't even know how we got out of the building. I don't even know how we got out of the building.
Do you remember how you opened it?
Oh, I slammed it against the wall and I stabbed it and opened it up. What the fuck you think I opened it? I was stupid for a while. I thought, like when I was a safe cracker, I wanted to actually be one of those guys that would sit there and figure out. You need 20 years of experience and inside man has to teach you. And I met an Irish guy. He's like, "What are you, stupid? Just take the safe to go." So I always had a dolly. Always got a dolly in those days. You steal a dolly because you never know when you might get the call at 4 in the morning. You got a dolly, you fucking ready to go. Hey, having that dolly is an extra fucking 200.
Yeah, but how do you hide the dolly? Like, how do you get the dolly
in your garage? Fuck it.
But when you're walking down the street with a dolly,
I just saw some guy delivering fucking boxes and then I stole his dolly. What the fuck? Tony in school. You know this type of people. You grew up with these people.
Absolutely. In Youngstown, nothing but you couldn't find a dolly. Everybody would just take them. You couldn't find a dolly.
I remember one night I made Lee steal those milk crates.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I go steal the milk crates.
The milk crates, the check from a restaurant. Like, if you put your roll joints on.
In the 80s, we would steal those things. When people give you a check at a Chinese restaurant, those trays. The tray where everything's on right there. You see behind. So when in the old days, the Chinese restaurant, when people would give you those, if you went to somebody's house and they had one of those and they had rolling papers and weed on it, you're like, oh my God, how cool are you? You robbed a Chinese restaurant.
That is cool. I've never even seen anybody do that.
Yeah, you got to rob the tray.
He hasn't rolled one joint on it. He rolls it on the table still, but he got me behind. He made me steal it.
He's like, well, just put this in your pocket. Sure, just put it in your pocket. Take it to go. You don't know what life is till you rob something. You walk out and you're like, I robbed something. This is pretty easy. Why am I delivering newspapers?
Chinese takeout.
I could just rob this. Why am I delivering this? Bob Pullman, Doug, he had like 20 of those. He had just gotten a delivery. You know, he was talking shit. He was in the hallway doing other shit. And I seen him shoot down to the principal's office, dog. And he had a bunch of little faggy gardeners around him. Like little fucking, and I went in there and I just took the briefcase and I think I went out the back door. There was like a stairway down that you could push out. And I walked out there with that little briefcase and nobody fucking saw me. I think I put a winter jacket. I don't remember exactly what I did. But I opened it up on the side streets. It was like an alleyway. I slammed it against the wall. It wouldn't open. And I had a pocket knife. I stabbed it. I opened it up. I took the weed out, and there was a bunch of grades and shit papers, and I just threw it in the fucking garbage. 2 days later, people were asking me, "Did you hear Mr. Pullman got robbed? Somebody stole his weed." He couldn't say nothing because he was a school teacher. So every time I'd see him, I'd give one of these. How you doing? Everything all right, cocksucker? Hang low, whatever the high low, whatever the fuck those Hawaiians say.
Oh, God.
And he knew it was me. I tried to. There was a couple teachers, Tony Hinchcliffe. You know, I am very, like, I'll get you. Like, I'll get you. Don't worry about nothing. I'll get you. Just give me time. I'll get you. There's a couple teachers from my high school that won't friend me on Facebook. But the most notable is Camel Breath McGrath. Mr. McGrath and me, bro, we used to go circles. We used to get coke. I used to get him booze and shit.
What grade was this?
Right when I was friends with McGrath since freshman year. He used to smoke Camel with no filters, so we used to call him Camel Breath. His cigarette was orange. His fingers were fucking orange on the inside. He always smelled like heavy Camel cigarettes, and he was the running back coach. And we became friends, you know, over the years, and then he became the driver ed teacher. So what I would do is I would go, Tony Hinchcliffe, sign up for 10:45 driver ed. Lee, sign up for 10:45. As soon as you get that, sign all three of us up. So the first one at school signed us up, and we would all get in the car with McGrath. Little by little, we would just work them psychologically. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, for the first month, it was us three, and he go, "Oh, you guys are all right." And then what you do is the classes were 42 minutes. So you got behind the wheel for 12 minutes, 3 people. And then he had a steering wheel behind his thing. Cadillac made the car specifically for our high school, 2 cars. Not specifically for our high school.
For driver's ed.
For driver's ed. So little by little, we used to make him go on Tunley Avenue. We told him, McGrath, you know, he would pull into a driveway. He would pull into Chan's Dragon Inn, the Chinese restaurant I always talk about. And started, McGrath, you mind we go inside and get a little steak on a stick? You guys are going to get me in fucking trouble. I'm not supposed to. We just started with that. We got him to stop and get spare ribs. We got it. And then in time, we're like, Mr. McGrath, you mind if we stop and get a 6-pack? And he would just look at us. It's 10 in the morning, guys. 2 beers apiece. Ain't no leaving right here. We'll give you one. That's a beer and a half each. You're in for a beer. And we started buying 6-packs, 8-packs. And then we just started. And then I started leaving blow for him in places. Like that he was, in those days, I had an aunt, Zoraida. I told my story about Comedy Central. And I would call her up and say, Zoraida, I'm having a hard time, but I can sell some coke. I'm going to come over. And she'd give me like 2 grams of coke. And I'd give him a gram. I'd leave it on the steering wheel or whatever. And he would like make believe he never got it. So we were friends like that, lightly. And then I robbed the high school. Me, Tommy Russo, and this dude, Darren Rago, robbed the high school. I quit high school.
What'd you steal from it?
Jersey, but we went, really what we stole was the triple beam scales from the chemistry department. Because they're big, they're 40 apiece. They were $69 brand new at East West. Are you kidding me? I'll bring them to your house, I'll deliver it for 30. 20, I'll take 25 if you got it. But they had 50 scales. Every desk had a scale where kids would measure fucking chemicals and shit. We would take them three. People would take them one at a time in a sports bag. One Sunday night, I go, listen, they got like 50 left. We better get them, brother. Going is hot. We went in there. We took every fucking scale. We walked home with 3 scales. By the time we sold them, the balancing was off because we had to carry them.
Yeah.
So people had to put the equilibrium back on them and shit like that. And 2 days later, McGrath came to my house. You got to give half the stuff back. So we gave back the football jerseys and the helmets and pants and shit. I don't even know what we were going to do with
I was going to say, who's going to buy used jerseys?
No, I know. We were just retarded, though.
Oh, my God.
And then me and him became tight. And then the day I was supposed to graduate, like a week later, we were in summer school. And one of our other teacher friends, one of my friends was in the jam. And we went to his house at 7 in the morning. We're like, listen, we were fucked up. We robbed a coke dealer. We were doing coke since Friday. And my buddy couldn't go to summer school. So we got him to come out. We gave him a rock of coke. So somebody had to be responsible for that money. So I called Camel Breath and said, hey, I gave your partner 2 grams or whatever. He never paid us. So McGrath paid me. And he goes, by the way, that shit you gave me, that wasn't cocaine. Let me show you what cocaine is. And he started taking out coke. And he goes, you know what I do? I deliver coke at night to people who don't want Spanish people at their house.
Wow.
Like nobody wants a fucking Mexican coming into their house when you guys, you know what I'm saying? So to make it look obvious. So he was the type of guy that put a suit on, came over to your house, they paid him a little extra. And I remember right up 2 weeks after high school ended, one night he took me to a party. And I told this story, he gave me a pill. And he goes, only eat half of it. It was a Paris Blue. At the time, a Paris Blue was Paris's answer to the Quaalude, the American Quaalude.
Okay.
So it was like a little thinner tab. Crazy shit. So I don't know. I think I said something about him on the Rogan podcast. Now he won't friend me and shit. So. And Halud, I owed money to. And then I owed his partner money. He had a great Cavalier, a Chevy Cavalier.
Yeah.
So one day I go, I want to put a bet in. I was putting bets in with him. The reason I robbed the jewelry store when I got out of high school was because I put a bet in with him. And I couldn't let him down. We lost like $8,000 on a Monday night with the fucking Steelers against the Cowboys in 80-fucking-1.
You put $8,000?
Well, between parlays and straight bets, I was retarded. What did you expect? Me and my buddies, I couldn't let Mr. McGrath down. He was it's like me putting a bet in with you. So I had to rob the jewelry store. And I told him, I said, I'm going to rob the jewelry store. If I go to jail, you got to bail me out. But if I get out, I'll give it. I gave him a nice gold chain. Oh my God, this is some crazy shit we used to do.
Amazing. Statute of limitations.
We robbed a Hess gas station. And what they had were those books that you fucking go over the tunnel with, Lincoln Tunnel. That's when it was $4 for the toll. Now it's $16. Jesus, $4 for the toll. If you bought a book, you got them for $3.75.
Right.
So, we went in that safe and they had thousands of those books. I was just giving them away like calling cards, but I would sell them to him for coke. I'll give you 4 for a gram. And he would sell you coke in a bottle already.
Damn.
If the gram would come in a little bottle, all you had to do was open, put it on your fucking finger. The good old days.
Wow. High school's changed.
High school has changed a lot, my friends. Tony Hinchcliffe. Glad to have you back on.
Yeah, of course.
When I had you on the first time, I didn't really know what was going on. I had just met you. I had just gone back to the store, but the other day I was sitting there in my stoned self one night, and you came into my mind. I thought about the audience that I saw when you went to Manchester for Kill Tony, and I was like, fucking Tony Hinchcliffe has come a long fucking way, you know. You changed a lot. You built this up. You built this podcast up. It's a TV show in the making, really. I mean, sometimes you stream on Monday nights. We do the podcast early, and I'll watch a couple minutes of it. And it's like a fucking pan. Like, I don't think television can handle that anymore.
No, they can't. And that's why so many people are falling in love because they don't have these commercial breaks that break up the energy of everything. And, we read a couple ads at the beginning and then we're in for an hour and a half plus. I mean, it's just, it's the show that I always wanted to exist back when I was starting at the Comedy Store. I wanted to, everybody wants not necessarily a shortcut, but just a way to get respect from your peers. You know what I mean? Get up there and it's only a minute of stand up and then you just roll with the punches during the interview part, and you find out about real people and you get to meet the people and the difference between what they do as a stand-up comedian compared to who they really are. You know what I mean? Like, you're a veteran, so obviously you're the same during the interview part than you are with the stand-up. But sometimes you'll see the switch in these people, and you'll find out that the character that they thought was funny isn't as funny as their real selves and their real things. And I ask them questions, and they don't realize it sometimes, but they're kicking out better material during the interview part than they are during their stand-up part. And it's just, it's a super comedy show, man. We're watching comedians do comedy with comedians, and I got the band being hilarious. Jeremiah Watkins.
Jeremiah Watkins is a one-man fucking machine.
Yeah.
He really is. I got to take my hat off to him.
Yeah,
He's
that guy cracks me up.
All those young guys.
He cracks me up like how Jim Carrey used to crack me up when I was a kid, and how, just something that you love. It's crazy. I always say it's one of my favorite things in all of comedy, and it just so happens to be on my show, is this band with Jeremiah and Joel Berg, the drummer back there throwing out these one-liners just out of nowhere, getting the crowd going crazy, and it's just a perfect storm of stand-up and improv and fun.
You know what your show reminded me of? I hope you don't get offended. The Gun Show when I was a kid.
No, yeah, I've gotten that comparison.
Gene the Dancing Machine. Nothing made me happier as a kid than watching Gene the Dancing Machine. I would cry right now. I would cry like if when Gene died from diabetes, the black dude that broke my heart. Gene the Dancing Machine was a fat black dude. All right, and Barris would be out there hosting. Also, I don't know where he'd go. You hear da 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 da, and he goes, "It's time for Gene the Dancing Machine." And Gene the Dancing Machine, he weighed like 300 pounds, black dude right out of the ghetto. Been cooking pork chops all his life, but he don't give a fuck. They're letting him loose. He's got a minute of fame, and him and Don Barris is da 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 da, and Gene would be fucking dancing, and then they'd have to cut like. They would tell whatever his name was, the host, Barry, whatever, I don't know, I'm not saying it right, like, listen, we're going to cut. He wouldn't give a fuck. He'd just keep playing the music. And you see NBC trying to hold on like, we can't. We got to throw a sponsor in, but this is so good. They would have the whole audience in a fucking, if you ever get a chance, look up Gene the Dancing Machine on the Gong Show. You will fucking die. Just they would go off. TV would go off. So that's why I was thinking about it the other day. I'm like, it's time. After I saw that audience in Manchester, I go, it's time for this to go somewhere. This needs a fucking home.
Yeah, well,
but they can't touch it.
Right.
See, that's the problem. When you get some college kid to come and go, well, right now it's 17% is 17 to 32-year-olds. So you got to put Oasis on there or whatever the fuck it is. That's when you ruin the show. If they let you just do it, like just let you come in, we don't care if you light this place on fire every week. That's what we want. Television needs to be lit on fire again. I'm not being disrespectful. Late night is horrible.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's unbearable. Yeah. At late night television, and guys, I've tried, and I know you're critical of me for saying it is horrible. Yeah. I love the one guy, because I knew him when he was playing the guitar at the Improv. Him and his manager were nice people. Jimmy
Fallon.
Yeah. I can watch it if it's a good guest, if it's Whitney, something like that. But it's not like, I don't know who, for years I've been sitting there going, who the fuck watches late night TV?
Right.
Who would stay up to watch Jimmy Kimmel? That's a sleeping pill.
I mean, it used
I'd rather
to be.
take a fucking Xanax.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And the English guy, all of them.
Yeah.
I'd rather take a fucking Xanax.
Yeah, it's unreal. Kimmel had us in the beginning, like, I don't know, 13, 14, 15 years ago. He hit Ohio hard because we're like, what? The Man Show guy got wow, this is cool. This is like a corporate chance. He was like the underdog. And now you see how he just phones it in, sheds those tears, gets emotional on purpose. He's one of those guys that can make himself cry.
I've told people for years that I would love, in part, to go on the road once a month and do the show 5 days a week. What scares me is the consistency. Late night TV is 4 fucking nights a week. 4 nights a week, I have to be funny for the American audience. That's very tough, guys.
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck. I know you want to do it on your own, but good luck. 4 nights a week, you need some writers. You need 2 of your best friends to take a job and throw material at you, ideas. They got to be watching the internet, you know, and it's tough to be consistent. So I do give them that. Nobody can be funny 4 nights a week, 52 fucking weeks a year. It's impossible. Not every show's going to be great.
Oh, they have writers. These writers' rooms are filled with people. They have, I think Kimmel has like 12, 14, 16 writers in different rooms. They don't even communicate. You know what I mean? They're all separate, and they have to send in these files and jokes as the day goes on. Like, it's like...
You still got a lot of calls to write?
Well, not anymore, because they all know I'm not doing it. You know,
you don't want to do it.
But back in the day, yeah. I mean, I was very lucky. You know, I left a little bit of an imprint and got some really great jobs. Now I don't do anything. I just I write for the Comedy Central roast once a year. Even that job, literally, they know that I get burnt out and that I'm having too much fun. So they'll just have me come in the last 2 weeks, clean everything up, get a fresh set of eyes on everything, and if anybody gets added last minute, which always happens, usually the most interesting people, your Dennis Rodmans and your whatevers, you know what I mean, Martha Stewart, I'll come in and really, you know, open up the playbook and write something in their voice. That's fun. But that's only because I love to. What you were saying earlier about taking a break, you know, here and there, like that's sort of my way of taking a break, is taking the roast writing job a couple weeks out of the year, usually during the summertime, and it lands perfectly. You show up at 11 and you're out at 7 and you go do spots. But I get to think in somebody else's mind instead of my own, what would be good for my stand-up. I'm thinking, how would Martha Stewart say this, and how can I utilize her voice? It's like I'm still writing jokes, I'm still thinking funny business, but from a different perspective, so that when I come back to Tony Hinchcliffe 2 weeks later, even though I'm going up at night anyway, but when I'm really starting to write again or whatever I want to do, it's like, you know, refreshing because I'm back to me.
Do you believe? I mean, listen, I started July 18th of 1991. For the first 6 months, I fucked around. Then I won this contest, and I became a host at a place once a week. I got to meet Stanhope and a bunch of other people. I got fired after a year and a half. It was time for me to go. You know, that was long enough.
You got fired from
the broker. I pushed one of the managers again. Books fell down and shit. He didn't really. The original manager that hired me had left, and they had hired another guy who didn't want comedy. He wanted something else on Tuesday nights. But after I left the broker, I went to New York for a while. And in New York, I learned the ins and outs after 9 months. And I learned what it took to take me to the open mic level, to be an open micer in that farm team, you know, the open mic thing. And after that, I fucking hit it. Like October of 93 to when The Longest Yard came out. I didn't stop doing spots every night. Yeah. Like I slowed down a little when I came here, but not really, because I had to watch more TV because I was going on auditions. So I would tape like NYPD Blue and then come home at night and watch it, but I didn't know what television was, you know. So, but now, after 20-something years, that, you know, when you first start comedy, you're a single guy. You could give your life to it, you know what I'm saying? In your case, you have a wife. She wants to spend time with you and stuff. You could be away 3 weeks a month right now, Tony. You're at that age. You have the energy. You know, come home Sunday. You know, go out Wednesday, whatever. Add your comedy show. But as time progresses, you pick up a family member, and now it's a little rougher. You know what I'm saying? You don't want your wife up your ass. You see what happened. I mean, you have two choices in this, and we all love comedy. I love doing comedy, but I love my family. I loved that today before I came here. My wife made chicken cutlets and mashed potatoes, and my daughter prayed, and now they're at a fucking play date. You know, I'm here with you guys. You know, I have a schedule. I can only go out 2 weeks a month, and that covers my spread as far as me giving you the best comic I can be. If I go out 3 weeks in a row, that third week is going to be cactus. I'm not going to be me. I'm worn out. The flights, I'm 56, you know. You could just do enough cryotherapies and this and acupuncture. You're still tired. Today I woke up at fucking 7 with the girls, and they went somewhere, and I fucking took a nap till 12. I told Lee, that's rare for me. But I also took fucking 2 fucking flights. I went to Buffalo last week, came back, and then went into the city. So you have to take a break to learn to appreciate other things. There's some comics who will go out for 3 months straight and then stay in for 9 months. Make a bunch of money for 3 months straight, work like an animal, and then stay home for 9 months. I don't want to do that.
No way.
I want to be in the game every month.
Yeah.
I got a schedule. You have a schedule. I mean, you call in for Monday through Sunday.
Yeah.
Do you not? You don't
Unless I'm on the road on the weekend.
Yeah. You call in from coast to coast. I used to call. Mitzi Shaw didn't like the cherry pickers.
Yep.
I learned early she didn't like cherry pickers. You know, I work Thursday and Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
She wants you in there on Tuesday, yakking it up. And that's what she'd look at. Oh, who called in for Monday this week?
Yeah.
So I would just call them coast to coast.
I'm a big believer in that. I think that if you give them the choice, you'll get more. I feel like you put in for Tuesday and Wednesday, you're more likely to get Friday and Saturday. You know what I mean? If you're putting in,
the old days, she would fuck with you.
Yeah.
She would fuck with you. You called in and asked for a specialty.
I'm still convinced she's running everything. Like, I think that building and the way that it communicates, I'm one of those weird guys that really believes in the power of the Comedy Store. Like, I think the place is so magical that I think that whatever, however it works, whoever appears to be running it, it's still just, I still think she's so powerful that she left that imprint there.
Listen, there's places that you go to as a comedian, performer, whatever the fuck you want to call yourself, that you can feel energy there. Something happened in that room.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened in that room. I watched the Leonard Skinner documentary when they go back to that studio and the guy feels the wall. The Comedy Store, something happened there. People have developed there. People have become stars out of there. There's a weird energy there.
The energy of growth.
I have that energy back now because I stopped going to all the other places. I love you, Joe. I love everybody, but I'm not going to all the places. I'm in the Marines.
Yeah.
And Marines hang out with other fucking Marines. Okay? The Marines don't go hang out with the fucking Coast Guard at the Laugh Factory. Or they don't go hang out with the fucking, the Cub Scouts at the Improv. Yeah. The Marines hang out with fucking Marines. I'm not putting any other club down. I'm just telling you what I see and how I see it. I look forward to following Runway.
Yeah.
I look forward to following Joe Rogan. Mm-hmm. When I'm in a show that's not high level, I tend to change. So I always want to keep the stakes high.
100%.
And that's what the Comedy Store does for me. That's why I'm having better shows on the road. Since I've dedicated myself to the Comedy Store again, my comedy's improved 150% because the confidence is there.
Yeah.
You just followed Chris D'Elia, fucko.
Yeah.
You died, but you got a lesson. You got your head handed to you. Go home and figure out how not to get your head handed to you by Chris D'Elia. And it happens. You follow Chris D'Elia, it's a death trap.
Yeah.
Ali Wong might go off. I'm back to that. I was going to other clubs that were less superior lineups. So I would drop my energy. I would drop my guard. I wouldn't take the set seriously. I want my heart to beat.
Right.
I want to be sitting there when that blue light goes on and Tony Hinchcliffe is on. He's about to bring me up. I got to lose a breath of fresh air. It's like somebody punched me in the fucking side and I have to recover my breath again. As I'm getting up and you're saying shit about me coming to the stage as my Uncle Joe, he opened up for me in the special. My heart's about to blow out of the chest. That's it. If my dick can't get hard.
Yeah.
At that point, who's the hottest chick in the world right now? Put a pussy in my face. My dick's not supposed to get hard. I'm ready for that stage.
Yeah.
And that's what I think the Comedy Store.
I was watching that Tyson documentary. You seen that Tyson documentary on Netflix? Woo! I was rewatching it for the second time yesterday, and he was talking about what he was literally thinking when he was walking to the ring. Supreme confidence. Nobody can touch me. As I get closer to the ring, I'm getting more confident. By the time I'm in the ring, I'm an animal and nothing can stop me. I feel bad for my opponent. I'm looking him directly in his eyes. The second he looks away, I know, it's exactly the Comedy Store. When you hear that fucking Jeff Scott piano, or you see the light go on for the guy in front of you and the fucking here we fucking go. Like, it's literally, it's fucking, the energy, it's almost impossible to contain. We all have our own little ways. We're all playing it cool.
Yes.
We're all playing it cool, but man, it is game time, and the more you want to fucking, all the work that you've done, the bigger. Here's what's great about that place is the greater you are, the more it pushes you back, right? So it's like all the sets you've ever done, that you're putting that on your shoulders. It might be these people's first time seeing you. You're right. They just saw bing, bang, boom, bing, boom, right? And then They've heard of this Joey Diaz. They've heard of this Tony Hinchcliffe. They're at the Comedy Store, but they've already seen great stuff. At this point, they're thinking they know what the hell's going on. They're thinking it's not going to get better than that. That guy's my favorite. I already decided. And then, boom, you got to come in and shock the world. You got to shock them back up to thinking, nope, I'm the one you're going to think of first tomorrow when you wake up. You think about the night you had last night at the Comedy Store. I'm going to be first. Let those guys be second.
You ever go on the road and kill all weekend? And go back to the store on Tuesday, eat a bag of dicks, and check yourself like, what the fuck just happened?
Always.
I just fucking destroyed all weekend.
The people closest to me bust my balls. My wife doesn't, but my next door neighbor, some of my closer buddies, they go, Tony, why do you always put him for Sunday? Because I'm always, I'm always, what'd you do today? Blah, blah, blah. How about you? Well, I flew in from blah, blah, blah. Every single Sunday, pretty much, right? I take off 1 or 2 a month on the weekends. And, why do you put in for these Sundays? You just did, 5-hour-long sets, 1 on Thursday, 2 Friday, 2 Saturday. Why are you doing 15? Because that's where it's built, right there. It's built on Sunday nights, 15 minutes. And you know what else I do? 8 minutes on the Monday nights. I put my name in that whole bucket thing that they pre-put everybody's names in. Then at 10 p.m. they start pulling names and they make a new lineup. Unless I'm number 16 or farther back, I'm going up. I'm working the newest 8. I'm taking the chances of the thing that I thought of in the car ride 3 days later that I said I was going to try that I didn't try during the weekend. I'm trying it there. Those Mondays, those little 8-minute sets are priceless. And the Sundays, same thing. That's where the real work's done. To get it right.
I told Lee today, we had somebody in here the other day, and she was talking about how I used to host on Sundays. Mm-hmm. That was my life. Yeah. I became and I used to host in front of her. I used to host the showcases.
Wow.
I host the fucking showcases.
It's a big deal.
It's just to go up in front of her and for her to give me direction. Like she would, in between sets, she would call me over and whisper things in my ear. Like, I like that job. Bring up this idiot and fucking blow up the stage before him. I don't want to pass him. I don't need another Schwarzer in here. She would say shit like that to me, like, I don't need another fucking Mexican in there. Jesus Christ. All these Mexicans are coming out of the woodwork. Everybody wants to be Carlos. She would say things to me, but it wasn't that. It was me performing in front of her took that fear away. That's it. There's no more curtain. This is the worst you could bomb because she doubled as your mom and the talent coordinator. You know what I'm saying? She doubled. Mm-hmm. So she gave you your mom's love, but she also fucking let you have it. That was a horrible job. And then she poked my stomach and go and let the air out. That was a horrible job. So every time you bombed in the store when she was around, you drove home and you'd want to crash into the pole and fountain. Like if you bombed in the main room and you were walking out, you saw her in a chair, you just went right to your fucking car. And you wanted your fucking car to go in. Can you imagine? That was like she would try. You didn't know when she was coming in.
I was afraid she was going to fire me. She wasn't really watching sets when I got there that much at all, but I was afraid she was going to fire me as a phone guy because I was the phone guy. And if you missed a call, I'm sticking my head out the second floor window. Oh, every single day. She'd call once every 2 hours. Hey, Tony, is Tommy there? She'd always be looking for the talent coordinator to make lineups or whatever. When's he coming over? Blah, 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 blah. But there were times in which I'd run. Say I had to go use the restroom or something. You hear that, and this was old school again. It's like there wasn't portable phones at the Comedy Store. These guys didn't even have a computer in the room, right? They had nothing. So it's like you had to hear that phone. You had to run to get it. So if you're smoking a joint, if you went down the back stairs and taking a hit of a joint, you hear the phone, you had to book it. Hopefully you get it by that 5th or 6th ring if it's her.
I was a telemarketer then.
Really?
They had telemarketers in 97. I worked for Eds Mitchell, Lee Shamer, and I was also the runner. I took Freddie Soto's job. So I doubled as the runner. Mm-hmm. Me, Bob Oshak, would switch the job, and then I would fucking host on Sunday nights. That was my income. And I worked the door while I was hosting.
Yeah, same.
25 for the door, and I would host, and then I would do my spot, bring up Eddie Griffin, and give it to Don Barris, let him host the rest.
Same exact thing. Tommy gave it to me quick. When I became a door guy there almost 6, 7, 8 months later, he had me hosting. on a Monday night, back when they used to have it on Sunday and Monday. So I'd host a Monday, and then 2 weeks later I'd host another Monday, and then all of a sudden I'm hosting a Sunday. So it became a regular thing. And that's really where the Kill Tony
concept
came from, because those comedians were doing 3 minutes, and the thing that I would do that other people wouldn't do was I'd make fun of them after their set. But the other thing I would do is if they had a joke that I had the answer to, if that makes sense, if I had a note, a good note that's short and sweet, you know, like I would say it into the thing. Hey, instead of saying Kurt Cobain for that joke, say Squirt Cobain, you know what I mean? Or whatever they were talking, you know, just a weird example. But it's like I'd give them an actual note from up there. Just a thought, you know, just say that, maybe just a thought. You don't have to take it, you don't have to. Anyway, your next comedian, you know what I mean? So it was sort of like, it became sort of like a roasty show that was sometimes educational. And then everybody was telling me to start a podcast, you know, 6-7 years ago. And I was thinking in my head, like, oh, well, maybe what about live? Because I like an audience, man. You know, the podcast where it has a little crowd, like Legion of Skanks do that. They do it, and they have like, you know, 10 people that come to the bar, and you can sort of get the laughs. Like, it's like I feed off of that. The normal, regular podcast, sometimes I get a little tightened up because I'm listening and I'm daydreaming, you know, especially a guy like you where I could just sit here and I'm just basically just a fan listening. But if there's audience members, it's like, you know. So I built the thing live around it. But yeah, it started because I was an MC. And Kill Tony's basically just, instead of 3 minutes, it's 1 minute. And I interview the people, add a little bit of that Howard Stern old school interview element. I always loved his interviews way back. That's one of my big things. And so I try to use my gut instincts to ask the questions and figure out what we can get out of these people. And yeah.
And now you announced the world tour.
Yeah.
A couple weeks ago.
Yep. We're going everywhere.
The Red Bandit is telling me you guys are going to a bunch of fucking places.
It's chaos. You know, we just got back from Europe, and now we're doing all the cities that we haven't gotten to do yet that we wanted to do. Vancouver, Seattle, I mean, everywhere. Chicago, New York City, Gramercy Theater in June. I mean, everywhere. Madison, Minneapolis, Milwaukee, Spokane, Seattle, Portland, all these places that have wanted to kill Tony, they're getting it.
Where can they get the dates at?
TonyHinchcliffe.com or DeathSquad.tv. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of stand-up comedy too. We're doing La Jolla. I'm doing the store there, and you know, everywhere. TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets for those things.
I'm happy you made it on today. I've been watching you for the last couple of years and your journey. It's been inspirational. And talking to you, I didn't know about that you got Kill Tony from doing that on the Monday night. That's brilliant. That's why I love you.
Well, thanks.
And that's why I'm happy you're in the game.
Thank you, and thanks for being one of the greats and inspiring me.
You're one of the fucking greats. I watch you and I fucking die. But thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you, Joe.
I want to thank you crazy motherfuckers for listening. Follow Tony Hinchcliffe on TonyHinchcliffe.com.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And that's fucking it. Lee, what's the story? You all right?
Great.
I don't want to hear nothing. I love you cocksuckers. I want to thank Tony Hinchcliffe. I want to thank the Christ Killer. I want to thank all you people for listening. Don't forget this weekend. Not this weekend. April 19th. I'm at the beautiful theater in Minneapolis, which is sold out. Sorry about that. But 420, get ready to bring the reefer. I'll be in motherfucking Milwaukee. I got that Jeffrey Dahmer OG I'm bringing up to that motherfucker. 420, we added an extra show. Go for it. We're going to have a good motherfucking time. But before we go, the Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by the Tita Inversion Table. Let me explain something to you. Like I told you in the beginning, this weekend, Pittsburgh was phenomenal. But my back was killing me when I got home. My wife goes, you don't even need to go to chiropractic. Let's try out the Tita Inversion Table. Like I said, it sounds strange, but hanging upside down is great for your back. When you're upside down, it takes the weight off your spine. And that releases the tension in your shoulders, your neck, and your joints all over your body. Tita has helped me with my back pain just those 2 days that I hung, and it can help you too. And even if you're not getting aches and pains like Uncle Joey, but you work out, train, or do yoga, add a Tita to your routine. It will help you recover faster and help your body in alignment. If you work a job where you're on your feet all day, or you work a job where you sit all day, a Tita Inversion Table will help keep your posture and your joints healthy. You got to take care of your body, guys. Look at me. I look like the steroids backfired. You understand me? No matter what your situation, you'll feel better. And to hang upside down, it's fun. Plus, it's small enough to fit in your apartment or your office. I love this thing. I've done my homework, and this is the best inversion table on the market. Guys, they've been hanging up people upside down since 1981, and with 3 million happy customers, you know they got your back. Now, what I'm going to do for you is this, because I love you people and I want you to be healthy. Tita Inversion tables have thousands of reviews on Amazon with an average 4.9 star rating. And they have a special offer just for you church motherfucking savages. For a limited time, you get $70 off a Tita Inversion table plus $100 worth of bonus accessories. Where are you going to get that action from? The church. So go to tita.com/church. I'm going to tell you what else I'm going to hook you up with. Free shipping, free returns, and a 60-day money-back guarantee. No risk to try it out. Remember, you can only get $70 off a Tita Inversion plus free bonus accessories by going to tita.com/church. That's tita.com/church. Get upside down, you bad motherfuckers. You're going to be thankful. You're going to be thankful you ordered this. Also, representing the church is my favorite of all time, On It. Why? Because like Tita, like all the other companies I bring at you, they back what they talk. You follow me? Alpha Brain, one of the best products on the market for you, neurological and whatnot. If you don't like it, it don't work for you, keep it. I don't send you back the money. Plus, they got the Shroom Tech, plus the Shroom Tech Immune, plus the Shroom. Listen, you're flying, you're trying to recover, you want more oxygen. Shroom Tech is the way to go. The protein powder, the supplements that are on it are the real deal Mongolian field. I can't help you out with the kettlebells or the bats or anything else you have. You're on your own there. But as far as supplement, Joey got you. Whether it's the jerky, whatever you need, I got you. Go to onit.com right now and press in church and get 10% off your first order delivered right to your house. You understand me? So listen, I want to thank Tony Hinchcliffe. I want to thank the Christ Killer. I want to thank On It. I want to thank Tita Inversion Table. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys for a great week. Tony Hinchcliffe, Jennifer Pryor, you guys are great. But most importantly, you guys for listening. I love you guys. I'll see you Monday morning early. Tip-top Magoo, ready to go. Stay black. Lee, kick this motherfucking meal. Greetings from Podcastville. It's Monday, April 15th. Fucking tax day, cocksuckers, but never fear. Uncle motherfucking Joey's here. You understand me? This podcast is brought to you by my favorite CBD company out there, CBDlion.com. Listen, picking a reliable CBD company, you don't know who the fuck. Everybody's got gummies at fucking liquor store. You don't want to deal with these people. Lucky for you, I found CBD Lion, all right? Now, it comes in a vapor cartridges and chatter and a fucking, if you're into smoking, if you're not into smoking, you can eat a gummy bear or do the tincture like me, the 5,000 milligram under your tongue. Their products are clean, Bobby, and they aren't like the fakes that false with the false fucking advertising and whatnot. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Go to cbdlion.com and check out their third-party lab results for yourself. The church family gets 20% off at checkout when you type in CHURCH, church. That's cbdlion.com. They're not fucking around. Go to the box and press church. Get 20 off. Who the fuck gives you that on tax day? Number two, when you got a small business, big business, a little business, hiring is always going to be a challenge. But there's one place you can go where hiring is simple, fast, and smart. A place where growing businesses connect to qualified candidates. That place is ziprecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter sends your job to over 100 of the web's leading job boards. But they don't stop there. With their powerful machine technology, ZipRecruiter scans thousands of resumes to find the right people with the right experience and invites them to apply to your job. So do me a favor right now, the church family, go to ZipRecruiter. Right now, I'm going to turn you on to ZipRecruiter for free at this time. Who do you think you're dealing with? It's tax day. I'm going to hook you up today. Right now, the listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free. Gratis. All right? Go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. I'll tell you what else I'm going to drop on you guys today. Robinhood. You're like, Joey, what's Robinhood? Who's showing up? Nobody. Robinhood is an investment app that lets you buy and sell stocks, ETFs, options, and cryptos, all commission free, okay? There's no account minimum deposit needed to get started, so you can start investing at any level. Today, Robinhood's going to teach you, let's listen. With Robinhood, you can learn how to invest in the market as you build your portfolio. Robinhood is giving the family, the church listeners of What Happening Now, a free stock like Ford, Apple, or Sprint to help you build your portfolio. Sign up at church.robinhood.com. That's church.robinhood.com. Learn and get your life together with Robinhood.com. Lee, kick this motherfucking mule. What's happened, you bad motherfuckers? It's a whole new week with a whole new set of rules, and you're controlling the fucking ship this week. Don't give up. You understand me? We had a fucked up week last week. I had a lot of shit going on. When I got off that plane from fucking Pittsburgh, I had 22,000 fucking pains, connecting flights, 40-minute fucking rides to the airport. My liver hurt. I had a fucking temperature. I had stress from I had to take a stress test, and I'm scared of fucking needles. When you saw me here Monday, all cool and relaxed with Jennifer, prior, I was shitting fucking pickles. Well, let me tell you about the week I had. So, we'll go along as we fucking get to it. But number one, I had to take the stress test. And every time I got to get a needle, I shit my fucking pants. I fucking hate needles. But I went anyway because the doctor recommended I go. The daughter, the wife, what's legal to do? Poor little fucking kid. I mean, so I got to take care of myself. So,
there are vouchers, but I'm doing okay.
You're all right. Yeah, you got it all under control. Your green shirt on, your t-shirt underneath like you're in prison or some shit. What the fuck am I dealing with here? Anyway. So I go to this fucking stress test. They send me in, I get the needle in the fucking arm. Guess what? I don't faint because the guy puts me upside down like I got 20 fucking, like the fucking table. Anyway. Teeter. I love it. He puts me upside down. I don't faint. Then they take a bunch of pictures of my heart with my fucking arms up. You have to ever go for Mirage pictures? You have to sit still. That's when everything itches on my fucking body. When I gotta sit still, I get itches in places you never even fucking seen before. Crevices up my ass,
the stink zone,
my armpit, my stink zone. I mean, I fucking had to sit there like a mummy for 20 minutes. And they still take you in the back. Poor little Filipino guy. He just got here like 3 weeks ago, and they put him to work right away before the dream actor expires. He's in the back fucking speaking Mexican. And the next thing you know, another lady comes in, and they got to do the second phase, which is shoot this fucking ink in your body. Then they put you on a treadmill. Then they put you on the fucking back to the thing, but it's only 12 minutes, and you're out of there. And I'll tell you what, the last time I did it, oh my God, when they shot the ink in me, it was like fucking doing heroin without doing heroin. Your heart pumps. You start seeing little fucking spots. I started sweating profusely. I got nausea. This time, the dude told me, goes, just move your legs. It's going to shoot into you for 4 minutes. Then for a minute, it's going to do this. I'll tell you, at the 3-minute fucking mark, I could feel it in my throat. Like my throat was starting to pop up. And I kept kicking my fat little fucking legs. And then I thought they were going to put me on the treadmill. You know what I'm saying? We got up there for a few minutes, but nothing really happened. I didn't get like the last time I couldn't see. They had a window, so I didn't get no anxiety. I was in fucking shock. And then I went back and did the 12 more minutes and pictures, and I was out, and it was like a fucking rock falling off me. But when I was there, the lady goes, listen, you're breathing weird. Something's wrong with you. I don't know what. So now I got more dilemmas. Now my head's racing. Now for 3 nights I haven't slept because of this fucking needle. Now I got to deal with, and the doctor couldn't see me that day, so I had to go back the next day. And what I had was like a fucking light pneumonia. Like he fucking threw some antibodies in me that were, it's the shit you take 10 days before you go to the jungle.
Antibiotics.
That's what he told me. That's how strong it is. And I could feel it. I tried to work out for 2 days. It was rough, yeah. But you know what? We got to keep pushing. The good news is, listen, for the next 3.5 weeks, I got to go fucking between New York and here and Texas to shoot 2 different fucking movies. So I'll be back and forth. Now, when you listen to the podcast, these all have been pre-taped this month. They're going to be pre-taped to the end of the month. I'm not going to tell you who the fuck is going to be. I'll tell you who didn't get on last week was Alex Jones. And I have my deepest apologies. We had done the second podcast that day, and he was running late, and Eddie was running late. So, you know what? I was seeing spots on Wednesday. When I first started the antibiotics, that, the first podcast was long enough. I had to cancel my spots at the store Thursday night. That's how bad I felt. I had green shit coming out of my nose and mouth that I had never seen before. When we finished the podcast on Wednesday, I was driving home and I couldn't breathe. I had a green fucking snot in my nose that was green like Lee's fucking shirt. It was disgusting. And I couldn't find a fucking napkin. I had to drive. I couldn't even fling it off my fucking finger. It was so disgusting. Usually I eat those things like a savage, like it's a hors d'oeuvre at a fucking nice little white party. But this time it was so disgusting I couldn't even fucking eat it. That's how much shit I had in me. So you know what, man? I'm taking it easy. I start shooting this movie Tuesday, maybe a couple days, and I come back. Then I'm off to Minneapolis this fucking weekend. That's sold out. Then 4 motherfucking 20. We're in Milwaukee. There's a couple tickets left for each show. So see what you got left and put it together. But that's not the main thing I want to talk to you guys about. Lately, I've been getting a lot of hits, like what happened to this and what happened to that. Listen, guys, let me tell you what's going on with us. You know what, man? Since I was a kid, I've always liked to evolve. There's always something you could do to better yourself. Always. If you're honest with yourself, there's always something you can do. Like there's always shit to cut back on, or you know what, man, I have been eating lately. You ever get on the scale and you're 22 pounds heavier, and you go, I'm not eating that, and all of a sudden you think about what you've been eating lately. Like, fuck, all those fucking shakes do add up. I'm not fucking 18 no more. I can have 2 milkshakes a day from Carvel, and you can't do that shit all your life, you know. So every couple of months you have to look at what you got and reevaluate and see what's going on. Let me tell you something. The last 2 years, my house has changed. The last year, basically, the home has changed. Again, it changed when I got the kid in. Then it changed again when she went to pre-K. Then when she got to kindergarten, it really fucking changed. Like, you know, every day at 4 o'clock, my day ends. Whatever the fuck I'm doing, unless I'm getting a fucking envelope, my day ends because I got to go pick her up. And then you got martial art classes, you got swimming, you got gymnastics. You know, it never fucking ends when you have a kid. People at home that are listening know that it never ends when you have a kid. But it also carried over to the podcast. Like, listen, man, from time to time, I'm up at night late, I can't sleep, I have insomnia. And I'll listen to an old podcast. And yeah, I'll get a laugh out of the podcast, but I'll see a lot of dull spots in there, you know. And I'm like, you know what, man? I got to clean up our act. You know, we've been doing this podcast for 6-7 years, and we're very fortunate. If you've noticed, there's people who have switched podcasts 18 times in 7 years. I wanted to prove a point when I started this podcast with Lee that we don't quit. You know what I'm saying? No matter rain, snow, shine, this is what you do. You give them something when you tell them you're going to give them something. So, listen, if I didn't give a fuck about this podcast, I could just come down here and torture Lee and do edibles. And you know what? Eventually, you'll think it's cute and you'll move the fuck on. Well, guess what? I'd move the fuck on too because nothing's going on. So I don't know. For the last year, I just noticed Lee was having a hard time. One night, we're here doing bong hits. And this poor bastard called, and I seen blood on his fucking hands. At that point, you got to start thinking about what the fuck are you doing with your life? This poor kid gets bronchitis every 90 days. He's not used to this shit. Listen, I'm showing up with weed here. You guys think we're fucking with you. Like, I go to certain weed stores because they give me 31%, 30% weed. They know what I like. The owners know I give them fucking love. So they save me the best of what they can get. Even if they don't carry it in the store, the guy will say, give me an ounce for Joe. And I just put that motherfucker away. That's what I do. We smoke some strong fucking weeds here. And I've seen, you know, like I'm at home doing 20 of these bong hits all fucking day. 6 in the morning, 5 at 2 o'clock, another 6 at night. I do 2 of them with Lee and I see where the poor kid is. So I'm fucking killing myself to live. Right after I shot the Netflix special, there was a lot of things I had to cut out. But prior to the Netflix special, I had already slowed down with the edibles because I had something going on in my body. I couldn't put my fucking finger on it. Some type of symptom was just bothering me, would hum in my head from time to time. So I had to start getting rid of stuff. I got rid of milk. I got rid of fucking eating cheese. I got rid of fucking, I just cut things down that, whey protein. I cut all the stuff down that I thought was affecting me. And you know what? The edibles, man, they're a lot of fun. The Lord knows we ate 29,000 million milligrams in 4 or 5 years. It didn't stop in the end. But if you want to evolve, you know what? If I want to give you a better podcast and I want you guys to have a better experience, yeah, from time to time we have the right guest, we get high. You know what I'm saying? But if not, let's do the podcast fucking straight. Let's try doing the podcast straight. I couldn't do the fucking, what's the thing I was doing? The free thing?
The morning joint?
The morning joint. And also, again, Listen, I don't know if I told you guys. One day I went to pre-K to pick her up, and like that day, my wife pulled me over. She's like, "You can't get high and go in there no more. I guess you went in there no more. You smell like a pot forest." Or some shit. Kids passed out after you left the fucking building or something. I don't know what the fuck. So you know what, man? When it comes to us fucking around, I can fuck around. I got time to fuck around. But when it comes to my daughter, listen, men don't have a chance to make mistakes. Women and fucking kids do. We don't have a chance to make mistakes. So I couldn't go back to that school stone. So I can't smoke 20 bong hits in the morning and drive to fucking school and let those people see me like that. Or go to kickboxing at 9 o'clock. I just couldn't do it no more. I could do a bong hit or two. Don't get me wrong. I love my marijuana. Ain't nobody fucking quitting here. The last 3 days, I haven't even smoked pot. Just because I had this chest in my cold, and I do not want to travel with this chest in my cold. This cold in my chest. This is how the downhill started for Ralphie, was with a pneumonia. If nobody remembers, about 3-4 years ago, they put him in the hospital for 4 weeks in Florida. You couldn't even visit the poor bastard because he was in a fucking hospital because his lungs couldn't take it no more. Ralphie would go from city to city, and he was such a sweetheart of a guy that he would smoke with everybody. And when you're going to one city a month and coming back and smoking, that's one thing. But when you're going to 4 fucking cities in a month and you're smoking 4 different types of viral flus with people, you're eventually going to get sick. And he got sicker and sicker. Then he got a fucking cold that would not leave him, a cough it was just horrible that he had for about 6 months. And next thing you know, he goes on a fucking cruise ship or something, and they got to take him off the cruise ship. I feel bad for those guys that had to carry him on those skinny fucking steps. They had to fucking put metal on those steps. They had to get him off of one of those beds and shit where they 4 guys got to hold each side like the stretcher? 600-pound life, yeah, like a stretcher. Oh my! He told me he was never so embarrassed in his life.
It's when you can't breathe, it's terrible.
It's terrible. And I went through it Sunday night this week. I came home. I'm not kidding you guys. I don't complain about being fucking sick. My liver fucking hurt. And there's nothing wrong with Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh was phenomenal. But now I didn't have the best sets of my life. I didn't have the sets I wanted. And looking back, I was sick. It was crazy how sick I was. When I go to a town and I don't work out one time, like I was going to go to Stout in Pittsburgh, I couldn't do it. I couldn't even fucking move the next day. I would eat breakfast and have to go right back to bed. I didn't bring Theraflu with me. I didn't bring vitamin C with me. I thought I had Theraflu, but I must have fucking drank them the last time I was sick on the road a couple of years ago. Listen, man, I'm at a different age than you guys. I can't afford to get sick right now. I can't have a 6-month fucking layoff. I like going out too much. Like, I enjoy going out and doing comedy twice a month. It's my release. Last night I went out for the first time all fucking week. I did 90 over the hill in Laurel Canyon. You stay home every fucking night with your wife and your kid from 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon on. You'll lose your fucking mind. Now I know why guys fucking snap. And it's nothing about not loving them or not wanting to be around them. It's that you have your fucking moments. You have to get out of the house to do what you do. I went to the comedy store. It was like a grenade went off. I went fucking bananas down there because I was like in jail all fucking week. And I went home and it was a release. And now tomorrow I got to get the fuck out of here to start shooting on Tuesday. This morning I got up with the girls and I went into my office and Mercy came in and she was petting one of the cats. And next thing you know, she cuddled over on my leg and I kept typing on the computer and I looked over to pick her up and she was crying. And she doesn't know how long I'm going to come back. Well, I think I'm coming back Easter fucking Sunday or a little before that. No, I can't because I'll be in Minneapolis. But they said that maybe I'd come home on Wednesday. So Wednesday I'll come back, chill for a few days, go to Minneapolis right from here with Dean Del Rizzi, and then do 420 up in fucking Milwaukee, and then go back to New York on Easter Sunday. So it's either or. I don't have what my schedule is, but like I told you guys, you're covered. We tape podcasts and they're going to extend all the way through May 4th. Anyway, back to the evolution of fucking life and what you got to do every couple months. So a couple weeks ago, it had to be like 7 weeks ago, I just saw Lee kept getting sick. It was too much drama. Every time we came in here and we smoked, we had to wait for fucking Lee to get it together. 6 minutes, his eyes would get pinned on the top of his head sometimes. When he does a bong hit, he sucks it and his eyes go up. I think he's dying half the time. Listen, I like the kid. I don't want no problem. I don't want to carry him out of here on an ambulance or a stretcher. We've done enough. We don't have to prove ourselves to anybody. We did enough. And yeah, we still get high. I know he was looking for edibles the other night. Listen, you have to get your license back and go to the store, and I'll send you right to Urban Trees, and I'll tell you what edible to get.
Okay, no.
I got some fucking gummy bears that are 10 milligrams a piece. You know, yesterday I went to Shin Yun with the daughter, and I popped 20 milligrams. And I got to tell you, I was fucking stoned.
Oh, yeah?
You don't get high for 7 to 8 hours no more on 20 milligrams. It's like a 2-3 hour high. But at least I know they're getting me high. Jesus Christ. We were eating 2,000 milligrams a night, 1,000 milligrams a night. It took me 6 months to shit out all the fucking Jello powder and shit that those things had in your system. You know what those things clog to your fucking system? Now you wonder why I eat bran fucking muffins and drinking kombucha every day and eat yogurt as much as I can with bananas and fucking a little bit of granola, because you got to balance out your stomach. You got to put those fucking those things back in your fucking stomach. And now you can't shit. You're all backed up for fucking weeks. So you got to take care of yourself. And I just figured that, Jesus Christ, we've done the podcast all this time. Why not give it a breather? And you're going to see the quality of the podcast. It's not a longer podcast no more because we're not forgetting our topics. We're rambling to death. It's a fucking shorter, more concise. Get to the point. Let's wrap it the fuck up. I know you people want to listen to other podcasts type. I just want you to maintain Uncle Joe in your life and don't get rid of me. Listen, we get our ups and we get our downs just like anything else in life. The podcast is like anything else. That's why I tell people the hardest thing you can do is like late night TV. You got to be funny 5 nights a week. Guess what? That's not going to happen every day. And you're not going to have a great show 5 nights a week. But as long as you go in there, give it your all, and you show up, and you know that you're in there, and you try to give the people something fucking different, they'll fucking work with you. And let me tell you something. Not only am I upset about, I'm not upset about this movie and the other movie in Texas. I'm not upset at all. I'm upset that I have to leave my family for 4 weeks, 5 weeks. I'm shooting both of these movies starting Tuesday the 16th, and I'll be shooting till the 17th of fucking May, going back and forth between Texas, New York, and for the fucking Los Angeles. Yeah, I'll get to see them, but you know what? I'm used to seeing them 5 fucking days a week. So, but again, you know what, man? Even at 56, you gotta learn how to get out of your comfort zone from time to time. I got places to go work out when I'm in Texas. I got places to go work out when I'm in New York. I got friends in New York. I got friends in Texas. So both places, and I'm not doing any comedy. I'm just focusing on the movies. That's why I had to reschedule San Antonio and Dallas, which got rescheduled now the 8th and the 9th of September. I don't know what city, but I'm going to put them on my website before I fucking start traveling. We reschedule, the dates are in, and then November 7th, I'm at the Motor City Casino in Detroit. So everything is great for you guys. I got to tell you my little concert thing. So I busted you guys' balls about the Mick Jagger documentary. Okay, good and final. But when I saw it, I figured out that, yes, I want to get back into the concert scene or just get out to be entertained. Yesterday when I went with my daughter and my wife to Shin Yun, I forgot what it was to be entertained. And the only way you can entertain is by getting entertained. And you guys know nothing floats my fucking boat. I don't give a fuck about half these shows on TV. But you know what floats my boat since day one? Something live. I've always enjoyed live music with people jumping up and down, or some people playing congas in a park. I've always been mesmerized by that. Like, not when you're doing the conga line with a bunch of filthy fucking hippies and some guy. No. I don't like that shit. I'm talking about music. I'm in Central Park, or I like live performances. I even like live dance. Like, I don't mind watching live dance. It's an expression of art. You can make your body do shit I don't even dream of doing. When I went to Shin Yun yesterday, those Chinese women shuffle their feet faster than anybody I've ever seen in my life. Those little fucking Chinese feet could move, Jack. They were going from north to west, south to north. They were flying into the fucking screen. Those Japanese, I don't know what they are, Chinese, Japanese. It doesn't matter. There were some white people on the fucking cast. It was a great fucking show. Listen, would I have gone on my own? Not in a million fucking years. And never do I want to sit in the Saturday afternoon in the fucking theater with a bunch of people. No, I got to tell you something. It was fucking cool as shit. And I know my daughter enjoyed it. Did we stay after the intermission? Fuck no. My daughter couldn't take another hour of that fucking jumping up and down. She thought there was going to be some kung fu. People get some knife throwing, some new chucks and shit. After like the first time, my daughter looked at me. She's like, "It's time to go." When they gave us intermission, because she kept squabbling around her seat. So I'm like, maybe she got to pee. I go, "Mercy, you got to pee?" She goes, "No." And I was just about to ask her, "You got to go to? You want to take a walk? You feel like taking a walk?" And the white dude came out. "This is the last dance. And after that, we're going to have a 15-minute intermission." So we sat, we watched the last fucking dance. And I told my wife and daughter, "God, if you got to go to the bathroom, go out." I had to pee, but I wanted them to go and get back. And then when they got back, they gave me my ticket, and I went to the bathroom. And while I was walking out of the bathroom, after I washed my hands, my phone's ringing. It's my wife. She goes, "Hey, Mercy don't want to stay." I went back. I go, "Mercy, why don't you want to stay?" She goes, "I'm done. I'm good. I saw all I need to see."
It's definitely your daughter.
Definitely my daughter. I looked at her. I go, my wife said, "I'm not even mad." I go, "Nope." And we got our little fucking Uber. We put the car seat in, and we zoomed right back to the fucking house. But you know what? One thing about I've known about this movie and all this stuff for the last 3 or 4 weeks. I spent as much time as I could with them. You know, even when I don't have movies or anything planned, I try to spend as much time as I can with those girls. It's sickening. Like, I don't have a fucking social life.
Yeah, I don't see you anymore other than the podcast, really, and comedy.
If I'm not fucking doing comedy, and I'm not podcasting, I'm not working out, I'm pretty much at the girls. I'm pretty much with one of them, or both of them, or doing something. It's just really insane how much my life has changed, man. I've been with my wife. We're going to go on our 20th anniversary.
Wow.
This year, right? Yeah, 20th anniversary, I think. Next year. This is 19 years.
Married or just together?
Together.
That's awesome.
And I gotta tell you, it's you think that when you're married, things will go in the opposite directions. No, I gotta tell you something. It's gotten better, you know. And who knows what makes a marriage work? The first time I couldn't make it work if I was in Sin City. I was a fucking loser and a half. I think because I had the divorce and I saw what things externally and internally I lost from it. If I got married, I was prepared for the long haul. It's like we talk about with comedy. Like in 90, I got on stage in 91, but in 93, I realized what I had to do to make the fucking haul. This is what needs to be done. You need to do this. I know you don't like this, but you better get ready for it because you're going to have to do it. And I prepared myself for all these things I didn't want to do that now I had to do because I knew it was part of the path to get to the goal I wanted to reach. I never wanted to get to this goal right now. This goal was never even thought of. It was just a goal of survival, being able to travel from week to week to different places, stay off the radar. But you know what? Hard work brings a result, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're in this room doing this fucking podcast. So you never know until you fucking get down the path. But it's so weird. In the 80s, I saw the Scorpions, and then I think me and Perry Vidge and a bunch of other guys saw a small Shankner tour in 83 or 82 or 81. I don't remember what anymore. And I've been waiting to go see fucking Michael Shankner. And I think in January, Dean Delray and Danny from the Comedy Store, the sound guy in the main, the sweetheart of a guy who I've known how long I've been at the Comedy Store, said to me that Michael Shankner was coming with... Michael Shankner was one of the original guitarists of the Scorpions, and it's him and his brother. And then he went off. He's a fucking wild man. And did his own stuff, the MSG group and all this stuff. And they told me that fucking April 15th, 16th, and 17th, he was doing 3 nights at one of the clubs in town, either Whiskey a Go-Go or the Troubadour. I think it's a whiskey. I was blown the fuck away. Finally, I was going to go see a fucking live band on either Tuesday. I think we picked Tuesday night because we wouldn't have a podcast. We could just go down there, and then when the band is finished, we'd go down to the Comedy Store for Tuesday. That was the plan. And all of a sudden, I get this fucking movies, and I can't do them now. Now, listen, I'll tell you what. Was I depressed? Yeah, I'm fucking depressed. I was looking forward to it. I was hoping for them to call me and say that they switched my shooting date to the 18th or the 17th, Wednesday. Definitely, I'd go see Michael Shankner tomorrow night. But things didn't work out, and sometimes you got to sacrifice just to fucking, what am I 10? A I'm gonna do something because I gotta go see. I gotta be there Tuesday, ready to go. I figured I'd get in there tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. I gotta go to wardrobe. I'll get a nice light fucking dinner and then go to the room, maybe smoke a number, and just go to bed and fucking get up and work. That's it, man.
It's cool. It's been a few years since you did a movie.
You know, man. When I got here, they were shooting more movies with me. There were different types of movies. I don't get those calls anymore, and I can't lie to you. I do. I still get calls for a ton of fucking shit. The problem is, again, with the podcast and the family, and if it's a gamble, if I'm doing something for money, but I really don't like the sides or something like that, guess what? I'd rather not do it. I've always known that when it comes to acting, like when I first got here, yeah, I went on a lot of auditions and I made my mistakes. But then once I started booking, I got the hang of it. And then after a while, something else happens. You start getting cocky. You start cherry picking. But I cherry picked with backing, like with science. Like before I would cherry pick a role, I would think of it from all directions. Like, what is this role going to do for me? For years, like the other day, somebody put up a short film where I played the science cooking teacher, Louis the Teacher, something like that. These are all the movies I was doing after the writer's strike. They were $100 a day movies. You got to bring your own fucking clothes. You got to shoot at odd fucking hours because they don't have enough money to shoot at the place. And at the end of the day, they just fucking practice on acting. Because 9 out of 10 don't go anywhere. I'll tell you this with all my heart. Yeah, there was a movie years ago that made somebody. The chick from the Clint Eastwood movie, she was a boxer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. She did $100 a day movie.
Really?
And it blew up. Some movie.
$1 Million Baby.
Yeah. The girl from $1 Million Baby, right before $1 Million Baby, did $100 a day movie. And the fucking thing blew up. So people were like pushing for $100 a day movies. Listen, I pay SAG, man. I pay SAG a lot of money, even though I don't do dick. Like, I don't do dick compared to what I used to do. So the SAG, you got to pay them like twice a year. And then at the end of the year, they add up what you made, and you got to give them a percentage of that. So the only reason why listen, I'm very proud that I'm going to get a fucking pension. And I've been acting for 20 fucking years now in this town. But with the same token, the values went down on what they're paying you. I mean, by 50%. There's actors leaving this town every day on the daily. And I'm not trying to sound negative. I'm just being honest with you. There are actors leaving this town every day because the roles are just not there no more. And you figure with Netflix and 600 channels on TV and all these Hulus and everything, I don't even know anybody who goes into that. And you guys know, from Michael Rappaport to Turturro to 20 other actors I speak to. We're not great friends, but I speak to from time to time and say hello and check in with. Not too many of them setting the world on fire. They're not setting the world on fire like they used to. And again, you go in age groups here. It's like 18 to 22, and then 22 to 27, then 27 to 32, then 36 to 40, then 40 to 45. And 45 to 55, and they put you in a different category. So the older you are, the more the percentage, the less the percentage of you going out is, you know. So I was cherry picking for a long time. If you're going to send me an audition, and I know what the audition fucking entails, right in my head, I do the math. You're not going to shoot in Hollywood. It's this. You know what? I make more money by not doing the job. Because at the end of the week, I got to pay 2 commissions and taxes. And then you look at what's left over and you go, for that, I got to drive to Marina Del Rey 3 days in traffic and whatnot. It's not worth the aggravation.
Well, you opened up the podcast saying that you have to evolve. And you've spoken about it when you first moved here. You started acting as a way to work and to get in and to
for free.
Evolve your comedy.
I did.
And you don't need it.
I did 20 fucking movies that you'll never see, you'll never dream of seeing. You know, I used to do college films. That's how I caught experience, by doing college films. I never stopped. I just kept doing college films. Every time I had a chance, I'd do more and more college films. And eventually I popped out of that. I did that for about 1.5 years. And then I got into the commercial business for a while. And that was great. That's a lucrative business. And then I got into the real theatrical of it. And I booked basketball, and I booked the one when I moved here. I already had a pilot. And then it was slow for 2 years. I really focused on my comedy. And maybe 2001, 2002, once I went with Mad TV, I was off and running. And that lasted to 2007. And then the strike came, and right away I got caught. When the strike happened, I was on Greg Garcia's show.
My Name is Earl.
My Name is Earl. And he would keep giving me episodes. I mean, he just, at that point, he would just call me at 2:30 for a 4:30 shoot to get there to the Valley at 4:30. So I had friends just giving me roles, but it just went down the pipe, and it just went down the tubes. And the interesting thing was that when I signed with Justin, the guy who books me comedically, they didn't have a theatrical department, and my agent wasn't doing a good job. And I would still get these little offers for YouTube series that didn't pay dick, didn't pay dick. I looked at the director. There wasn't nobody noteworthy to work with, like, is he going to lift my career up? Is he going to bring something different to the table? And I started saying the word no, which throughout the month you'll hear a couple actors that came on in comics, and they're going to, tell you that sometimes it's okay to say no. If you don't feel like this is going to get you to where you want to be, it's okay to fucking say no. And from time to time, I started saying no. But the last 3 or 4 years, I keep getting these things that are legit offers. They're just undoable. Either undoable because the script sucks, or undoable because I can't get there. It's 2 planes to get there, and it's a 1-day shoot, but it's 3 days of my time, and I have to cancel 2 podcasts. And then right from there, I got to go to a road gig. And you know what? Like I said, I'm getting older. I can't handle that shit no more. So I've been cherry picking. But I told my agent about 6 months ago. He kept saying to me, look, you're getting these offers, and they're just not whatever. Do you feel bad? I'm like, no, I'm a guy at the plate. Sometimes you got to wait for a fucking fastball. They're going to throw curveballs at you. They're going to throw knuckleballs at you. They're going to throw screwballs at you. But if you're patient and, they're going to throw you a fucking fastball. And, I got a lot of offers for voiceovers, which I've been doing a lot more lately. I've done like 3 or 4 voiceovers this year. I started out the year by doing the Theo Vaughn pilot and the Danny Brown pilot for Vice. I did another pilot for another dear friend of mine. So, you know what? I had a good little fucking year going. And next thing you know, I got this offer on this movie, which I signed the confidentiality agreement, so I can't really speak about it until they let me sign off on it. And this movie's going to be dynamic. It's going to be fucking tremendous. I got a nice little role in it. It comes out next year on a theatrical release. I'm going to try to get the book to come out around that time. I'm going to try to get another CD out around that time, just to highlight the movie from a professional way, like in the old days. When you hit with 3 or 4 things, not just a fucking overhead right. You got it with an overhead right, 2 body shots, and you come back to the top with a left fucking jab or something.
3-piece in a soda.
What's that?
The 3-piece in a soda.
The 3-piece in the soda. That motherfucker's going to be on. I'm leaving town, and he's coming in. Fucking George Masvidal. He'll be here Tuesday, I think, doing Rogan's podcast. So that's the way it works. Also, I had Danny Brown in town the last 2 days. We couldn't get him on the podcast. So if it isn't one thing, it's the other. It's been one of those weeks. And again, my apologies to Alex Jones. I couldn't tell him on the phone I had the flu. And I felt, I'm the type of guy when I'm sick, man, I don't want people around. If I care about you, I don't really want you around. And I'll tell you why, because you're going to get it. You're going to get it. If I got this flu, let me tell you how strong this flu is. You ready for this? I got a kid in kindergarten. Every time you walk in the kindergarten, it smells like death in there. It smells like fucking death in kindergarten. You could tell the flu is floating around the fucking air. Every time my daughter comes home and I hug her, I love her to death, but she smells fucking horrible. The crease in her head with the part in her head with her higher little parts smells horrible. It's my daughter, not really. It's all the kids she comes in contact with all fucking day. And they all have something. So my immune system's been built the fuck up for the last couple of years because of having a child. I already had the flus I was going to get from her already. Now it's just, that's how bad this flu, for this flu to take me out for 2 weeks, how it did. Because the first week, it really wasn't a flu. I just didn't feel like me. I had a headache every fucking day. You got that thing in your throat where you think you're going to get sick in 2 days, but it really doesn't deliver. You're spitting mild colors, but nothing really serious. You know what I'm saying? Like every 3 spits is like a little fucking yellow, maybe a little piece of blood.
How often are you spitting?
You know, you got to spit. When you drink a lot of water, when you work out, you fucking spit. But last week when I was in Pittsburgh, when I didn't even feel like working out, I already had the body aches. Once those body aches hit you, that's when it's fucking real. And the temperature broke, I think Wednesday night. I went to bed and I took my shirt off like a savage, and the fan was blowing on me. I said, fuck it. I put the fucking covers over my head, and I could right there, I could feel it. And I woke up the next morning, it was just a puddle of fucking drench under me. So the temperature broke after 2 antibiotics. And Thursday, I still had a canceled store. I still had green snots and stuff. Friday, I got a little better. Yes, I got a little better. And today, with the grace of God, I'm ready for Monday the motherfucking 15th. Yeah, I still got half the bottle of antibiotics to eat. But who gives a fuck? Another plane ride tomorrow, I'm definitely putting one of those Japanese masks on the plane. I went and bought 20 of them. I can't deal no more. Listen, these planes are filthy, especially now after 737, it went down. Now they put more people, more fucking planes. And
so you're gonna do a battle?
Oh, I'm doing the whole thing. Like when I was over at the University of Colorado, when I was faking the funk, and just talking Spanish. If you listen to the Tom Segura podcast this week, you're missing out on fucking life. You understand me? Listen, I made a constant decision when I came back from the Netflix shoot that I'm not fucking around no more. I only go to the comedy store just so I'm on high alert at all fucking times. You understand me? I'm on high alert at all times. Lee will tell you. Lee will tell you I'm on high alert at all times.
7 in the morning, I'm gonna call.
I'm striving for the fucking funny now. And it's the truth, and that's just how, as bad as it is. I don't know what I got left on this planet, and I don't know how much I got left on this fucking stage.
Jesus.
But from now on, every time I go on that stage, I'm giving you everything I fucking got. The same thing with podcasts. I love you people who contact me. Hey, can you be on my podcast? Look, number one, I don't know you. I'm not walking into a nest of death. I don't know what the fuck you got. Number two, I don't do that many podcasts. And there's a reason for that. One, I just don't have the time. And two, there's no reason to do 80 fucking podcasts a month. Because I'd rather go on a podcast and kill it than go on 3 podcasts and be mediocre. That's my philosophy. Listen, we do 8 podcasts here alone. Out of the 8 podcasts, 2 of them are sensational, 4 of them are passable, and 2 of them you want to shoot yourself after 25 fucking minutes. And I understand that. That's the law of diminishing returns. But since we stopped smoking reefer, they're going to get better every month. I'm going to do better interviews. You know, hopefully Lee will keep the fucking camera where it's supposed to be, looking out at me directly with a little box. I want you people to feel me constantly on a constant level. And I also want you to feel the guest on a constant level. That's why I don't like the wide shots no more between 3 people. It's either me, him, or the camera's on Lee because he's fucking talking. All these things improve a podcast. This is what we've been working on the last couple of months. Like I said, they're not all going to be Academy Award winners. Let me see a director, James Cameron went from 0 to fucking 0. He's throwing fucking dust at you. But James Cameron also did that fucking movie, End of All. Whatever. What is it?
Avatar,
End of All. I don't fucking know anymore.
It was close for you. It was pretty close.
Avatar. He also had $80 million to work with. We don't have $80 million to work with. We're in a limited fucking budget here. We got what the fuck we got. All right, we're not part of a network. We're not part of no communism fucking show here. This is just us giving you love every fucking couple of days and throwing some fucking heat just to let you know what the fuck we're thinking here on a beautiful Monday, April motherfucking 15th. Tip top Magoo. You got your health, you got your family. So what? You ate a couple of fucking down pills last week. Who gives a fuck? It's a whole new fucking week. You know what I'm saying? Just don't eat fucking pills. Just smoke a little reefer. Relax, get your life together. That's what these whole new fucking week. That's why I love Mondays. That's why when I travel, listen, you couldn't fucking pay me to stay in your fucking town on a Sunday. I don't give a fuck if you show up with 1,000 fucking chicks or some dick and you kill them afterwards so they don't tell nobody. You never want witnesses. No, I I like to come home, eat the Lord's Day dinner with my family, and then by the time Monday morning comes, I'm fucking rested, and I'm ready to take the fucking week down like ISIS. You understand me? I'm ready just what the fuck are you laughing about there? Ali Sadiq there?
The ISIS, yeah.
No fucking ISIS.
I'm
I'm just telling you motherfuckers the truth, how I feel, and what we're gonna get going for you from now fucking on. You understand me? Don't forget, you got your fucking motherfucking 420 show in Milwaukee, Wisconsin at the Pabst Theater. Me and my man Dean Del Rizzi, he was in Detroit last week and killed him at Mark Ridley's Comedy Castle in fucking Royal Oak, Michigan, a little suburb outside Detroit. I used to visit years ago. They didn't like me in Royal Oak. They looked at me 20 years ago like I had problems. That's why I only went there one and done, Jack. I was like, whatever that coach is. What did he do with those people? He won and done.
Calipari?
Yeah, I was one and fucking done when I went to Detroit. But listen, I gave it a shot. That was a long time ago. I'm a different comic today. And that's all that matters, man. But listen, things could be a lot worse, you know? We're doing our job on the podcast. We got these fucking little movies. Lee is doing stand-up. You know, he's trying his best to get it together. And we're healthy. And that's all you can fucking pray for in 1 week, man. I mean, we come on here, a couple times a week, and you let us into your fucking living room. Some of you let us into your fucking hearts. I get the messages, I read them, and I'm very appreciative. You guys, if you listen to Cigar, I went a little fucking off on them. But again, if you know me, you know I don't fucking mean those things. I just talk like that just to fucking, because it's the truth. When those fucking, it's the truth.
I don't mean it, but it's the truth.
It's the truth. I don't mean it from the heart. It's the fucking truth. You know, those kids, those parents putting their kids through college and paying off all that fucking money. Who does it hurt? It hurts fucking minority kids. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I didn't say it like that, but I had to paint a true picture for you so you see what the fuck is going on here, so there's no misunderstandings. You understand?
I feel you.
But no, I really appreciate you guys sticking out with us. Like I said, the next 2 weeks are gonna all. And I got great guests. We got great guests, great surprises. I'm not gonna give you no fucking names. We got a great lineup for you. So just keep listening, hang in there with us. And that's that, motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? At least we're moving ahead. Whether it's Ookie Spooky or my man Bob Lolingus, we're moving ahead. We got rid of the dead weight, and it's onward and fucking onward. You understand? We got a great fucking year coming. I'm going to rest the rest of the month. Once I come back from these movies, I'm going to be tired. So I'm going to chill at home for 2 weeks, and then we got a great fucking schedule all summer. We start with motherfucking New Orleans and Atlanta at the Tabernacle fucking Theater right in June. And then we're taking it to motherfucking Columbus. Your boy, what's his name? Steve Simone.
Oh, shit.
From the family. What's his name of the podcast?
The Good Times.
The Good Time, the family 1 hour podcast, PG rated. It's like watching the Dick Van Dyke episode. He's coming with me because he's restarting the podcast.
Man, we're doing it this week.
I think he said he's going to start it up on Tuesday. It was a very interesting night last night at the Comedy Store, man. I saw Simone, I saw Rick Ramos, and I saw Jason. What's his last name? Lucas. And those guys were the Three Stooges 20 years ago.
Yeah.
They were all three doormen looking for their fucking way, you know. Jason Lucas is a fucking editor now, and God knows what Rick Ramos does. He's just fucking watching movies and talking shit about them. I love him to death. He was talking about movies last night. It was interesting as fuck. We got to get him back on when I come back. That's Steve Simone, and it's so weird. I was talking to Jason Lucas, and I told the story on one of the podcasts we taped last week, which you guys will be listening to, how long I've known Jason fucking Lucas. I met Jason Lucas when I was a feature act at the Comedy Cabana in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. He was the opening act, and he kept talking to me about the Comedy Store, whether things true. And I told him yes. And he fucking, he said he would be coming up. Would I help him out if he came up? I go, you know, I'm just getting peed on myself over at the Comedy Store. But I'll do whatever I can to help you. You know, whatever I can do, I'll fucking help you, you know. At that time, I had no pull. I didn't know anybody. I still don't have no pull. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with that joint. I keep out of that shit. It makes my longevity that longer. And one night, I started coming up to the store, and you know what? He started paying at first. He would pay every night, and come to the store, and sit in the back, and watch, and keep his mouth shut. And then they started letting him in for free. And I'd see him back there from time to time at night when I'd follow Mooney. And he'd give me some notes and shit. I'd look at him like, this kid's crazy. He comes here 3-4 nights a week to watch. I go, why don't you just get a fucking doorman job here? And that's exactly what he did. He got a door guy job up there, and he was up there every night watching. And when he got his shot, he fucking became a regular. And you know what? You know, with all the changings of the governments up there, within that fucking montage with the fucked up haircut when he got caught stealing. You know, Jason Lucas got caught. Like, nobody really knew who he was, but he kept going up there and he kept fighting for what he believed in. You know what? The talent coordinator, Adam, believed in him and started giving him late night spots. And last night, he went up before me. He said that he got an early spot. And guys, listen, I'm not here blowing smoke up your ass. That story applies to anything that you're doing, whether it's carpentry, an artist. You just hang in there. You know what? He was lost in the fucking wind there for an hour, and he still hung in there. And he still goes down there. Now, instead of getting spots at 1 in the morning, 12:30, which he's got 3 kids, he's got to go to work at 8. He's got a regular fucking day job as an editor. He hangs out back there. Does he complain? Does he say anything? No. He goes down there. He does his spot at 12:30. Did he ask anybody to get him spots? Did he ask anybody to get him early spots? He didn't say dick. He just kept going down at 1 o'clock. And last night he got like a 9 o'clock fucking spot, 8:45. Guess what? When I get back here, I'm going to have him on the podcast just so he can tell you the story. I respect that in a fucking man. I respect when somebody just hangs in there. Just keep your mouth shut. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Put your head down and know that no good deed goes undone. Like, no, just keep fucking doing what you're doing. Shut your mouth. Nobody asks you for your opinion. That's for starters. Nobody asks you for your opinion. The more I was watching the NCAA finals, and I was watching both teams last week. They did not put the ball down on the floor. That's as disciplined as can be when you're talking about basketball. When you turn basketball into just a passing game and do not waste the dribble. The same thing applies to life. The more you fucking dribble, you're going to get yourself into trouble. When you're up there, when you're going for your specific thing, they're not going to give it to you. Nobody's just going to give it to you. You're going to have to take it, and along the way, you're going to get things said to you. Your feelings are going to get hurt, all this shit. As long as you know you're getting something out of this, maybe not today. Maybe not today, but in a few weeks that come, it could be a year. It could be 2 years. Don't give up. Just keep putting your fucking head down and go down there. I was so happy on the drive home last night. Not because of my spot, not because of how I did, because of Jason Lucas. Because the formula works. I don't give a fuck what they told you, what they didn't tell you. The formula always works. And it has for 2,000 fucking years. I didn't write it, and it will for 200,000 more years after I'm fucking dead, buried on another planet. So stick to it. I see that it always works. I also last week put a schedule out there. Josh Group went to Tacoma, Washington 2 weekends ago. And he bumped into the old club manager at the Seattle Underground, the Comedy Underground, where I developed really as a feature act. I was there for 2 or 3 years. And it's so weird that, again, before Mitzi, I had Carl Womanhoven. Carl Womanhoven was in charge of the open mics on Monday and Tuesday, and he would make the list. And if you look at the list I put up, I was like number 4, maybe number 5. That was my first open mic up there. The guy believed that he got it because I had Rick Kearns call him, a comic, dear friend of mine in Denver, and he blew smoke up his ass. And he put me up for the open mic, and he put me on number 5. By the time I left 2 years later, I always was closing those shows out. Like I was the headliner on all those shows, and he guided me through that. I was very fortunate to have that timepiece with him because he guided me through that. I would go up there every Monday and Tuesday, and one thing I did was I gave him the respect he deserved. He took care of me, so I had to take care of him. I did the main thing that all those people want to see. I wrote. I made a little bit of progress every week for him. Every Monday and Tuesday I went in there, and I know to save 2 minutes for Monday and 2 minutes for Tuesday that were new, and I remember switching them around. I used to say a joke back then that he used to get a big kick out of, and he gave me a bunch of tags for. That's what he was well known for, Carl Woman Hogan. When you got off the stage, he'd give you tags. Even at that level, I would never use them, but I'd write them around. Those tags expanded your mind. He made you think a different way. And I remember after a year one night, on a Monday night or Tuesday, he made me follow Rick Dukeman from The Burbs. What's the other movie he did with fucking Tom Hanks with the fucking, what's the animal? Groundhog Day with Bill Murray. He did that. Rick Dukeman was a brilliant comic from Toronto, Canada. God rest his soul. Fucking great guy. And one night, he wanted to test my balls, Carl Woman Hogan. He didn't say nothing to me. He didn't say nothing. I got down there and I'm like, what's going on? Am I going up? And he's like, yeah, you're following Rick. And I'm like, who the fuck is Rick? No, I didn't even know who Rick was. He goes, you're behind the next guy. And because he didn't show me the guy's belt, it's like in jiu-jitsu. When you're going to go wrestle with a guy, he's got a brown belt, you got a blue belt. Right away, your fucking skunk goes up, your tail goes up, and you get a little weaker or whatever. That is to make you tougher. You know, so if somebody doesn't have a belt on and you don't know what his rank is, how are you going to go into it? You ever think about that? So it's the same thing in life. If you don't know who this guy is going up before you, it won't make you nervous. So he didn't tell me who it was. The guy destroyed the fucking room. Was I paranoid? No, because I thought he was an open micer. I went up there, and this is 1997. This is 22 years ago. I went up there, and I didn't level the room, but I did fantastic. And when I got off the stage, I remember all my comedy guys like Josh, Tana Manu, and Brody Stevens, and fucking Chart Hogan. They all came up to me, and they gave me a big hug. It's like, you did great considering who the fuck you just followed. And I'm like, who the fuck did I just follow? You just followed fucking Rick Dukeman. He's got an HBO special, blah, 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 blah. And that in turn made me friends with Rick. Like once I started looking at him closely, I realized it was a guy from Groundhog Day and the guy from HBO. And I formed an immediate bond with the guy. He gave me his number. He told me if I was ever coming to LA to keep in touch with him. And he pretty much, the first year I was here, he was one of my guides before Rogan, before Jimmy Schubert, before Paul Mooney. He was my guy. He taught me how to call in for spots at the store. He gave me a recommendation at the store with Carlos Mencia and Doug Stanhope. I mean, I loved Rick. You know, it's a shame that he passed away years ago. He told me stories that they wouldn't give him spots at the Improv. So he would wait for the show to be over. And he'd bring his own little spotlight. And he would buy everybody a drink at the bar and make them come in to watch him just so he could build an audience. This is before they had the lab. This is before they had anything. That was the mind of Rick Dukeman. He also taught me something really. His wife told me a story one time. He had just done David Letterman, and they drove from like New York because the Letterman set finished at 7. They drove from New York all the way to wherever the fuck they lived in Ohio. Not where they lived, where her mother was from. And they got there in the middle of the night, and Rick slept all day, ate dinner with them, and after dinner he was sitting there talking to his father-in-law, but he was putting his sneakers on, and his wife said to him, where you going? And he goes, on the drive here, I saw there's a pizza place down the block, and they're doing an open mic tonight. The guy just did Letterman HBO specials. She goes, he's at a pizza place, and I know they're doing an open mic over there. I'm going to go over there and try some new jokes. And she said to him, but you just did Letterman last night. And he goes, that's my point. I got to start the fucking next day. So all those little experiences for me and those little ideals that were put in my head were put down by Carl Woman Hogan. So maybe if he comes down to LA, I'll get him on the show. He's still alive and kicking. Josh says he looks better than ever. And you guys saw the names on there from Brody to Lahai, from Bula to Josh Wolf. Those are the fucking days when I used to sleep in my car. I lived with a stripper. You know, we were just doing spot. We were just fucking kids. And here we are 24 fucking years later. So the struggle never ends. And that's what Monday's all about, to remind you that the struggle never ends, and you always got another fucking week to go, all right? I always want to thank you guys for supporting us for the last 6 years. It's always a fucking pleasure. Half of you, we've become friends on the outside of this, so that's always fucking great too. And I hope that you get something from these podcasts. Yeah, I say some raunchy shit from time to time, and we torture Lee and we do drugs. But the heart of the podcast, the whole reason of what would be is so you guys get something out of it. And thank you very much. I will be checking in with you guys. I will not have Facebook on the road. I do not ever bring Facebook on the road, so do not Facebook me. If you need to get a hold of me, tweet me only. Just tweet at me. Tweet at me or leave me a fucking Twitter message, and I'll get back to you as fast as I can. Like I said, I'll be on and off with these fucking films till May 17th. I'm not doing any comedy shows after 4/19. There's tickets still available for 4:20 in Milwaukee for the early show, a couple for the late show. It's going to be a great show. You know, bring some reef. Let's do some edibles. Let's eat some Xanax. Let's eat some fucking Vicodin. Whatever you got, bring it. Just make sure you bring some kombucha juice, because I don't want your stomach to get sick next day, and next day you're fucking crying to me, cocksuckers. Anyway, a little word from my motherfucking sponsors. As I told you earlier, even when I had the flu and whatnot, with the body aches, I kept taking my CBD, and I'll tell you, it helped. You understand me? And I know you're looking at me like, Joey, I live in a state where they sell CBDs at stores. I get calls all the fucking time. I get emails all the time. Listen, it's a fucking nightmare finding a CBD that works for you. It really is. Thank God I introduced you guys to CBD Lion. When I read their fucking pamphlet and what they do and the testing, I mean, they broke it down to what kind of color, strawberry cough, stuff like that to smoke of their CBD blends to fix your ailment. That's when I knew these people really cared. And lucky for you, we got CBD Lion, because they make CBD products from start to finish. CBD Lion has you covered. Now, it comes in a variety of fucking forms. You can get it in a vape, you get cartridges, you get shatter, and if you're not into smoking, I tell you what, the gummy bears, we got them here somewhere.
Oh, they're good. I think they're good.
Like 2 of them, and fucking your legs didn't hurt.
Oh, yeah.
All right? Or use the tincture like me. You just put a couple drops under your tongue, swish it around, let it go through your glands, and boom. Drink a little bit of water, and I'll tell you what, the next day you're fucking brand new. You got a step in you got some pep in your step, and after a while, you're going to feel a lot better. You're going to go, fucking Joey, I didn't know they come 1,000 milligrams in a tincture or 5,000 milligrams. I mean, listen, CBD Lion does that great of a job. Their products are clean, Bobby, and they aren't like the fakes that with the false advertisement you see all over the place. Remember years ago, what's that black Chinese juice? Ginseng. Remember they would sell it at fucking 7-Eleven next to the wings. If you buy that ginseng that they put next to the wings at 7-Eleven, you should go to fucking hell, and your asshole should bleed for fucking life. No more of that fake shit. And that's what they're going to do with CBD. Thank God Uncle Joey got you CBD Lion. So do me a favor. Go to CBD Lion right now. And before you order, do anything, check out the third-party lab results yourself. Read what they have to offer and pick what suits you at cbdlion.com. All right? The church family gets 20% off at checkout when you use the code CHURCH like a motherfucker, 20%. So go to CBD Lion and change your life right now. The church is also brought to you by Robinhood. Robinhood is an investment app that lets you buy and sell stocks, ETFs, options, and cryptos, all commission-free. While other brokerage firms charge up to $10 for every trade, Robinhood doesn't charge any commission fees, so you can trade stocks and keep all the profits yourself. Plus, there's no account minimum deposit needed to get started, so you can start investing at any level. That's simple. Its simple, intuitive design on Robinhood makes investing easy for newcomers and experts alike. View easy-to-understand charts and market data and place a trade. Ready for this one? In just 4 taps on your smartphone. You can also view stock collections, such as the 100 most popular. With Robinhood, you can learn how to invest in the market as you build your portfolio. That's the most important thing. You discover new stocks, track your favorite companies, and get custom notifications for price movements so you never miss the right moment to invest. Robinhood is giving the church family, the listeners, a free stock like Apple, Ford, or Sprint to help you build your portfolio. Sign up at church.robinhood.com. Again, that's church.robinhood.com. The church is also brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This is as good as it gets. You talk about how challenging hiring is, how hard it is to find qualified candidates. It takes too long, too many applicants. Oh, ZipRecruiter makes it easy. Work in the URL once at the beginning. ZipRecruiter.com/church. Hiring is challenging, but there's one place where hiring is simple, and that's ZipRecruiter.com. Why? Because ZipRecruiter, the applicants, analyzes each one and spotlights the top candidates so you never miss a great match. ZipRecruiter sends your job to over 100 of the web's leading job boards. But they don't stop there. With the powerful matching technology, ZipRecruiter scans thousands of resumes to find the right people with the right experience and invites them to apply to your job. ZipRecruiter is so effective. You ready for this one? That 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a qualified candidate to the site within the first day. Let me repeat that again. ZipRecruiter, get out of 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter, you get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. That's results. That's saving you time, and that's saving you money and aggravation. And right now, the listeners, the church family, can try ZipRecruiter for free, gratis, nothing. It's tax day, Joey. How else can you mess up my day? No, ZipRecruiter is free at ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church, spelled CHURCH. ZipRecruiter.com, the smartest way to hire. Again, the next 3 weeks I'll be on and off, but you got your podcast coming to you, baby. All right, I just want to let you know what's going on today and remind you it's Monday. Whatever dream you had, whatever thing you had going on, this is the motherfucking week you turn it around. Who gives a fuck about January 1st? Any asshole can make a fucking wish, and if he doesn't follow up, it goes back down to pizza dough. You got another chance to start right now with your tax little refund. Not Trump took away all your money, but who gives a fuck? Uncle Joey's here to give you love and to give you motivation for another week to go out there and grease your nutsack and stick it up somebody's culo. You understand me? Don't forget, Saturday night, 420, there's tickets left at the Paps. Minneapolis is sold out. And that's it. That's that. I love you, motherfuckers. Thank you for supporting me on whether I'm on Segura, on this one, on Rogan, wherever the fuck I am. You're always there. Listen to the past podcasts from Mike Tyson to Ralphie May to my man Brody Stevens. We got them all on the fucking book for you. Mrs. Pryor. And that's it, and that's that. I'll see you guys Thursday. I love you motherfuckers to death. And one big of applause to the mayor of fucking Auschwitz, my brother, the Christ killer, the original, Mr. Lee Syed. I love you motherfuckers. Have a great week. Write your goals, eat your vitamins, come in your wife's eye and get back at me. Press this motherfucker and have a great week. Kick this motherfucking mule, Lee. Greetings from Podcastville. It's Thursday, the 18th of April. The church is brought to you by Quip. One of the most important things we do for our health every day is brushing our teeth. Yet most of us don't do it properly. Quip is the better electric toothbrush created by dentists and designers. You're sitting there going, Joey, why Quip? Why? Because it's sonic vibration, gentle enough on your sensitive gums. And why? Because people brush too hard. And some electric toothbrushes are too abrasive. With Quip, it's got a 2-minute timer built in that pulses every 30 seconds to remind you when to switch sides, helping guide a full and even cleaner brush. What I'm going to do is this. Why I love Quip is because I bring it on the road with me. One charge lasts forever. It doesn't take up too much space. It's got a thing that I stick on, and it sticks right up so the air dries. That's why I love Quip. It's sanitary, and like I said, dentists love it. Now, what I'm going to do is this. They're backed by over 20,000 dental professionals. That's the real reason I love Quip. Quip starts at just $25. And if you go to Quip, getquip.com/Joey right now, you're going to get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's your first refill pack for free at getquit.com/Joey. That's GTQUIP.com/Joey. The church is also brought to you by, let me tell you something. Sometimes I'm sick and tired of fucking shaving my nutsack and the fucking area around my dick. Do you know why? Because I feel like my wife's going to slip and cut it the fuck off. It's the most anxiety I've ever had in my goddamn life. But guess what? The suffering ends now. With Manscaped, you get it done without the pain, without the anxiety, without closing your eyes. You're like, Joey, why? Because they got precision tools for the family fucking jewels. You understand me? Your little diamonds are going to be fucking shining and cleaner. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor. What I want you to do is this. At manscaped.com, you can get anything you need to make your balls tip-top magoo. They'll be shining, they'll smell good, and they'll keep your dick looking fucking beautiful like Sophia Loren. You understand me? If this is the first time you've considered manscaping, they got a deal for you, plus you're fucking half retarded. You got to be ready for the summertime. You don't want your dick to smell like a Greek fucking salad. If this is the time you consider manscaping, we got a deal for you. You ready? We got the perfect package, which comes with the lawnmower and the Safety Plus, a safety razor. Plus, it comes with a crop preserver, a specially formulated deodorant, so your balls don't stink like 10 dead fucking sandals, and the Revival, a spritz that tones and refreshes your fucking whole self-being so the stick looks good, the balls look good, everything looks good. Now, the church family, you get 20% off your first order when you use the code CHURCH, CHURCH, at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, they'll also throw in a beautiful free travel bag, nice and big, when you use code CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. Keep your balls clean. It's the summertime. The podcast is also brought to you by one of my all-time favorites, like Manscaped, Onyx. Why? Because their supplements are tip-top magoo, number one in the industry. From the Alpha Brain to the Shroom Tech, you cannot go wrong with Onyx. Oh, Frank Caliendo's in this motherfucker. It's the 18th of April. Kick this motherfucking mule, Lee. How the hell have you been, Mr.
Old. And you're older than me, I think.
56,
and you just made me feel 90. Thank you for that.
Well, you look beautiful.
I'm a handsome man.
How you feeling?
Shut up.
How are you feeling?
I'm trying. Listen, I'm doing all right. It's funny because I watch a bunch of the show. I knew about your show. We've known each other for a while, but more in passing, a little bit once in a while, just coming across each other. But I wanted to get the tone right for the show. I didn't want to come on and be jokey. And you're not jokey. You're conversational, just real, honest, and it's true. And that's where I'm trying to go in life and entertainment as well. But it is funny because even looking at you and watching you, there's a duality, and there's something that I see in people that's. Maybe other people see it too. I don't want to sound like I've got superpowers or something. But two things happen when you look at you, okay? And I'm going to shock my audience a little bit because this is the real me. I do swear a little bit. I don't swear a ton, but it throws people off. So, but I watch the show and there's a lot of swearing, and you guys just look at it as like normal sentence structure.
It's not radio.
It's right, radio. Right. But I've been very cautious my entire life, especially entertainment career, because my kids. And I'll get back on the subject of something, but my kids, I just wanted to set a good example for my kids. Absolutely. I was doing that even as a 15, 18-year-old. I never drank. And part of it, I think, is because I've never done any drugs, never done anything, and there was a lot of control, but I also wanted to tell my kids, hey, I never did any of this stuff. And now, especially the easy stuff, and we had a lot of addiction issues in my family, and I have incredibly addictive personality. So I wanted to learn to do like one or two impressions, and that's all people know me for at this point. So there's that. But my kids, I didn't swear or anything in any of my specials and stuff, and now my kids talk like they're sailors. They're like, my son looks like he's in the middle of The Sopranos.
How old is he?
He's 14.
Oh yeah,
the unbelievable.
His dick sucked. The whole thing.
I don't know about that.
You don't know dick. What do you think he's doing right now? He's in your bedroom spanking and shit. watching pornos on YouTube.
I don't want to think about
You
that.
have to think about it.
I
It's a
can't think
reality.
about that. I know it's
I
reality.
was 14.
He's 14.
At
And then
12,
high
I
school.
was dry humping Little New Yorker and Reza right now. The Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Come on, let me just believe he's playing Xbox. When
Yeah,
he says
sure.
he's playing
That's
Xbox.
what he's saying.
But yeah, he's just fuck this. It's like unbelievable.
Did it shock you the first time?
Yes, I
don't like it.
This is what happened to me. I spent all this time being clean and safe, and you're this guy. What was I doing? So to bring it back a little bit, where it started, and you're going to have to corral me in a bunch because this is just what happened. You have two things going on. One of them is I look at you and I'm scared shitless because you have that look, but at the same time, I look at you and I want to laugh. And I don't know, it's those two things that make you great. When I watch, because you smile and all of a sudden it changes. You go from Joey, from Joey to Uncle Joey.
Uncle Joey.
It's so.
Put your feet up.
I'm trying to, but I feel like I gotta watch around the room.
Right now. It's gonna be fun.
I just
take your wedding ring off.
There's a lot of. Yeah, I'm going from trust to mistrust.
How many children do you have?
2. My daughter's 12.
How is her mouth?
She's getting there. She's
no.
Oh yeah, because my wife will teach them the words. And because she's like, I want them to use them properly. She's Italian, 100% Italian. So she's pretty much Carmela Soprano, and she screwed up with me. You know what I mean? She married the wrong guy. But she grew up in an Italian household, and it's the real deal.
Yelling, screaming.
Yeah, her dad, federal agent kind of thing. Oh yeah, big, like the real deal.
Now, where are you from originally?
I'm from Chicago.
Okay.
But I grew up in Milwaukee. So she calls my family completely watered down, at least the me part of it, 100%.
Well, the Italian, I was telling Mike Rappaport that I went up to Milwaukee in '98 to do the comedy club.
I listened to that, yeah.
And the neighborhood, right there, when you walk out of the comedy club, you walk down to the corner, and you just hit the Italian neighborhood. And that bar where the waitresses and waiters were, the owner had just got out of jail because Donnie Brasco put him in jail.
Right.
Because that neighborhood was very the Ballesteros. So the mob is up there. I mean, there's Italian people up there. What happened to you was the sun didn't hit you right. There's no sun up there. If you would have been raised in Jersey or somewhere with sun, like I was telling him, now the Italians should start coming out of here. Because you people, isn't it like a fucking boot, man? It's an island, Sicily.
Yeah.
What am I looking at you for?
Yeah, I'm the whitest person in the world.
But no, I thought you were always from like Philadelphia.
No, born in Chicago, Elmwood Park, Illinois, right outside of Chicago.
Great
born in Cook County, and I grew up in Waukesha, 13 miles west of Milwaukee, suburban. I had a normal.
What'd your dad do?
He worked for the Caloric Corporation, which was ranges, stoves and microwaves and stuff like that. Then they merged with a man, and he lost his job when I was a junior in high school. And he went back to counseling and teaching. When he was younger, he's a minor league baseball player, so we played sports all growing up. But when he lost his job, that was one of those moments, and I've even heard this like in the Jim Carrey story, where he talks about you had the safest job in the world, and then it was just gone, and he had to go find something else to do. Why not take your chances and do whatever you want in life? Because you only have that, those chances. Do it while you're young. So I tried comedy after when I got into college. I was in college.
Where'd you go to college?
University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee.
Look at you. So you stayed at home.
Yeah. Listen, man, it's like a lot of my life is just settling, which is a problem. Like I said, I get happy, I get comfortable, and then I don't work to get to the next thing. And that's followed by another period in my life where I'll just commit to my whatever the craft is at the time or what I'm working on. Right now, it's trying to develop, not to develop, but try to develop outside of just doing impressions and having people care. Because when I get up on the stage, the first thing people are looking for is for me to start doing any impression at all. When they hear my voice, they're like, okay, this is great, but it's like Carrot Top having his luggage get lost by the airline, or Jeff Dunham going out without the puppets. People are like, okay. So you have to kind of get them into you first before you get into your like what they know you for. Otherwise, they're not even going to listen to it. When I first started doing stand-up, let's say I'd get up there and just start doing my Tony Danza impression, like, Johnny did some eat the bone. I would start doing that without me ever talking, and nobody would listen to me in the show. They would just wait for the next impression. So I started to learn there has to be a little bit of me up top. I heard you talking on one show about how you would go and talk about the city a little bit and, get people involved that way. To me, it was to talk about a little bit about myself so they'd see me. And then I lost that for a while because the money was coming in all from the impressions. So I just went to that and went for the easiest way possible, path of least resistance, and would just go up to impressions right away. And now I'm working backwards again to try and find people, to give people the opportunity to see a little bit of me, hear a little bit of me, and then pepper it with more of the impressions as almost like exclamation points. Like I talked about this with different people. Because like Charles Barkley's always in the news, right? He's always doing. He's
got booed somewhere. Yeah,
I didn't see
somebody's concert.
Did he really?
Yeah, he got booed at somebody's concert.
And right there, it's easy. Like, don't boo me, knucklehead. It's easy because you can turn something in. Last year, Western Conference semifinals, I think it was. Draymond Green on the Golden State Warriors, one of those guys. If you love the team, he's your guy. He's your Dennis Rodman. If you hate him, he's your Dennis Rodman, right? I can't stand this guy. He's a cheater. But Charles Barkley, his reaction to him was, in honesty and truth, he goes on TV, and I talk about this in my act. He's like, I want to punch Draymond Green in the face. And that's like, I'd never heard an announcer do something like that. That sounds like an Italian announcer, right? Hey, I want to punch this guy in the face.
That was great.
So he says that, but then he apologizes later, and I believe they made him apologize. So this is going to become something big if you don't. But he found a way to apologize because he's always truthful and honest. He found a way to apologize that he could stay true to himself. And he basically went on TV and said, I apologize for recognizing that Draymond Green has such a punchable face, which is not an apology, but it's brilliant because it sounds kind of like an apology and it gets you out of it. But he stayed true to him and it's basically a cheat code in a video game, right? Other people lose their jobs. He just got 20 extra lives. But he set himself up. Barkley set himself up years ago as, as an entity. When he was playing basketball, he went out and said, I am not a role model. Then he constantly went out there and proved it. And now he has a persona. He gets to be that guy. And now you're set because you have your point of view and people, that's Charles being Charles, or he's going to be honest. And it works. And a lot of what I've set up in my stage presence over the years is I'm going to put on a show for you. And guys like you go up there, and some of the people that I look to now and go, how do they do that? You go out there and find a way to have yourself go straight to the audience. And that's a key thing because you can always be, you might ramp something up to be more for television or movie or something like that. But you might do it, but it's still you.
When you come here, the first thing they say to you is write jokes based on your sitcom.
Right.
So you can paint a picture for the agents and the casting people and the producers and the writers. I saw 20 comics that destroyed their career by doing that in 98 to 2001. 2002, they were giving away those $500,000 deals.
Right.
So people went from going up there and saying, I want to run over a black guy in a car today, to going up there and talking about, Basad is my little girl. I picked her up at school today. And I saw it. I saw the transformation of a lot of comics. In other words, selling out.
Right.
Selling out, and then when they didn't get nowhere with it, they couldn't make a comeback.
Yeah.
They couldn't come back. I started as a one-liner guy.
Really?
Yeah. I
can't even imagine.
I'm a Rodney Dangerfield guy.
Really?
It's not going to be a bit. I'm not a writer. I'm not intelligent like you guys. It's not going to be nothing. And then I heard a dear friend of mine did a Showtime show. And before he came on the show, I had to go to the bathroom and take a shit. And I'm in the bathroom taking a shit and listening to them on Showtime doing one-liners.
Right.
And I go, that's why nobody hires me.
Right.
This is why I'm not this and this. I got to go up there and start telling stories.
And if you can come from truth.
That's it. They want the truth.
Because people, I don't know how people
they smell it.
Yes.
They smell weakness. They smell a lie. You have to commit to it. It's like an R-rated joke when you're into comedy 3 years. Like when I was doing comedy 6 years, I came up with this joke, and I could not sell the joke, even though it made me laugh high and unhigh. I would giggle on stage when I said it. Nobody else would laugh. I brought the joke back 13 years later. It destroyed because I wasn't ready for that joke at that time. I wasn't presenting it right. It's a dish with, it's like what you're saying with your impersonations. Sometimes you just go up there with a dish with a steak on it.
Right.
It's a great steak. It's a great steak. I love it. What if you put little mashed potatoes on the side, 3 flowers, 4 orange slices, raspberry? It's a presentation.
Yes.
It's a present.
If they know who you are and where you're coming from, they're coming.
They're coming. They're coming.
I don't know what just fell, but it scared me.
No, it was a drumstick I put up there and it just fell down. I was trying to clean the place up.
This is cleaning up?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is as good as
Thank
it gets.
you. Thank you.
There's no drugs on the table.
Right. It's,
Right
I
now,
feel
you're
safe.
Like, I had to wipe it down because I was scared that you went for a piss test next week. And you come back positive ketamine and heroin in your system just from touching it. I don't want that.
Looks like the wolf has been here.
No, yeah, we clean everything here. We do everything. We try to put it together.
It was funny. I was listening to the Rappaport show too. It was funny because he was talking about taking a dump before he came in.
Yeah.
Your bathroom's not connected. It's the perfect place to take. Yeah, it's all by itself. Like that, he should have done that.
It smells like a dump in there, like somebody else took a dump in there.
You guys are taking shits on the street.
That was terrible. No, at the University of Milwaukee, were you thinking about comedy then? What were you thinking? What'd you
broadcast journalism?
Okay, so you were 3
Yeah, I wanted to be a sports center anchor.
Okay, you're a big sports guy.
I'm not. People think I am.
Now,
again, look at how
grew up a Green Bay Packer fan.
Yeah, it's a state law basically. You can't not. Although my family's
you can't open up a club in Green Bay. The Funny Bone used to be there, and it died 1,000 fucking times.
Appleton has a small. Listen, the first time I went to Green Bay and as a comedian, an adult really, because I'd never gone up there, and Sundays, everybody, even the McDonald's workers, were wearing Brett Favre jerseys. I've never seen, like, you got to wear a McDonald's uniform, but not there. I've never seen anything like it. But the whole city shuts down. It's not a city, it's a town. But the whole town, whatever you want to call it, the Green Bay area, I don't know if it's still like that, but this is probably mid-90s to 2000. Nothing, not a Packer game was going on. Screw it.
What a Denver on a Sunday. When I lived in Denver, those Sundays, you could rob a bank.
Yeah.
You could
And you might have. That's part of it.
I'll never forget when I was in the mall.
Wait a second. I think you did have an issue there.
I had a couple of issues there.
You don't even go to Colorado anymore, right?
Yeah, I go to Denver.
Oh, you
I just can't go to Seattle.
Okay.
Seattle and parts of Oregon. Seattle and parts of Idaho. Oh, no. When I lived in Denver, I still remember when they played against the Cleveland Browns, the drive.
Right.
I was at the mall during the drive. And I'll never forget seeing everybody in the hallways watching TVs that Radio Shack had and stuff. And going, if I was going to rob this place, this is the time to do it. Nobody would care.
The funny thing is, I would say something like that. It's a joke. You say something like that, you're casing the place.
Oh, let me explain something. The best thing in my future that happened is that they tore that mall down. When I tell you I sank that mall financially, I'm not lying. I went in there with 3 credit cards in the summer of '85 and threw the cards away and would still go back in there. I remember walking in that mall one day and they had a CD player, Radio Shack, without a box, like a
display unit,
display unit. And the guys were all the way in the back talking. And I go, you know what? I could use a CD player in my house. I'll never forget unplugging it and just wrapping it and walking out of the fucking mall. Like still walking 30 yards to the door and then going to my car. I destroyed that mall. The first time, then I got a job at Foot Locker.
You got a job
at the mall after I ruined it with credit cards. And the cops came. They go, you fit the description. Somebody in the ice cream court said you used a credit card there. I'm like, you're going to have to prove it. There was no cameras back then.
Right.
So they kept coming back.
And so you're wearing the referee jersey?
Foot Locker, like an asshole that I was. I applied for the job in June. They called me in August.
Okay.
And then the cops came in and they're like, we want to arrest you. They told me like 3 times. And they wanted me to cop to it. And I wouldn't cop to it.
So in 2 months, you destroyed the mall.
That's it. 2 months, I destroyed that fucking mall. And then I went back for more. Then I went back. I went to Aspen, then back to Boulder. And then I was taking classes at the University of Colorado, and they would buy anything up on it. It's called the U District. The U District is in Seattle. This was called, I forget what it's called, Boulder Hill, or the Hill. The Hill is 3 blocks, gyms, Mexican restaurants. Right. Everything is catered to kids. Pizza place, movie theater, 18 and over bar, that type of shit. But they would buy anything because college kids got broke. Right. So you could bring anything. So I had the scam at Sears. The door was right by the music department. It was right by the door. I would park right there. And just walk in. And every day I would take the Bruce Springsteen 4-package collection. It was like the hit of this. It was $99. Like $89 for a Bruce Springsteen box. He's on the cover with a guitar in his hand. How do I remember? Because Bruce Springsteen put a lot of money in my pocket that year. There were displays of Bruce Springsteen, 5 at a time. And I would pick them up and walk out there. And I would go right to the Hill, get my $200, and then I'd go eat like a fucking sandwich or something. It was destruction. But then I was out on bail on the kidnapping case. And I was running out of money. And I go, you know what? I'm going to go back up to the CD store. So I started robbing them every other day. This went on for about a week or two.
Not many people can just say that sentence. I started robbing them every
I would go to the
day.
CD store every other day. I didn't want to be a fucking pig.
No, regulate yourself.
I had to go like every 2 or 3 days.
Monday, Wednesday,
If there was a student center, I was tormenting them because they would buy books secondhand, and I would just pick up a stack of books. I wouldn't even walk in the front door. I just bring them up, and I go, my mother got me these, but I already got them. She just wasn't thinking. And they go, do you want cash or check? You know what? I don't need the cash, but I'll take it. And they would give me back the money for the books plus tax.
What's it like to not have a conscience?
It's tremendous.
That's the greatest life. Your life is incredible until you get caught. But then you have the stories.
What is it that you want me to do to change that? Like, that's why it pisses me off that people go after governors to put face on, or the chief fucking judge because he covered some chick's mouth in 1982. You got nowhere to go. So if he would have came out and said, yeah, 1982, I took the girl to the party, he would have had to deal with that.
I don't know if it works in politics the same way.
Yes, it does.
It does.
Because it works in life that way. If you don't say it, if I get it out first, you got nowhere to go.
That helps. That can help.
You got nowhere to go. 8 Mile. When he goes, what are you gonna do when he goose on you about the girl? He goes, if you put it out there first, he's got nowhere to go.
Right. Yeah, because it diffuses the situation. Trump does that a lot. You watch Trump, he'll be like, I did this, and he'll put a little spin on it to make it his way. It happened. There was a lot. It was not my problem. And then people are like, yeah, he did it. So what?
It's not who I am today, but thinking back at who that person was that would be out on bail for kidnapping and would go every other day to either the student center. Like one day I went to the student center and had a watch rack with watches, Timex, whatever the fuck. I picked up the whole thing and put it on my shoulder like a body in Vietnam, and I just walked out. If you're going to let me rob and you're not going to pay attention to me, I got to rob you in those days. I was that nuts and bold.
Yeah, that's crazy, but you're getting away with it, so why would you stop?
Getting away. I would control myself.
Yeah, it sounds like it. It's not controlling yourself. What do you think controlling yourself is?
Dog, I would rob 24/7. I remember when double espresso machines came out in '95. I was a struggling comic.
I don't even. Hold on. Let me digest this because you're going into stories about stealing 24/7, and then I remember when double espressos came out.
Because I had control before I got arrested. To get to prison, I had no control. Like that's when I got caught. So I'm out on bail for the kidnapping. I get caught with like 85 fucking CDs, and they chase me like a little black guy in a golf cart and a little white skinny guy. Like, come back, and I'm running, throwing CDs back at me, shit, trying to throw them off.
Like you're a superhero.
Oh my God! And they got me. The cops finally got me, and I gave them a fake name. They arrested me, and I processed. Now I had just been in there for a month waiting to get bail. Every cop knew Joey. I went in there as Jimmy, and they're fingerprinting me, and I'm like, "How you doing?" Joey, how you? And I'm looking at the fingerprint card. It's like Jimmy, whatever. And I'm like, these guys, if you're gonna be that stupid, and then I went back to court as that guy. I pled guilty, and I got community service, and I did the community service. Years later, Boulder found out you used a different name. What are they gonna do? You did the community service, you paid the fine. Crazy shit. that you would even now you can't get away
I was
with.
gonna say now there's no way
Cannot get away
because
with
that's all electronic and
Yeah,
stuff
now
like
you
that.
can't get away with it.
But that's I mean, you make me want to go back in time and start robbing people.
And then in those days, remember when Frank Caliendo put his fingerprints down? NCIS was so slow.
Right.
3 weeks before your records came back. So you could sit in county for 2 weeks with a murder, knowing, working your bail, and get out before the NCIS come out back on you. The NCIS wouldn't come back on you for 3 fucking weeks. That's how slow it was then. So I could use fake names. I could do all this shit because by the time they figured out who the fuck I really was, I was gone. I was on a Greyhound bus to the next city.
So what did you do with the espresso machines?
Well, the espresso machines, I had control. The espresso machines were $450.
You keep saying you have control. I mean, is this you telling us, or are you trying to convince yourself?
Me, I don't give a fuck. It was 25 years ago.
Yeah, well, right. No, yeah.
It was 25 years ago. I was 95.
I forgot the double espresso machines are how this story started.
It was $450 for an espresso, coffee, cappuccino machine. All these assholes sale for $350. I'm walking into those stores, just picking up the thing. I wasn't even walking out of the store, frankly. How sad is that? I would just go into customer service and go, how you doing? My mother got me this for Christmas. What the fuck? And they go, okay.
It's always somebody giving you something.
That's the only way you could sell it.
That's how you do it.
What do you think? I was walking down the street.
I don't have a gift for sheep. But
then I got to the point where I'd hang out in front of Kmart. This is when you're a fucking real piece of shit. I'd hang out in front of Kmart on windy days and wait for people's receipts to fly off. And one day I'm looking at this guy in a cart pushing 2x4s and 2x6s and 2x12s. And on top, he's got a lawnmower. And he's pushing, it's windy out, and all of a sudden the receipt flew out. I go over, I pick it up, I look, the lawnmower is $450. So I walk into the fucking Kmart. They got no more lawnmowers. I go, fuck it. I went out to Longmont, Colorado, 30 miles away. Went to a Kmart in there. They had the thing. The best was I went back and I gave the Mexican kid a 10. Bring this up to the counter for me. He brought it up to the counter, and I told the lady, how you doing? My mother gave me this. This time I had a receipt. This time they had nowhere to go. I'm telling you, I bought why don't you go back to Boulder? I go, I didn't fall on the drive. I live here.
I left this here.
And they give me the money back.
I can't.
It's, and I was doing 3 or 4 of those espresso machines a day. Like on the way to Denver Comedy Works.
You needed the espresso.
I would stop in Westminster. I'd stop in the Denver Mall. I would show up at the Comedy Works with $1,200 in my pocket. On the way there, the Comedy Works open mic started at 8. I'd leave my house at 6 and stop in Bloomfield, Westminster, and just stop at the malls. I need money.
You use all this stuff when you play these roles? Do you use all the stuff that you've done?
What's in my mind?
Right.
It never leaves my mind. I never put it away. I did it. I got to own up to it.
Right, but you can use that when you play a character. You can use those memories to be
that character.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I do. When I have an audition, I look at it. I give the guy a fake name. Like if you call me and you go, I want you to play Frank.
Right.
I make him Frank Luigi. Give a background on him. Born in the Bronx. His father fucking worked on shoes. His mother was a Sicilian immigrant. And I'll just write out his background.
Right.
He's a loan shark today, but he started out running errands for Enzo the baker. I just make up shit.
Right.
And that's that background to the character.
You have that story and everything makes sense.
Yeah. Now, how long did it take after college to try? Did you get a job broadcasting?
No, because I didn't want to work in like Eau Claire, Wisconsin or something like that. I was terrible as an interviewer. I always wanted to be a guest on like the Tonight Show and stuff like that. I wanted to be the person being interviewed. I always loved those comedians that would go on there, old school, be like a Jonathan Winters or even people promoting movies, Robin Williams or something like that. That's what I wanted to be, was just a guest on a late night show. But I graduated from college. I tried stand-up one time. It was a night at a dance club, and they'd shut the dancing down for a comedy and music show to be played. And yeah, people want to dance and screw.
Coke and fuck.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. And I went up and I just remember trying to do a Robin Williams impression. I'm like, I'm Robin Williams. Nothing. I go, no, I'm not. And I was the saddest. I was bearded Robin Williams in like Awakenings or something, with just like, oh, this isn't working at all. And I thought it was me. And it probably was partially me not ready to do that kind of event because I was supposed to be the host of it. But as you know, comedy, you have to do comedy in a venue that people are expecting comedy. And I later learned that and used these types of experiences to just say no to other gigs as they came along. At the beginning, you take a lot of things that you probably shouldn't, but you also learn from that in some ways, but you know things are going to suck. And then you get to a certain point and you go, I'm just not taking those sucky, gigs anymore. But then I graduated from college and I actually got hurt. I hurt my back, and believe it or not, I was from tying my shoe. I leaned down to tie my shoe and my back went out, and then I couldn't stand up straight for like a month. So I started working on a bunch of impressions, and then I went up at a comedy club, the Comedy Cafe, which was run by JD.
What happened?
Maybe the mob got him.
No, I heard he had a stroke.
Oh, really?
That's the last I heard.
Because
he told that he had a stroke.
There was nothing like. He was the nicest guy in the world to me. Big Samoan guy, but thought he was Italian.
6'7".
Yeah,
400. Would take you to eat on Thursdays.
Oh, and when he pay you a briefcase and a gun would go up there and go, "Hey, you ready for this?" Like, what? Ready for what?
How many times did you work for him?
Oh, tons. He gave me work. He was the first person to ever give me work. Gave me work all the time. He's like, he'd say stuff like, "How much time you got? How much time you got?" I'd be like 3 minutes, 5 minutes. He goes, "I'll tell you what. We'll put you up, steal a bunch of stuff, and go up there." Like, I'm not going to do that. He's like, "Well, figure something out. You're killing with the crowd." Because I just go up and do impressions, and nobody was doing that at the time. He's like, "Can you come back next week?" But I'd hurt my back, got sick for a while, was out, and I come back a year later. He's like, "Where you been?" I was like, "I was hurt." He's like, "I don't care. Get back up there." And he started working me again. I mean, this is literally the second and third time I've been up on stage, and he's just putting me to work, and I get to work with some cool people coming through.
What year was this?
This is probably 90. The first time was probably 95. Graduated from college 96, 95-ish, and then back in 96, I think, somewhere.
You had your back that bad?
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out of bed.
Just from tying your shoelace?
Well, I had a knee injury when I was younger, and when I was 14, I destroyed we were playing, I was a running back in football. I'm the same size now that I was then, maybe 20 pounds lighter. But I was pretty fast, and for a suburban high school freshman team, they couldn't tackle me. So, but I was running out as we're scrimmaging the sophomores. I ran a sweep to the right, and I get hit by a guy high and a guy low, and my knee just buckled and went out. And it never really recovered. So I was also a catcher in baseball, and I would catch off kilter. I would catch with one leg fully bent, and my left leg, which was destroyed, wouldn't bend all the way, and it screwed up my back. So then back issues happened for the rest of my life. So this is 5-6 years later. I could be doing anything, and my back just went out, and that just happened really bad one time when I was a freshman and sophomore in college, somewhere in there. Must have been junior year. And I was just out for a while. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't go to school. I physically couldn't get up out of bed because I couldn't walk. And that was at least 2 weeks, and then it took some more time. I probably milked it some after a little while. Like, then you get scared about going back because you've missed a month, 2 weeks of college. What am I going to do? But I was doing all the work at the time. There wasn't even email or anything like that. I was just having to call people and get the work, and I think they liked that enough that I was taking the initiative to do that. I got through and made it, work with the teachers, and I think I probably got A's in the classes. Broadcasting journalism classes aren't that hard. It's not like I'm doing physics or something. So then when I came back after college, because I just said, I'm going to get my degree right now. I got it just because that's what you do, not for any other reason other than that. And then I went back out and I started working right away. People just started paying me to do stand-up. I got on the college circuit in a year because I'm 24 years old, 23 years old. And at that point, doing colleges, that was experimental. Now you do a college, they don't want you to say anything. Back then, you could get away with whatever. And I even say get away. I don't mean get away with. It was just a time to speak freely and say what you thought. And now it's the speech police at colleges. It's ridiculous.
So I can ask you a question.
Yeah. That's the point of the show.
As a young man, were you privy to impressions? Like, were you already getting in front of the family going, hold on, Just you know, wait, how did
A
you know
little
you had
bit.
this gift?
I think I always did some of it. As a high school student, I would do impressions of friends and stuff, and teachers. We had a teacher, Mr. Christensen, he was also the basketball coach. He's like, Mr. Kelly, do me a favor. Can you come up and show us on the map where the Atlantic Ocean is? And I'd go up there and be like an idiot. I'm like, is it the blue part? Yeah. And he'd be like, go sit down. And he would kind of mess with me because I didn't know anything about geography. But there was this guy, Darren Barsh, who like he always had the comb in his back pocket, and he'd feather his hair, and his nostrils would flare. So I'd do impressions of him and a couple other people, and watch Saturday Night Live and in living color and do all the Damon Wayans characters. And, you know, that kind of thing, or the fire marshal. But let me show you something. So I'm doing all those things, stuff you wouldn't use in your stand-up act because it's somebody else's character. And then I started working on, nobody was doing impressions of people how they actually are. People were doing impressions of characters in movies. So I would do the Robin Williams, where you'd be the serious Robin Williams and you'd tell a story. You know, that kind of thing, or Tony Danza, like, and I'd find things that were observational comedy with them. Tony Danza, the bit was, he would talk normally pretty much until somebody from the old neighborhood came around, right? So it was like, on Who's the Boss? Jonathan, Samantha, Mona, and then Mrs. Rosini. Like his acting chops were like just to go 100% to the old school, the old big character. And it was just, to me, that was the funny observation in it. And it was an offbeat impression. People were only doing Jack Nicholson at the time. Nobody was really doing yeah, like now it's Christopher Walken like that. Right. Jack Nicholson was the one everybody was doing, and they were doing these big over-the-top Jack Nicholsons, and I would do just a silent, a quiet one. You know, that the more real guy, and people were like, well, that's a different version. And even people who hated impressions were like, you're actually kind of doing something a little bit different. So comics like me because I developed an act. Like most comics would see an impressionist and go, this guy sucks. You mean, you look at YouTube now, and like people do way better impressions than me. I see people like doing these incredible impressions, but they don't create a character with it that much. And you go, after they do the line, you're kind of going, okay, now what? Where does this go? And even with, you know, the old school stuff I do, like John Madden, I got bored with doing the John Madden. I turned him into a character that's going and make these big noises, and it became just its own character as opposed to just the impression. And to me, that became more fun. And there were people who could do dead-on impressions better than me, but I would find the physicality and stuff like that to go with it. And what I'm trying to do now in my act and life and everything is doing that with characters. You just put a voice to something that happens in your life, and that's almost like an impression is just a character that everybody knows already. A character you have to set up more and give people the background because they don't know what the point of view is on the character. I had an uncle Phil, that was, I mean, I think you and him would have been great friends. But he had this whole thing about like, hey Frank, you should spend time with Sinatra. I'm like, really? Can't tell you, but here's your story. Like you just told me you can't tell me a story. Like at one point he was the cheese king of Chicago. He's like, you can't, Frank, and he get mad about it. I didn't even understand it. Yeah, they get but you Frank, you can't get cheese in Chicago without going through me. I'm like, who's trying to get the cheese? What are you worried about? Like, are there other cheese gurus out there? So I was like, that kind of stuff, and turn those guys into characters and make that part of my act and be part of what I'm trying to become and tell the stories. But it's truth again. It comes back to that truth stuff, that who am I and what's my background? And I tell stories about that stuff, and people go great. You can look him up because he was gone for a while, but I don't even know if I should be saying this, but he quit witness protection. I've never seen anybody do that, but all of a sudden, we had Italian Christmas, on the phone. Hey, it's Uncle Phil. Hey, Frankie, how you doing? Where are you? Can't say. And then one year he just showed up again. We're like, what? How's he here?
Yeah, Italians can't. They all go.
Block the windows. Shut everything. Everybody duck. We're gonna have a low Christmas.
When did you think about LA? When did you start thinking about LA? Did somebody reach out to you?
Yeah, it's, a manager did, and he said, I don't want to use names. You probably know him, but he's like, you gotta come out here, man. It'll be incredible. So I couldn't even get on Make Me Laugh. I couldn't get on the show Make Me Laugh. That's when I first came to LA.
Make Me Laugh was with the kid that...
No. Make Me Laugh was all comedians would go on and just tell jokes to a person sitting there.
Right, yeah. I remember. Yeah,
and the people
Who was the host? He's in Vegas now doing the revival or something. He's playing somebody in... Because what happened to him? We taped 1,000 of those fucking episodes.
Yeah, I don't even remember who it was.
Make Me Laugh. Little Jewish kid.
Yeah, I don't.
He was a host. Nice kid, real nice. Would be at the Improv every night.
But the people who did really great weren't jokes, because some people go on and tell jokes, and some people would go on and just say goofy things and do goofy
right.
Weird
You weren't
stuff.
Gonna, you weren't going to stand up.
Yeah, because like the whole part of a joke is the people kind of have to know when the joke is coming, so they know when to laugh.
Mark Cohen,
Bobby Van.
No.
That's what Mark Cohen says, right?
Oh, that's old. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah,
Mark Cohen.
So, so the people what's his name? Who's I find him incredibly hilarious. Todd
Glass.
Yeah, Todd Glass.
Todd Glass would do well.
Todd Glass was a guy who would just kill on there.
Look at me! He would yell. I remember that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was exactly, and that was the stuff that really made you like, because you don't know what's coming. A point of a joke is you might not know what the joke is, but you know when it's coming. It's an assumption that's set up. And then you zig when you think you're going to zag, and that's where the funny part comes from. You get caught off guard, and people put 2 and 2 together in their heads, and they go, I got it. So I couldn't even get on that show, and everybody was on that show. Make Me Laugh.
I didn't get on either.
Almost everybody was on that
Everybody was on
Everybody
that
minus 2. X minus 2 was on that show.
Now, what was your first show that you got on?
I think he got me on Craig Kilborn. I think I did. Craig Kilborn.
What improv show did you go on?
I never did an improv show.
Well, what show before Mad TV you were on?
Hype on the WB.
Hype. Okay.
Hype was I got that.
A sketch show. Improv.
I got that, and that was in the Chicken deal. Chicken, who went to Montreal, he got a huge one of the, like you talked about earlier in the episode, the 500. He was the last of the giant deals because they kind of figured out that they were getting played by the